What's going on, y'all? What's
Decorum,
good,
what
nigga?
that taste like?
Not a lot of shit. Not a lot of shit. Not a lot of shit. Not a lot of shit.
What decorum tastes like?
Yo, Rome, I miss you, dog. How you
Huh?
doing? How you doing, Rome?
Oh,
there.
what's going on? Well, that's so sweet. I miss you too, man.
Yeah, man.
That's
My
good.
nigga.
Hey, what's up, Rome? Bend over, gang.
What?
No.
Wow, bro.
Bro.
5 seconds, nigga. 5 seconds, nigga. Yo, somebody got this. Yo, Virgo, you got to be apprehended. Like, stop.
Hey, hold on.
He gotta be arrested, bro.
Max.
We good, nigga.
Arrested,
Man.
In gloves off fashion, I gotta get the deuce.
Do shit.
So we are live. So people know we live.
I know. Niggas do know we live. We are live, and we finna get this shit.
We
buzzed.
are live.
Refrain from talking about my booty hole for the next, little bit.
Nah,
That might be
nigga,
hard for
your
Virgo.
Virgo gonna be doing the talking.
That might be hard.
Put that shit
Right.
That might be hard for Virgo.
What?
Yeah, nah.
What do you
Virgo's
wanna
definitely
talk
gonna be
about
talking
it?
about that booty hole.
Yo, I can't wait for
Right.
Austin. I can't wait for Austin, nigga. I cannot wait.
Why do I have?
I don't like the way you so excited.
So, like,
Funny as hell.
blurry for me, bro.
Is it mine?
I don't know if it's yours or mine, bro.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Might be
shit.
mine. Well, this camera's brand new, but if anything, it might be my internet because I'm on Wi-Fi right now.
Can we see his
Yeah, I was
pores?
about to say, is it the bit rate?
I can see you. Yeah, it's the internet.
So, like,
That might
so
just be the
is this
internet.
camera high quality for y'all? I'm trying to figure out is it me?
It's blurry for me as well.
It's blurry. Okay,
It's-
all right.
Even on the stream?
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
stream.
no. So like, if it's blurry from my end, it'll be blurry on the stream. Like,
Yeah.
quality is cool. It's
So, I
just-
mean,
Well, yeah. Then it's
Jay,
probably
you're not doing a face cam, are you?
No, it's probably just my yikers. It's probably just my
It'll fix it up.
Wi-Fi.
We'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be straight. We'll be straight. We'll be
I mean,
straight.
it don't really matter, bro. The quality gonna be the quality. Quality is what's being said.
Yeah, that's some prototype Virgo type shit. Yep. Yeah.
Hey, listen, my nigga, my video quality been bad since nah, nigga. I've been in 80p for the longest.
Since Nom, shut the fuck up, dog.
Say 80p.
Hey, you're sick. All
I've been
right,
in
man.
80p for a long ass time.
Let me see. We gonna kick this bitch off. We can get this right. You know what I'm saying, for niggas. Go to my topics. Goddamn, it's been a little minute, a little minute. All right. What the fuck is cracking, gang? It's your boy Sensei Leg Glove, the bald head black anime nerd, back at you niggas with the long-awaited, always hated. What up, Chase? Always hated, super debated. Stream of a lifetime, Gloves Off, Volume 15. This is the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure edition of Gloves Off. We here to talk nothing but JoJo's. And with me, I got a couple of my motherfucking homies that I'm pulled up to get some hot takes off and tell me their thoughts on this wonderful anime we call JoJo's. So I want to shout out, you know what I'm saying, the man of the hour, man. We got Mr. JD Legend in this bitch. What's going on, nigga?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? Y'all should.
How you feeling?
Y'all should know the spiel already. Don Godfather, future Hall of Famer. You know, I'm out here. Just happy to be here. Proud to be here. And I'm kind of here to slander and piss people off. I got some bad takes.
I love that. I need that.
There we go.
I like that. I have a couple of myself. Yeah,
I need that. I need that. I need that.
I like that.
Yeah,
We
know
also
about you,
have.
Gabe.
Oh,
We
just
also
wait,
have-
Sam. Just know.
Oh shit, Sam pulled out. What up, nigga? How you feeling,
Yeah, what's
nigga?
good?
We also have Queen Bam in this bitch. What up, Bam?
Hey, y'all. I couldn't even
What
sit
up,
off
nigga?
off of you. Oh my gosh. I'm just excited. It's my first time being on here.
That's a fact, G. That's a fact. You are first to Gloves Off, G. Welcome. Confetti gang.
Sure.
Shit get a little hectic over here, too, so I'm excited. Who else we got? We got my nigga Take God in this bitch. Take God, you good? Your mic working?
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's good, gang?
sir.
Let me
What up,
see.
nigga?
It's been a minute. What's my titles?
I don't know.
Take God, the real world villain, the chairman of the Hunter x Hunter Dick Riding Association. What's
That's
good?
fair.
Yo.
Good to be back.
Hey, yo.
Great having you, brother. Great having you. Who else we got? We got Ade in this bitch. What up, Ade? Damn, is that not Ade? I thought it was Ade. Must not be him. Scape in this bitch. What up, Scape? How you feeling,
Yes,
nigga?
sir. I'm here. I'm freshly caught up on all the animes. I'm on part 7 right now. I'm enjoying the JoJo greatness. I'm glad to be here. All right.
Perfect. Glad to have you, my nigga. Hims stepped away from Zelda to be here with the boys, so definitely appreciate him.
I'm still playing.
Fair enough.
He
said, "No, I'm playing that shit right now, nigga." Fuck you talking
about? That's game of the year for real.
He said, "Stepped away."
So they say.
I don't love anybody that much, not even myself.
Fair enough.
That's some powerful words. I'm not gonna hold you.
Those are pretty powerful. We
Kinda
got
scared,
Rome in this bitch, man. What up, Rome? How you feeling, brother?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Feeling great. I'm ready to talk about some JoJo and talk about some stands. Rockies are great.
Is a great and a goat. Both
That's a fact.
We got prototype robbery. I mean Virgo.
Screaming, tell him.
That's fucked up for real. But morning, nigga. Hey, this nigga, hey, you just, hey, whatever.
Hey!
Shot for real. That's on your head. You wish that upon me.
What the fuck? I didn't wish that. I said robbery, not murder.
Whatever, nigga. Anyway, morning, niggas. What's good? Prototype Virgo. Ghetto niggas exclusive. Let's see. The only JoJo I know start with Mojo, and the only stand I know is Lee. But I'm still here to support niggas.
Wow.
I actually like that. That's a bar, gang. There's a bar. I like that. Fuck you, but I like that. We got JoJo connoisseur himself, Sen in this bitch. Senito. What up, nigga?
Yo, what's good, bro? You know, just here to stand Araki as usual.
How come I didn't get that?
This is what we do. We stand around.
Damn, you feel like that's your title? Hey, y'all can fight for it.
I don't want to fight.
We both got it. Wait, we can share it. What do you mean?
No, y'all can't share it. No, there can only be one.
Nah,
there can only be one.
Yeah, Sen, you claimed that shit like it was a Pirate King title, bro.
There can only be.
Hey, I ain't claimed that. He gave it to me. Titles are given, you know.
I just want to know why I didn't get a title from my favorite mangaka. That's all I want to know.
Hey, my favorite mangaka too.
Feel it.
We both
enough. And gee, who the fuck is Hugh Ho Bearsall? Who the fuck is that?
That's me.
Nigga, I called your black ass name. Nigga, you good?
My bad.
Fuck is you doing over there?
I'm screaming.
I'm operating a motor vehicle.
Bro, stop. Pull over, gang.
I will in a second. Do not worry.
We got Ade in this bitch, man. He was in this bitch, but couldn't respond because he doesn't know how to drive. But what's up, brother?
I'm doing good, man. We are here to stand JoJo. And
yes, we fucking are. And fuck you. I'll catch up when anime catches up with me. So, how do I want to say this? Traditionally, we have niggas pull up, get lit, talk shit, and have a good fucking time. So if you have your liquor, if you have your smoke, now is the time to start in fucking indulging. As you can see, I have my deuce. I've been knocking this bitch back. I'm probably gonna be slurring words about hour 3 of this bitch. So yeah, let's start clocking me. But I want to start getting this bitch rocking, man, so we can talk about my nigga Araki. Cause JoJo Part 6 just ended last year. It was early this year, right? Anime when Netflix was fucking around. What they do?
Beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It just finished this year, and I've been wanting to talk about it with a group of niggas because it technically is the end of the Joestar universe as we know it.
Yeah, I know she's gonna be.
So I do want to talk about it. About Araki himself. I think this is a good stopping point for us to like just, talk about the GOAT Araki and how we feel about this nigga and his masterpiece that is JoJo. So, first question. All hail fucking Araki. What are our thoughts on Araki as a mangaka? What are some of his strengths? What are some of his weaknesses?
This is a good question. This is a very good question. Well, he is probably one of the best mangaka at keeping you guessing. I think the way he tells his stories, especially when it comes to his power system, right? He'll keep you invested in stands every single time. You are going to be asking yourself, how is this motherfucker going to be defeated? What does this guy stand? Where are these guys at? What are they going to do? How are they going to pull through every single time? It's interesting every single time. And that's what I love about it. It truly is a bizarre adventure every single time. That's just one of my favorite things about Araki.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hey, man, for me, one thing I love about Araki, which his greatest strength is honestly his creativity. Because for him to come up with some of these stands that he has come up with and to explain them in detail how the stands work and they still like implement those still explanations into the story for it to work to make sense. I gotta give it to him, man. He knows how to write a good story, knows how to write a good character into the story to make it, believable, make it understandable, and for us, like, really like, damn, that's just some cold ass shit. But really, they just do some regular ass shit.
Does Araki have some of the best characters we've ever seen?
I'll say
that's a question to everybody.
That's probably debatable, but iconic is definitely correct.
Yeah, that's
iconic.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has iconic.
Yeah, Dio was definitely iconic because he's the most hater ever in this.
So is Jotaro.
Jotaro is definitely iconic too. And I mean, I feel like Jolene is getting to that point now too, where she's considered iconic.
I think Jolene is up there.
She's becoming.
I think for the female side.
Didn't she just
for the geese?
Like when you think of like an iconic female protagonist, you would think of Jolene.
Oh yeah, I love her.
I think that's probably the only one I thought of, but that's probably the only one I thought of because that's really the only one I know outside of Shorty from Kill La Kill.
Aren't they all named after that dog that was fucking?
You talk about Kame or you talk about S-Death?
Kill La Kill is what I.
Oh, Kill La Kill. Oh, I think you said a comic.
I didn't watch.
Cujo was a sick last name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You said Cujo is a sick last name. Why you say that? Why you feel like that?
Remember that dog Cujo?
Yo.
Oh, the
dog Cujo. Remember that?
Thomas Hill, nigga. Who's in direct competition for most iconic characters with JoJo in its lane? Not like we ain't talking fucking Pikachu. Like I'm saying in the JoJo lane of
Pikachu
anime.
would be out this lane.
Iconic character.
I mean, Jotaro is definitely,
No, I'm saying outside of JoJo characters, what other anime or what other series in that lane has
the other popular shonen series?
So, I mean, you're talking about like Luffy, obviously.
You got like. Yeah, I'd say it's more in vain with like the older heads. Yeah, like Yusuke for sure.
Yusuke, in that conversation.
Eren Yeager, like
Yusuke, Kenshin, like these kind of guys.
Yeah.
Hey, put Guts in that conversation too, man.
Donovan.
Is Dio more iconic than Guts?
Dio more iconic than Guts? Probably.
That's actually a good ass question.
Berserk is a lot. No. Berserk is way more niche.
I don't think you have to overcomplicate that. I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely going with.
I think it's clear it's Dio and Jotaro.
That Guts is more like a better written character. I think most people would argue, but iconic.
The question was
iconic.
We're talking about iconic because I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Griffith definitely gets highlighted a lot in just like in the anime and manga community. So, like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, when it comes to being an icon, what does that really mean? I'm thinking like. How much you get referenced outside of your show or manga? How much memes come out of your shit? Like I'm thinking of like everything. I don't know. Dio is pretty close to.
If we're talking memes, then JoJo.
Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like Dio is really.
It's impossible not to. JoJo's just way more well known.
Dio was also one of the few characters that I was aware of before I even started the series because of the Road Roller meme. That when I finally saw it, because the SNES game used to have the move from way back in like the 1980s or whatever, right? So I actually used to see that meme a lot without really knowing what it meant.
Hey, real quick, what's one thing about JoJo that's really iconic that makes that I see a lot of the anime is the Jotaro stand, the horror. I'm seeing that in every other anime. Like
the stand rushes.
Same type of shit. Yeah, the stand rush. That's one thing JoJo has done that I think everyone is trying to emulate, trying to do now. Like
so who else was named? Yusuke? Do we feel like Dio is more iconic than Yusuke?
Nah, I ain't going
that's a lot harder.
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know about that because
Is it close? Is it close?
It's not close to me.
I don't know. I don't think it's
to me, but Yusuke.
See, this is the thing, bro. Zoroardo and Spirit Gun are like some iconic ass moves. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really stacking it right now. I don't think so though, because Dio, I'm not gonna lie, Yusuke got like highlight reels, bro. He got highlight reels of him just being like a fucking ass. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, guy, why you say it's not close? But go ahead. What's up? What you say?
No, I said it is close. I think Jotaro. I think Dio is like nearly like Charles, but can't not be close.
Yeah,
I just think Yusuke is a little more iconic.
Is it because he's more loved and Dio's more like hated, I guess? Also, JD, check Fraud Villain.
Got you.
Repeat that.
I said, is it more that Yusuke is more like loved by niggas and Dio's supposed to be hated? You think that's the breaker there?
I do. I think it's more like just a protagonist versus antagonist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. I ain't hear from everybody. Oh man, go ahead.
To circle back to the question you asked, my
Yep,
favorite.
that's what I was about to do,
I think the strength that his biggest strength, in my opinion, is his visual storytelling.
Yeah, I was about to say his art style is clear.
I think he's a really good visual storyteller, and like some people here would know like how I like to like experience my graphic novels in general. I don't want to.
That sounds a little weird, but go ahead.
I don't want to be into death with text, right? I like a good balance, 60-40 show and tell. If not,
I'm with you. No, I'm with you there.
50-50, and I think he does a lot of good storytelling without me having to like have a bunch of words on screen. I know what the characters are thinking and feeling, and plus I think he has a very distinct art style. I can tell when he's drawing another.
I love the shot at Hunter x Hunter, bro.
I like that. It is a shot at Hunter x
Hunter. I think adding on to Naya, I'm not gonna lie, he might be spitting because I think he might have the most distinct one.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely. Oh, hold
on.
Okay, so we're talking about the original question, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I just feel like JoJo's is so unique. I feel like it's like in a box of its own, and I just want to piggyback off of what he said about the storytelling. I love like even just down to the visuals and like the colors. It's like I've never seen anything like it before. I think that I also like how it balances all the elements of like relief. Also, it gets kind of dark. Then it's kind of like you understand people's backstories and like the family ties. Like it's always a plot twist around every corner. So it's like with every part, it's like it's so different, but still the same premise. Because of course, Dio is the biggest hater, but you learn something new every time. So that's what I like. It's the element of surprise for me. Like you just don't know what you're gonna get with him.
Skate, what you was saying?
Oh, honestly, I was adding on basically what Naya said and what Bam just said. I was mostly just kind of targeting the art style specifically. I think he has one of the most distinct art styles I've ever seen from anybody, period. Not even
that is a fact.
Mangaka.
That is a fact.
His shit is crazy. And I'm seeing, like, if you guys have seen, like, the Gucci collabs and the art books that they have for him,
yes, sir.
His shit is going stupid. And as an artist myself, when I see artists kind of stylize their stuff and go out and discover themselves and do what they do, I'm looking at it. I'm like, this is nice. This is nice. But when I see Araki, he's actually on another level as an artist. Like without praising his storytelling or his writing ability, right? His artistic ability has to be it has to be acknowledged. It's so
Araki's the only nigga. He's the only nigga I know that can fuse a hat and the hair together on a character and make that shit work.
Right.
Like
and
what?
It works.
How do you do
works.
that?
And he make that shit consistent because I know he done got shit for that.
Facts.
He just made it consistent. Like it has to be that. It didn't have to be that. But
he made that shit.
Can y'all niggas hear me?
On a tangent question.
Yeah.
Yeah, what up, GB? We got GB in this bitch. What's up,
brother? How you
General
Beckford?
What's cracking, y'all? I got action. My fault. I didn't mean to cut you off, yo.
What was I gonna ask? Oh, as a sidebar question to that, do we feel like JoJo's art style only works for JoJo, or do you think we could see that art style in another anime? If so, which one?
Oof.
I don't think so. And the one thing about JoJo's that I really like is distinctively is the color palettes that he uses in the anime. And I don't see the type of color palettes in any other anime. I don't
feel like that type of shit wouldn't work for like a Kill La Kill or another like
because the thing about JoJo
anime, or like a what's that shit? Gurren Lagann?
You mean for the anime or for manga?
The thing about JoJo
for manga, I'll say for manga. Okay, manga. Let's say manga.
Oh, for manga?
Or anime. We talk. They really.
That's still hard. I can't.
Right, studio or David Productions does a great job adapting the manga. So I'll say anime and manga.
Yeah,
I like that shit way more in anime than I do in manga form. Personally,
I agree. I like it animated a lot more.
I agree, but I'm not denying the art though. I'm not denying the art.
I just think it's a lot harder to interpret some of this stuff in manga form. Personally,
that's fair. What you think besides part 5? What you think else is hard to interpret?
You mean like in JoJo?
In manga form, yeah.
Parts 1 and 2.
Damn.
I think I agree with Derek to the extent that some of the powers, I haven't read everything in the manga, but I feel like with some of the powers, like especially in part 5, it would be very difficult for me to comprehend them in manga form, but in anime they make sense. To answer, am I too late to answer the first question?
Nope, we still own it.
All right, so for the first question, I don't want to echo everybody else because I think I pretty much agree with them on that. But I also think Araki is one of the most reliable mangaka there are out there, and I also think that he's one of the most reliable because of the diversity and the bizarreness of his story. What I mean by that is that I don't think he gets bored with his story ever. Like he changes it up every part and there's something different. The tangents let him touch on different parts of like pop culture and whatever else is going through his mind. Like as an artist, he's not bound by the story. The story is whatever he wants it to be every part and he could change that. And I think that helps him stay reliable. Like he's been writing for over, was it 3 decades now? 2 decades?
30 years, sure. 30 years.
3.
Yeah, so he's been able to touch on everything. And then to answer, I don't have a specific anime that I would want his art style to be, but I think I would like to see it as like if I could, I would like to see like a spy thriller or something with his art style. I think that'd be cool, or like a fighter, because Baki is dope as hell as a fighter. So I think I would like Araki's art style as a fighting style manga anime type thing.
I was about to say Baki might be the only anime I can see having that style.
Because it's over the top?
Yeah.
Okay. What you were saying, Bam?
No, I was literally gonna say Baki. I was just like, I feel like it's perfect in my opinion too.
True.
Hey, fuck it. I'm finna go out on a limb. Y'all know that new smack the shit out of each other sport that's taking off for the Russians.
That need to be his own anime.
I want that shit. I want that shit in a Rocky art style. But when he smacked the shit out of somebody, the art change.
Yo, that is out of pocket as fuck. I like that.
Hey, random tangent, but you know they have an ass smacking one now for the females, for the ladies.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you lying, bro?
There's an ass smacking competition for the ladies now. Yeah.
Oh,
so
check you ain't shared
it. If I see it again, I'll share.
Shit better have more views than the NBA.
I do agree with Araki not getting burnt out because of each part features a whole different set of protagonists, antagonists, different descendant, a new setting. Even the genres can be different. Like part 1 plays out more like a horror story, where you could say,
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
An Italian mobster drama. So I think that is also a strength to it. And like 6 like a Prison Break, you know. So
yeah,
I do think
for sure. No, he definitely
helps
helped
him
with that.
stay
We gonna get it. We gonna
creative
get more
and
into
not
them
burn out.
parts a little bit later on. But I still didn't hear from a couple other niggas. JD, did you have something you wanted to add, or you in the game?
On the topic of
Rocky's strengths and weaknesses.
I've mainly been an anime only watcher for the most part.
I'm with that. This is mostly an anime only conversation because I haven't read the manga, so
if that's
I'm not on 7 or 8.
So stop at 6. Stop at 6.
I did, yeah.
As far as like spoiler territory, you can talk about generalness about 7 and 8, but not specifics. If that makes sense.
And 9. Let's get 9. JoJo Land's out, Nick.
And 9. JoJo Lands is out.
The only weaknesses I'd say he has is that he got a lot of like Mickey Mouse W's in some of his fights.
Can you explain?
You know what I'm saying? Like for example, Jolene. A few of Jolene's fights were hella Mickey Mouse, right? Like,
give me an example.
I know what he's gonna say.
The jail nigga.
The jail joint? No, stop it.
Jailhouse Law.
Stop it. Jail shit was legit. Wait, unless you talk about kung fu folks. I'm talking about
the feng shui nigga.
The feng shui.
Okay,
yes. Dragon Dream is something that most people don't like. That's not
yes. I thought you was talking about Bloody Knuckles folks, like folks that started it.
That was
Vivania Westwood is amazing.
I thought he was talking about Jailhouse Lock. I thought he said
Jailhouse Lock is Jailhouse Lock is probably my favorite minor antagonist arc in all of JoJo.
I love that.
I like when writers limit themselves to such a. He does that in part 6 so well, bro. Like
I absolutely love that shit.
We'll praise part 6 when we get to the time, though. I got you.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh no, go ahead, Naya. You got it.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that I think that in part 6, like my problems are a little different than most people. I don't mind some of the fights when they're in the prisons, but like having Jailhouse Lock, where I'm like, bro, you have a stand user that's there to basically stop all stand users from a prison break is actually genius. Like I didn't see
that shit is fire, and the way it works is so crazy because
how they tell it too is kind of broken up because she's just like, wait, what? And she's like in the cafe, she's confused. Like,
bro, and I was thinking, bro, like every time there's a stand encounter, I think to myself, like, what would be the quickest way I would try to think about how to get out of this?
Yeah.
Even at the end of that arc, I still couldn't figure out how the fuck I would figure out how to get rid of that shit. Like, get out of that shit. I would damn near be stuck.
Yeah.
I would be stuck. Like, there's no way I'm figuring that shit out. I'm gonna fuck like, gee, no. Especially after they rub the shit off. Yeah, I'm like, it's cooked.
Facts. If they rub the shit off, you're right in, you're finished.
It's cooked.
I think that's a funny point though, Glove, because like I've had conversations with niggas in the past about JoJo's, and this is not towards JD, but they felt like it's a Mickey Mouse win because they couldn't think about like how that person would get out of that situation. Right. It was just like, yo, this shit is unreasonable. Like this would never happen. That's an ass pull. When it's like, if you sit down and think about it, sometimes like, and I kind of felt that way in part 5 a little bit about Giorno, but the reason I felt it was an ass pull was because like, how'd you fucking remember a book from hella years ago? It was just like, yeah, I remember this one indescript fact from this chapter of this book.
No, that nigga was a super genius in every fight.
Yeah.
He was a super genius in every fight,
when you sit down and look at the evidence and like it be stacking up, you'd be like, all right, that's kind of okay. So like I've had that conversation with people before.
I think it's funnier though when you see their backstories and they're like, this is what they did and this is what they went through, and then you're with them now. They're part of the main group and they're talking. They're always dropping like mad fucking facts, bro. Like it's
literally
crazy. It's crazy.
Random ass facts.
It happens in part 6. It happens in part 6 sometimes.
So is JoJo's for smart niggas? Is what you're saying right now? Like you have to have a certain level of intelligence to understand it?
No. What we saying is, in order to be in the JoJo bloodline, you got to be a Renaissance man. You got to be a well-educated, worldly nigga. Even if you 14 and never left the block, you got to know.
You also need a physics degree.
Because I remember even was a Josuke, was it Josuke? Yeah, he was even pulling up some shit ass, but like, yeah, how do you remember that shit? Grabbing a magazine, like he was doing shit that didn't even make sense. Like in the fight with Dio, him stacking the magazines in his chest. How was it like? When did you do that shit, bro? You were flying in there this whole time. When did you find time for this?
Well, I don't think I think it happened before the fight. I think that was the take. Like,
no. It was during the fight. He was. It's when
in the fight.
Yeah. It was during the fight. It was during the fight. It's when Chotaro knocked Dio into the shop and then he cut off his leg.
Yeah.
Do you remember that scene?
Yeah. That was when he went to get magazines.
Yeah, because if you see him, he's hanging on top of the bookstore.
Yeah.
Tell me again.
That makes even more sense.
So it was just in between that time.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like a clear example though is when Anasui. You guys remember his backstory about how he was just cutting things up and he was just
Anastasia.
Like, yeah, Anastasia Anasui. Yeah,
man, Anastasia.
You remember his backstory? In his backstory, he does not do anything of, like trying to be like a meteorologist. But when fucking weather reports over here doing this shit, he's dropping like a whole fucking Wikipedia page about weather. I'm like, how the hell does this nigga know that?
How do you know that? Exactly.
That shit breaks my immersion sometimes. I can praise Araki for like days and nights, but there's some shits that it's just like, all right, nigga, like you like what's wrong? What's up with this, man? Like, come on,
bro.
So what's the line between bizarre activity and just unreasonable shit?
Oh, I think it combined. I think what's good about Araki, the more like part after part, the more he combined. Like they're separated, but they come together. So like I feel like in part 6 and part 5 specifically, they combine bizarre shit with real shit.
Yeah.
And it makes it even more like it creates this thing that I can't even really describe. Like the fight in part 6, I'm not gonna go too deep in details. I know Derek Take God is like covering his ears for a lot of this because he just got to the jail. But the part in part 6 after they get out and it's the flying fish joint.
Okay.
Like that shit was like bizarre as hell. Like that in it, like the concept of that flying fish shit is bizarre in and of itself. Like mixing that with the happenstance of like Stan uses and the way they used it in that fight and shit was just like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
so we can accept like because the flying fish is a real phenomenon, right? Like
it is, but it's bizarre. It's a real bizarre thing.
Are we gonna say that's more bizarre than the raining frogs?
Yeah, I was about to say the frogs might be the craziest.
That too. Both of them.
So we can accept when Araki. We can accept when Araki puts like real life things in there that are bizarre that happens in real life, but like if Jotaro is hanging out on top of the newsstand and just decides to stuff his fucking shirt with magazines, like is that beyond the bounds of bizarreness? Like, are we now?
But like, no. There's just an extent to it, right?
Yeah,
like, I'm fine with him including whatever real life phenomenon. It's fine. I'm fine with bizarre ass. I'm fine with like whatever rare phenomenon he wants to include. It's just crazy when you see a person's backstory and then how they fight, how they operate, and then they're just dropping a Wikipedia page about frogs raining from the sky. Like, it's like, why do you know that, nigga? Like, you like, you're not like that. Like, why are you saying that shit? You know what I'm saying?
Like that.
And I'm like, it breaks my immersion for a second, but then I'm like, all right, like we can keep it cooking. Like, we can keep enjoying it.
So take God, because I know you got to the frog raining part. How'd you feel about that part when you got to it? Then I'm gonna move on so we can wrap up this this topic.
I'm like, as of the end of part 5, I'm at a place with JoJo where my brain is only half on half the time I'm watching.
Damn,
damn, so much in part 5 that I just can't like look at it and be like completely think about it logically, because I'm like, there's no point at this point. Like, you've done egregious things in my opinion. Like, I just can't. So when shit happened,
what was the point? What was the breaking point in part 5? I think I know, but you can tell us.
It's a lot of them. I don't even know which one.
It's a lot. He said I got a list. Damn.
If I'm trying to think of the first one, it might have been when he figured out Green Day's power.
Yeah,
that might have been the one that pissed me off the most. Where it's just like, it's going down. Or going on, whatever. But like, how? You were literally like in a boat just sitting there. How did you figure that? But that goes into the whole thing about this nigga just being a super genius and automatically figuring shit out because the plot needs it. But what I saw, I just be along for the ride at this point. So I was just like, well, if he thought of that.
Hey, minimum.
So you had no reaction when the frogs fell. You was like, okay, this is new.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was like, all right.
So wait, are you saying you're at a point right now where JoJo has been so bizarre that you're just accepting whatever Araki throws at you?
I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying it's bizarre. I'm just saying that shit just don't be making sense sometimes. To the point where, like, even if you try to explain some shit, I'm like, do it even matter? Because you don't have where you didn't even try
Don't even try to explain this game.
Something I will say,
like, you don't even have to, honestly. Like, you don't have to try to explain it. Like, I'm just gonna accept that it happened because that's what you do at this point.
What up, JD?
Something I'll say is that snail shit in part 6 was. It didn't move me. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't moved.
The snail part did blow me.
I thought it was
after the rainbow shit. Yeah, that shit blew me.
Oh yeah, the rainbow shit.
The power itself was shit. I ain't like it. I mean,
what's wrong with subliminal?
Weatherstorm?
What was the subliminal message that I missed? Because maybe I missed it.
No, well, wait. The subliminal message wasn't the cartoon shit. That was the cartoon shit, wasn't it?
No, the subliminal message was
okay. That was the rainbow.
You're talking about heavy weather. I actually am not a fan of heavy weather myself, so I actually agree with you. I don't think that's a very strong part of part 6. I think it's a weak part.
The reason why I didn't like it as much as I thought I would is because I didn't think his powers would be that way. Like, I thought this motherfucker was gonna shoot lightning. Like I thought he was actually gonna use like.
Oh, he was gonna be like the
actual like weather powers.
Honestly, I thought it was
no, G, no.
That's what no, like actual like weather powers.
You ain't think that.
I like that he didn't go for like the generic weather powers, like just like lightning and rain and stuff like that.
But that's what I was gonna say.
I also think the other side. I also think the other side was a little too extreme because Araki takes real life things and just pushes them to the extreme. That's what he does. Yeah. So he got he got the whole you look at popcorn and you start to get hungry, and then he just put that to the extreme to where you saw a snail and then you think you're turning into a snail and you're actually turning into a snail. So he just takes things to the extreme.
Wait, Glove, what did you think of the frog shit?
That shit tweaked me out. I was like, wait a minute. I actually paused and Googled that shit in real life.
That's the same thing, right? It's like a real phenomenon that happens.
I had to pause,
and then he just took it to another. He just took it to the extreme.
I was like, there's no way that this really happened, bro. Like, but then when it was like a real fucking thing, I was like, oh, wow.
I'm like, fucking wow. At the time, at the time I was just so in awe of like how much shit was happening at once.
Yeah, it was
like
a lot of shit going on.
It was a lot to take in.
That shot that like he just shot her right before that, and then damn near became the main character at that point. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This shit is nuts.
Exactly. And then frogs fall from the sky. So like I'm like, what the fuck? So at that point, as far as like weather report is concerned, I was expecting whatever the fuck, like whenever he came back into the story, it to be some nut shit. I didn't think that he was going to like spam that ability per se, but like I'm like, it's not finna be like that was the point that let me know this nigga not finna just throw lightning bolts or make it rain or you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't finna do that. Like this nigga finna be doing some weird shit I never even could even start to think of. There's no way who the fuck knew that frogs fell from the sky in whatever fucking year that was?
Araki
no one knew that. I don't even think niggas in Florida today knew that shit.
Right. Like that nigga read a Snapple cap and then he was like, "Let me put this shit in the manga." Like he really like I'm like this is the reason why I don't cook him for it though too much is because a lot of mangaka and a lot of artists, a lot of authors exaggerate things. He just exaggerated this one fact. It's whatever. I can let him cook. I'm just a little disappointed I didn't see a little bit of lightning, a little bit of like, you know, heavy cloud movement and wind go crazy in that fight. Just a little bit.
But to be fair, he did cut out the lightning part. The lightning part was in the manga. They just cut it out in the anime. I don't know why.
Yeah, I didn't. That's what I went back and read it. I just wish it was the anime. That's
I only got a few weaknesses. Did anybody else have any weaknesses over Araki before I move on to the next question?
I think my only weakness is like I feel like sometimes in certain parts he has a few stretches of fights that I don't find interesting and that are just boring. So it kind of drags sometimes for me.
Okay.
But obviously that's just like subjective. Some people might love the fights. I don't like. I know a lot of the early part 4 fights I really don't like. So
like which ones? Like Chili Pepper and all of them?
Yeah, I don't like Chili Pepper.
That's funny because I'm the opposite.
Pretty much all the fights leading to Chili Pepper, I don't really like. I don't really like any of the fights leading up to Chili Pepper. I think a lot of them are just boring for me. But I know a lot of people love them, so it's like whatever. That's just a me thing.
Wow.
Can I ask when did you start liking the fights?
Yeah. What?
When did I start liking what?
The fights in part 4.
I want to say maybe the start of the Rohan when we first met Rohan. Maybe
Rohan. Because Rohan that nigga, so I'm with that.
Not specifically that fight, but just like from that point onwards, they got a little more interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I do partially agree with that though, because I didn't really start enjoying part 4 until Keicho, until they started breaking down what was going on in like the city and everything with him. So I agree in that point, but I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy it. They were more JoJo than not, I would say.
I don't know when Josuke stabbed his mom in the stomach and healed her within like a millisecond. That shit was one of the coldest JoJo
coldest shit ever.
That is one of the coldest JoJo feats.
That shit was fire.
That nigga did not even stress about it. He said, "I got you."
Bro, like, come on, bro.
Yeah, that shit was fire.
Yeah, he was like the main villain at the time. Like, he was the only villain we knew. Like, Jotaro came here to get this nigga.
The nigga handled the stand user in a millisecond, bro. Like, that's I love that, bro. I love it.
Yeah, I think even though I did not enjoy a lot of part 3. The fights that I did enjoy definitely expanded on stands and like capability, and kind of built that power system up. So, like, I'm
part 3
okay
is
with
so
that.
good on the rewatch whole time.
That's
like when you watch it the first time,
I don't know if I'll
the
make it
story
past
is not
my
fucking moving, but if you just appreciate it for what he's doing with these fights, like how creative he is, and like don't look for the story to move forward, but just look for what he's doing with these fights, it's like enjoyable to me.
I guess
I did have one other weakness. Actually, I didn't even answer my strengths. Let me try to give some praise first. I damn near. I think y'all said all this because the first thing that comes to mind for me is the creativity and their creativity and unpredictability, which feed into each other. Like it's because he's so creative with how he approaches fights, and later, like just regular situations, like in part 4, shit that like the shit be so unpredictable. Which also feeds into one of the weaknesses we already talked about, which is like the lack of logic. Like sometimes the shit be so off the wall, like you can't predict it because literally it don't make sense, and like you would have never thought of it because he just doing anything.
Hey, you know what didn't make sense for me?
Does that?
Was that alien in part 4, yo? That shit did not make sense.
Miki Taka.
I love that shit because it was just
Miki Taka.
I love that they never explained it. Like,
I love
never,
it. I love
like,
it.
never,
They never.
like,
Your
never
interpretation.
That's a cool part of it. Like they never explained it. You don't know what the fuck is going on. It is what it is. Like I like that. I was gonna ask y'all. You mentioned that when you just I just lost it. I had the thought, bro.
Damn, you ain't even drinking.
That shit's so bizarre.
Yikes.
What I was gonna say before that was this one I consider to be both a strength and a weakness is his tendency or like I guess desire to pull in shit from previous parts. Like it works well in certain cases, like pulling Jotaro into part 4 was a really good decision in my opinion. But
You
like
don't fucking know.
at part 6 when they started talking about Dio's bone and shit, I'm like, come on, bro. Like let Dio go. It's over.
They did overdo the Dio shit. In my opinion. I definitely agree.
Is Dio the Frieza of JoJo's?
But I like how it's done better in JoJo's than I like it in Dragon Ball. No offense.
That's fair. You're not offending me. That's fair.
No, because I'm not gonna lie. Like reusing characters, you got to be careful the way you use it. I really do not need to see Frieza ever again in Dragon Ball. Like I really don't need to see that nigga like at all.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Yeah, I don't look. You know how many forms that nigga has? That nigga went through his 5 forms and he came back as a fucking metal man. Now the nigga got a gold Frieza movie. Like nigga, fuck out of here. You guys are milking that shit.
Isn't he black?
And now he's black.
Yeah. And now he's black Frieza. He nigga Frieza.
You know what? Don't even explain it.
I will not. I actually cannot explain it.
Damn Japanese.
Damn.
What's wrong? He didn't say nothing but the damn Japanese. You good?
No, because look at how they do niggas, man.
They make them aliens?
They
made them aliens? Hey, you
but seriously though, look how they do niggas. Like think about part 6 with Weather. My man was a small percentage black, and they lynched that nigga.
The smallest percentage black, and they did.
That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy.
And then had the nigga turn evil.
They hung him.
Right after they revealed that he black, he became evil.
I just couldn't believe it, bro. I was so upset.
We actually ain't talking about that enough, honestly. Like now that you brought that up.
Yeah,
right? Hey, Steve-O been sitting on that knowledge for a minute.
He has been, and he should be. I'd be rattled too, Steve-O.
I'm glad y'all brought that up because sliding the KKK in your manga is kind of crazy.
Is that a weakness?
It's not a weakness.
No.
It's not a weakness.
No. It's fine to put in the manga. It just caught me off guard. You know what I'm saying?
The lynch niggas in your manga?
Yeah, but think about it, bro. Like, as an African American,
America.
A mangaka that actually understands what niggas went through back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, because think about it. You look at shows like Slam Dunk, right? And you got the captain, and he's some big ass black dude with a flat top, and his nickname is Gorilla. The Japanese
He said lynching a nigga.
I think Oda and Araki are the only 2 mangakas to actually tackle like racism and just black culture enough for me.
Y'all gonna find a way to bring up Oda.
No. I have to be honest. Like
the fact that the priest wasn't hung, but he was is crazy.
That's what affects me more than anything.
Right.
How is Gucci not hung? How is that?
I ain't gonna go into that.
Gucci is Uncle Ruckus, bro.
Seven, you can go ahead and make your piece.
I am not
time. It's gloves off. Nigga, take them shits off.
Now is the time for you to go, gang.
Take them shits off right now.
If there's anything you don't want to touch, you got to touch this. Pause.
I am not going into that.
Come on, G.
Hey,
ain't no cancellation on our shit, gang. We good.
We done talking about the brother getting hung for liking a white skinned woman?
We can't be.
I also want to say I don't necessarily believe that this is a weakness of Araki, but I have seen this as a weakness of his. The changing of the parts from time to time. A lot of people say that they can't like vibe with the material, like they can't get down because the main character is changing and the overall objective is changing. So like they don't feel that it's consistent. Now I disagree with that.
Do they feel that closing after each part? Do they feel that there's a closing after each part?
As a weakness, and I'm playing devil's advocate now because I don't feel like we put enough weaknesses on the board.
Okay.
I would have said it was a weakness up until seeing part 6, honestly. Because in part 6 he does it. He does it well. No, I'm saying I would have said it.
Well.
I'm saying specifically
except for part 1 and 2, which I feel blends perfectly.
No, I'm saying specifically in part 6, the way that he does it, because you're talking about he's doing different characters, different themes, different whatever, right? In part 6, he challenges himself, right? But he makes Jolene, he puts her in a prison, and he doesn't do the whole world building thing, right? We're not in Italy, we're not going to Egypt, we're not flying, we're not traveling, we're not doing none of that. We're just in this prison for most of the story, right? And he does it so well, like he just keeps the story just continuously, it keeps your attention the whole time, even though you don't need to like move out from the prison. Like you don't need to go and see what the foundation's doing. You don't need to know what anybody else is doing. You can stay in the prison and you're how should I say this? I'm trying to find the words for this.
I disagree with you on the world building part.
What do you mean?
Strongly. I mean, like world building is not bound to if these niggas went to Egypt or not. Like world building is the building of the lore, our understanding of the relationships between characters. Like we know what the fuck is happening outside.
No, I'm saying that he doesn't need to go anywhere else to do that. He can do that from the prison, which is why I think is good.
I feel like not liking the fact that parts change is just fundamentally not like missing the point of what he's like. You're looking at it as a continuation when it's a different story, and that's on you at that point. I feel like.
I think if you don't like the parts changing, then you just don't get JoJo's, and then it's just not the material.
It's not one big part; it's separate stories.
I've seen people say that's like why they don't like it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it.
Oh, I was just gonna say he has different stories in each part, but then he also has broader plot points, that connect an overall story. And because Araki has 3 trilogies essentially. So he has parts 1, 2, and 3, which is the Stone Mask stuff. Yeah. Then he has the Arrow trilogy, which is 4, 5, and 6. And then there's 7, 8, 9, but obviously I won't talk about those. Yeah, I won't talk about.
It's a lot of ways. It's a lot of ways you could break his shit up. Honestly.
So it's cool because he has different stories, but they broadly connect. Yeah, they broadly connect into sagas, which is the better part, I think, and that's how you get a more connected kind of story.
Thank God for the JoJo's adultery and promiscuous.
I'll say this after you go. Well, I think that the fact that they're all different but they loosely connect, or there's something like add Jotaro to part 4 as a small connect, so you can connect to the previous part. Plus, I did amend my original take on this, but I thought that Jotaro in part 4 was a much stronger overall character than he was in part 3. Though I do like.
Agreed.
So I think that's really good. But as far as weaknesses, to me, I just think sometimes his overactive imagination and creativity can get the best of him. And then I'm just like, all right, I like that you tried, so I don't get upset, but you lost me.
So I don't get upset.
So I'm gonna give you my part 5 is my least favorite part. I don't hate it, but it's my least favorite comparatively. But I do not like the ending. I don't like the ending because I thought the ending was you just doing too much. It's like the shadow to the left and the sun in the orbits behind you. I'm like, all right.
But do you feel like that? You feel like that ending? Wait, hold on. You feel like that ending overshadowed everything else before it?
No, I have other reasons for why it's not. I have other reasons for why it's not my favorite part. But just so you know, the ending is very important to me because you can. I've gotten better at enjoying the journey and the stops along the way. But you can invalidate my journey if the ending is shit. I'm like, what the fuck did I waste my time doing this for? So
briefly, can you
like when it concludes well.
Like Requiem, how you feel about it?
I don't dislike it. I
have more issues with the niggas dying, not dying, and shit like that, and the fake shit than I do Requiem, honestly.
Oh, that shit was terrible.
Gotcha.
I think the 5th part was always building up to this arrow being special, so it didn't bother me. I was just like, wow, that's the ability you got. But then I have with JoJo, I have a lot of extra ancillary information that I know that I can supplant certain things that the average viewer may not know, because I have his how to write, which literally speaks about his creative process. Yeah. And I've read this JoJonian passages and stuff, so I know certain things that most people will not know. So sometimes I'm I may not like it, I may not agree with it, but I understand why you went about it the way that you did. So Requiem doesn't bother me. I'll just because like I've noticed that after a certain point, I'm like everyone gets a space time ability from the kind of antagonist.
Every
part.
villain.
Right? Yeah, so the antagonist part, and I'm like, a lot of these abilities are probably too broken for someone to like defeat without you having something in the same realm. So I think that's why he went there, because I think erasing time is pretty broken. That's an ability that also confuses a lot of people. So I'm like, I guess if you can reset things back to 0, that's like the only way. It could be a bit much, but again, part 5 isn't my favorite part, and Giorno's my second least favorite JoJo protagonist. So
who's your least favorite?
Johnny Joestar.
Oh,
Part 7.
Yeah, Steel Lauren.
I've only read a little bit about.
JD, we got somebody fraud.
I got you.
All right, build it up. Do we have one more weakness before I move on? Are we good? Y'all ready to move on? What up, Steve-O? You out here now? Give me a strength and a weakness real quick, nigga.
A strength and a weakness? Okay. My strength is, I think, like all the weak niggas in the story, like Shigechi, like that was like really heart wrenching. I think that's a strength because Araki do that very well. A lot of times you see weak niggas in the story, but like, get this nigga off my screen. But I like Shigechi though, and I was very sad to see him go the way he did, man. When he
I
blew
honestly
that nigga
laughed. I thought he was a little shit. I still agree with your point, but him specifically, I laughed. I'm like, this
folks from part 4 we talking about.
Yeah. It's the middle schooler with Harvest.
I also didn't. Like, I didn't laugh, but I didn't cry.
I laughed.
I was just like, damn, killed that nigga.
I was on the verge of tears.
Little ugly ass.
I felt bad for him because I felt like, you know, he was a little like, you know, and he had snotty nose and he had horns on his head for some reason. I don't know what was going on.
Trying to rob their ass at first.
Yeah.
Fuck
dude.
But
he flipped the tables on.
Fuck dude.
He flipped the tables on them.
No, I know, but fuck dude.
Oh, come on, man.
He said, "Run your pockets."
I fuck that nigga, G. His ass was fucking. He fucked around and found out, nigga. Honestly, honestly, that shit made me love Kira more than it made me care for him. If I'm being real.
Let's talk about it. We got a Kira segment on this show.
We do have a Kira segment on the show, but we ain't there yet. Give me a weakness then, Steve.
A weakness of JoJo's. I feel like I won, but for some reason these things always escape me when I need them.
Well, just work on your hot take for the end of the show, gang. All right, bet. That was a great segment. You niggas answered. I appreciate y'all. Y'all still niggas. Y'all still here with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting drunk. Words ain't slurring as much yet, but we got hella questions. So right number 2. You said what?
How drunk are you? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being really drunk.
I have finished 3 cups of Douce and I've taken 3 shots. Y'all have watched it on stream.
Wow.
So smooth.
I haven't watched this shit like that. Man, been knocking it back.
Yeah. 2. How has JoJo impacted anime as a whole? Damn, I ain't heard from your ass in a little minute. You hop on this first. Uh-oh. That might be gone. You said, what am I asking?
I said, who are you asking? Who?
I asked Bam, but she may not be around.
Oh, my bad. It's been going in and out. That's why I've been quiet, because you keep going in and out.
Oh, just me? Me and me only? Fair enough.
No, it was everybody. Since I've been like walking around my house, like, where's the best connection? So we're on question 2. Because I'm looking at the list too.
Yes. You don't have to say what you was looking at the list, but that works. No, but go ahead.
How has JoJo's impacted anime as a whole?
Yep.
I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like it's more, and it's actually a question that you already have later, but I feel like it's just more impacted anime fans and more than just anime. I feel like over the years, because I mean, like I said, going back to what I said about how it being just so unique. I mean, when it comes to like the whole fashion thing, and then like you have these big buff niggas that's dressing down, but like whooping ass, and it's like you don't see that. It's like the Isley brothers like getting the fight. You feel me? Like no
hilarious. Stuff. The Isley brothers, you funny as hell.
That's how I feel. I think it's more so impacted fans. I think the fan bases have been more impacted, and I also feel like the JoJo fan base, like, there's nothing like it. I don't really feel anything problematic with it. I feel like nobody's just crazy with the fan art. Like, JoJo's is actually just pretty chill. So I don't, because you don't really, me personally, this is what I've seen. I don't really see people referencing JoJo's too much in other animes. Like, we know the main one that people reference is like DBZ and Goku. I mean, he's been referencing everything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's made much of an impact in anime per se than just fan bases in general.
It's kind of crazy because, like, I have the complete opposite take. It's the most.
It's
the most referenced anime that I've seen across the board. Like to the point, like I can name you anime that I don't particularly like. What's that anime with the guy who plays the game with his little sister Shiro? And
No Game No Life.
Yeah, then she just hit a random video out of nowhere. But it's like I cannot. I just know where I go where I don't see it, to the point that even like some characters, they kind of have the Jotaro style, but they'll probably do it in the vein of that character, where he has the hat, the weird like clip hat, but it's down to the side, covering his eye a little bit with the little like the trench coat-ish open thing. Like I see that very often. So like for me, it's hard to not see it once you know it, because I would argue there's some things where I'm like, you know what? This was a JoJo reference after because I started JoJo in 2011? 2011 around the time I think I got into it. So there were some things where after the fact, I'm like, oh, that's what Gintama was talking about. That's what this series was talking about. And I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think it's because of his creativity and because he's over the top and zany, that I think it just resonates with a lot of people. And it's very easy to reference a lot, because he does a lot of like cool onomatopoeia things like order, dora, all that stuff. So you can just kind of throw it in there for a small joke and a gag or a reference, an Easter egg. I see it everywhere.
It's a fact.
Yeah, I
I
was
totally
gonna
agree.
say. I feel like the obvious one. Well, I actually have two obvious ones. The first one is the cultural impact, which I feel like Bam kind of touched on. The other one I'm giving him credit for is non-power level based power systems. I feel like that's a big one that came from stands. Like
I was gonna
Devil
mention
Fruits,
kind of like
man, it's
Ghost. I was kind of gonna mention stuff like not Furioka, but your Shaman Spirit and Shaman King, your personas, and like like those ethereal beings that kind of possess and are like behind you. I'm not 100% sure that JoJo.
You are 100% sure that shit is a copycat. You are 100% sure it's a copycat.
Inspired at the very least.
No, I'm saying I can't confirm that myself. I don't know.
I can. That shit is a copycat.
You talking about from Shaman King?
We talking Shaman King. We talking Persona. We talking what was that other shit? God of High School. God of High School. We talking all that shit.
My point is,
are we saying anybody that does a stat chart is ripping off from JoJo's?
No.
Is that the point? Is that the take?
My take was that like those kind of like punching goes ethereal spirits that possess and fight on your behalf is something that I've seen more like popularized since I've been aware of JoJo, but I don't know for certain that is the reason, because a lot of people will look me in the eye and tell me Dragon Ball Z is the fucking father of anime, and I'm like, oh my god, you guys are annoying. No shit about nothing. Go back to the 1970s and hold on, and then sometimes you're like, okay, I get what you meant. Like that might have been my avenue to understanding more stuff about anime because I'm North American, but no, that is not true of most people across the world. Where I'm like, that was my only point. You might have.
There's also.
No, I agree
ahead,
with you. I say all that shit is from JoJo's. And I think it's one of them things where like you don't realize what you don't know. Like until you see a dope ass car you like, and then you start seeing that shit everywhere on the street. I feel like the same thing holds true for anime, because like I didn't know that Mob 100 had as many JoJo references in it that it has. But then as I'm watching Mob Psycho 100 over, I'm like, bro, this shit is ridden with JoJo's references. Like this nigga's an Araki fan. And they got like the whole Body Improvement Club does the stat charts, and they do like the rapid fire punches and make the sound effects. And like, I didn't peep none of that until like I had really sat through JoJo's and vibed in with JoJo's. And then when I went back and watched, I'm like, oh shit, like this nigga's a fan.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Y'all niggas continue.
Gotcha. Stop drinking, nigga.
I think you're right. It is a perspective thing. Because honestly, I'm late to the JoJo game. Like I just like caught up to JoJo. Some people have been reading and watching since when it's been first out. I'm not like that, so it's a little bit different. But I did notice the JoJo references because you annoying ass JoJo fans always ask, "Is that a JoJo reference?" to every stupid fucking thing that happens. All right, I'm gonna cook y'all for a little bit because y'all do that shit a lot. But But it's a valid question to ask because JoJo is influential to an extent. I feel like some mangaka praise Araki, a good amount. So they're like, yo, let me pay homage. Yeah. They might pay homage to
the
it.
concept of how he uses his abilities to fight, he got that pretty much from how Araki writes. I mean, we've seen that even with the fourth prince in the current arc of Hunter x Hunter. His entire ability is based off of King Crimson. And he's even doing JoJo poses and everything.
As a small
then you have
aside, I always say that Persona Part 4 is literally damned as Unbreakable because they're like in a small.
All the Persona parts are literally just the JoJo parts. Persona 3 is literally the same concept as Part 3, and 5 is the same as Part 5, essentially.
Is it really?
I think Part 4 has the most overlap. That's why I always pick on Part 4.
Yeah.
You have a literal serial
right.
killer in a small town, and I'm like, wow, really? I'm like, I don't think it's like a 1-for-1 copy. I always just make the joke. I like Persona 4, but I'm just saying.
And then there's also a bunch of there's also like, I think Araki's also either invented or popularized a lot of the most popular tropes that we see today. Like the yandere trope literally started with Yukako in Part 4. She was pretty much essentially the first, if not the first, like the second, or at the very least popularized by her.
See, I didn't know that.
I want to agree, but like everybody in JoJo's so damn weird that like she don't even seem like her trope in that show so much as just another weird ass character. But I do agree.
Yukako's definitely a yandere in that.
She's definitely a yandere. I just mean like to people who are just an outsider looking in, it's just like this is a character trope I want to copy. It's like here's another random bitch in the show. But yeah,
and then I think the funny thing about that fucks my head up is like his reasonings for her change. But like when you think about the trope and where it's at now, like a bitch just change up for no reason, and you would be like, wait, what? And so like you see the trope is just what it is these days. But then if that is the case and the trope was inspired from that, like why ain't all the other writers putting?
He inspired the trope.
Reasoning.
Like people take tropes and change them up all the time.
Oh yeah.
No, but I wish we get reasons behind these women just waking up and like changing their whole personality. Like I feel like
women do that in real life, so it's okay.
Women do that in real life.
That in real life because of Yukako.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yukako the prototype.
Crazy.
If Araki could influence women that much, he would be.
Okay, but even aside from the
hold on.
There isn't many. He kind of. I don't want to say popularized, but I'm just gonna say popularized. Popularized, like using the strong woman in shonen trope, because there's multiple interviews where Araki stated that during the times that he was writing, that pretty much like the norm was having all the female characters just be like damsel in distresses and be all cutesy and stuff.
Lisa, I remember that he got pushback with Lisa when he
got pushed back for Lisa. That's one of the first times he did it. He says, "No, I want to make a strong female character," and then that's what he did. And then even with Part 5, Giorno was and then even with Part 5, Giorno was originally supposed to be a woman, and then Shonen Jump people said, "Nah, we ain't gonna have a woman as the protagonist."
Really?
And then, so Araki changed it. Giorno was originally supposed to be a woman. Yeah.
The smart nigga.
Thank God he got Jolene out. God damn.
Yeah, and then Jolene came out, and then he was like, "I ain't changing it this time. I'm gonna make a female protagonist," and that's what he did. And then he made the goat Jolene.
Yeah, she's actually goated. Actually,
and then they told his ass, "All right, you gonna have to end this shit."
Yeah,
because you doing what we telling you not to do.
Well, my understanding is that JoJo was never like super like that wasn't not popular, but I think in terms of like Shonen Jump, it was usually hovering towards the bottom. At least I know for the first two parts, because I think they used to say it has a lot of overlap to them to Fist of the North Star, especially their appearance, Jonathan and Joseph.
That's a fact.
And then with Part 3, he created the stands, and I think that's when things changed. But I don't have all the data points.
Change the game.
I'm willing to agree with you. I think what you said sounds factual.
That's definitely accurate. Yeah.
I don't think Araki. I don't think Araki should have been. I think he should have been writing a different like target audience.
Who should he have been writing to? Man?
I think he definitely should have been writing for adults, bro. Like I feel like whenever I talk, like
that's what he does now.
Yeah, as I get into JoJo's, like he should have been writing for adults from the start because those are the people that like recognize what JoJo's was. That's how it made the like. If we want to say it's not as popular as other like manga in that particular community, we can say that. But like when it comes to like global world appeal and everything else that Araki has done, like that nigga's everywhere. He's been everywhere for 30 plus years. I think
feel
he
that
should
way about
always
part 2 and 3?
Wait, say that again. You broke up.
So you feel that way about part 2 and 3?
Do
Those
I feel like
definitely feel very shonen-y to me. Like parts 2 and 3. And part 1 ain't for nobody. So like talk that shit.
Part 3 feels more shonen than 2 does. 2 ends shonen-y for me, but like the story and everything that happens in 2 feels like it's gonna be this whole like no other battle manga I had been reading at the time when y'all put me on it. But like 3 definitely feels shonen to me. 3 feels like I'm just moving battle after battle after battle after battle. But I like how he established things.
You brought up something I forgot to say earlier. One of the things that I like about this series is that it's literally a battle shonen. Like it is the quite literally like the archetype to me of what a battle shonen is because what are they doing every chapter? They're fighting a new stand user or a stand.
They throwing their fist
about
like
part
like
3,
they quite
especially.
literally are constantly always fighting somebody. I like that.
I like it too.
I agree for some parts. I don't look at part 4
Which
that
part
way at all. But, yeah.
You don't feel like part 4 is a battle shonen? You feel like it's more slice of life, slice of pie?
It was slice of life.
It's definitely like half and half.
It has a slice of life element, but it doesn't change that it's I'll give you my perspective on this, right? I still think that Prince of Tennis or something like Shokugeki no Shoma is a battle shonen. It's just that you swap the fighting for like, all right, we're gonna have a cook off. That's supposed to be the kind of action portion that gets you into the series. Like you build up to the food wars, I think they're called in English, right?
Yep, Food Wars.
And like with a sports series, it's like the actual match, right? And it's like, they're not fighting per se, but you get what I mean. So like that's why to me part 4 is still very much a
I somewhat agree, but I just think
Rohan
the
and thing are like
spaghetti dude
gambling.
in the restaurant.
Hold on. Like I know Rohan and him are like gambling and having fun and doing things like that, but it's still like you're still like, hold on, I'm kind of wary of this guy because I think he's a stand user and something weird keeps happening to him, but it just turned out that like he's really good at the art of the unknown and he just kind of played with your expectations and subverted it. And he's like, no, this guy really is just a chef.
Yeah. No, not as spinning. If you think about it,
I hear you.
They use the metaphors too. They use the metaphors too. They're saying like we're going into battle, like even though they're just cooking or even though they're just playing baseball in these shows, they're emphasizing that this is like taking all of their willpower, right?
They tend to say
we're fighting.
A character is strong over than saying they're really good or talented. They say, oh man, he's strong.
Right. Exactly.
I definitely agree with what y'all saying. I just think that in part 4 specifically, he gets too far away from some of those things to be considered part of that category. Like, I definitely don't look at when they went to the restaurant as like a battle. Like, it's more like suspense thriller.
I think you're taking what I'm saying.
Do you feel like in part 3, like you saying like when in part 3 when he fought the Darby brothers, like that's not a battle.
The Darby, that's definitely a fight to me. That's a battle. I just don't think like going to the restaurant, him and what's his name? Oh, yeah, going to the restaurant's like a battle in that case. In other situations,
I think with this, my fault. My fault. I ain't trying to cut you off. My headphones keep going out. So I think you done talking, and then you still be talking. My bad.
No, you good.
I think what he trying to say is not that like it has to be hands for it to be a battle. And correct me if I'm wrong, brother, but I feel like he was just getting that.
You're
like,
right.
Anytime they're coming, anytime they come into direct conflict, and it doesn't have to be like a quote unquote battle. Like it can be a match of the minds. It can be them coming into contact with someone that we think is an enemy stando, and really it's just like it's a friendly stando, but it was just giving us the kerfluffle for a minute. Like we was kind of fucked up. Like is he throwing dirt with us, or is this a good part? Like, and I agree because one thing I wanted to get to, but I didn't get to. The reason why 3 feels more shonen-y to me than 2, but they both feel shonen, is because one thing that defines the battle shonen kind of thing for me is the training. But there's like clear training that happens in 2, but the story made me feel like it wasn't shonen. In 3, the story made me feel like it was shonen, and Araki did something that's so cool to me where like they train through battles, like the training and the battles are happening at the same time. And I'm saying battles loosely, like we were using it before, that these conflicts are happening. So they're learning about stands, they're learning about how the environment goes, like they're learning about how to stack up and match up in different situations. And all that's training to me.
I'm trying to think that anybody in part 3 learned anything. Them niggas are just JoJo was just OP. Like, come on, bro.
Jotaro learned enough.
I mean, Jotaro learned how to stop time.
Yeah, bro.
He learned how to stop time.
He didn't train for that.
It was
as much as I hate to say it, as much as I hate to say it, Polnareff learned. He fell from his little pedestal he had with all his little speed at first, but then he started to learn, like, to figure out that I can't just rely on this one-dimensional thing.
But is that more training?
Aspect.
I'm gonna say I don't even remember that part.
I think
it was just trash.
I don't think it's like flat out training as we see it, and that's my point. I think we're used to seeing like a training montage or training arc of sorts, and we identify that as like this nigga's doing push-ups. He's running 5 miles a day.
He's embodying the concept that the best experience is experience. You can practice.
Is there a difference?
Because
that's how I feel about part 2.
But when you're in the game, when the pressure is on you, if you can hit it in the game, that's how you know you can really do it.
Yeah, so it was kind of cool to see them evolve through the experience. Whereas, like in 2, I felt like everything just led up to the big boss battle, and all the story elements that we touched on at the beginning of 2. Like I didn't feel like none of that shit got hit on. Like I was very blue.
I want to tap on a couple of the super chats and a comment. So before I touch the super chats, how do you guys feel about JoJo's influence on music? Or do you feel as though he brought people to music, or he brought music to people, vice versa?
I think he brought music to people.
Yeah,
him naming characters after artists and shit like that, pop culture references.
I don't know if he really. I mean, he's using a lot of popular stuff. It's not like he used like a lot of niche stuff. It's a lot of popular stuff. Like, so I don't know if he really influenced. Like, I can't say he influenced Red Hot Chili Peppers.
It's like
I can't say that.
You don't think he put the album sales up?
Nah, I don't know. I can't say he influenced Green Day. I could just say like he definitely
I stopped listening to Green Day after that shit. Actually, he taken away.
Damn! I guess I was right. He did the opposite. Jeez.
You said, "Hey, no, Green Day got a whack ass stand. Fuck that."
Yeah, green
tea. I never heard of Steely Dan before JoJo's.
So you saying Araki put you on?
There's a lot of niggas I didn't know about before JoJo's, honestly.
I listened to Dirty Work after I heard it on Sopranos, and I found out it was Steely Dan.
And he mentioned the Sopranos somehow. Okay, there it is.
Yeah. Hey man,
I'm
like y'all were older.
not that well versed in music, so like I've learned a lot about a lot of different artists and stuff from him. But he's just well traveled. He's one of those like Eastern storytellers that are really in tune with Western culture and stuff that we do over here. So he just really won't he loves like Clint Eastwood.
Y'all think that should be tweaking him out over there? Y'all think that should be tweaking him out over there?
What we tweaking
like
about?
what?
Tweaking them out.
All of our
shit they be doing. They can't tweak us. I mean, we can't tweak them.
No, I'm saying, yeah. I mean, that's a fact, Derek. But like, all of the references that we like that are from Western culture that Araki throws in his shit, when they get it before we do, you think that it tweaks them out?
Not in the slightest.
I think that they just like, oh yeah, this is a thing. Bohemian Rhapsody, yeah, that must be a thing.
I mean, but like when you think about Japanese culture, that's a very worldly city. Like they've absorbed so much of the world culture into what they do. Like it's not uncommon for them to be in karaoke bars singing these same songs as being referenced to his manga. Like it's not uncommon for them to have magazines and know about our artists. Like even if you look at like their media and what they have right now, it's heavily influenced by like our media of past decades and past generations. So like I don't think it tweaks them out at all. If anything, I think it's a bigger fangirl, fanboy moment. Yeah. And like
for sure,
I guess,
and it's America.
The West definitely influences more of Japan when it comes to music, is what I think. Like just big people over here, all the bands, all the big pop stars. I mean, T Swift, Michael Jackson, Drake, whatever you want to name. Taylor Swift is a big.
Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Taylor, why the fuck you call that bitch T Swift?
Listen.
You niggas are disgusting.
You have to understand. You have to understand. You have to understand.
Y'all niggas ain't fuck with Black Space though.
That's what I'm saying, Jay. That's what I'm saying, Jay. Her popularity is insane. You guys gotta acknowledge
bro,
it.
Not T Swiss levels. Not T Swiss levels.
Space was that shit.
Hell no, bro.
Call that bitch Taylor Swift. We not calling this bitch T Swift.
Nah, Sensei, we like this, bro. I can call her that. We like this. We like this.
Homies, oh, you crossing your fingers, nigga?
Yeah.
What the fuck? No.
I'm gonna say it, Escape. You want to say?
What
I'm
up?
say it. Listen, I'm a low key. I'm a milk merchant. So low key, I got a little. You know what I'm saying?
Milk merchant.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
All right.
I love all
Bro, y'all can like her. Just don't say that shit.
No.
You be wait. JD said he a milk merchant, but gave this bitch a black nickname. Stop it, gang.
Yeah.
Like we just see her as T Swift.
Is T Swift universal?
T Swift is not universal.
It's not. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
You ever look.
Sensei,
If you ever saw
Sensei, you got tequila coming up my nose.
So much street cred.
He said
all the white girls that run around pumping Taylor Swift, they be calling her shit like that. All right, I'm just letting you know.
Ain't no bitch walking with Taylor Swift calling up T Swift.
Yo, my eyes are burning, nigga. Oh my god.
There's not a single bitch in this world calling Taylor Swift T Swift.
I'm searching this.
No one in her party, no security guard, no assistant is calling that bitch T Swift. On game, they not calling.
Wait till these niggas find out they call Ariana Grande Ari. This shit's gonna go crazy. Hold on. That's
more believable than T Swift.
I guarantee you was the first person to ever say T Swift.
I'm the first person ever?
Yes.
Go ahead, gas me up. I'm a playmaker. Go ahead. I'm influential. Go ahead.
That's crazy. I searched it on Twitter. I don't see nobody calling her T Swift.
Exactly. You
just Look up T Swift.
You said T-E-E? Or like
I just started a trend on accident.
I started a trend real quick.
We don't even appeal to an audience that would say T
Swizzle?
T Swizzle? I ain't never said that. Hold on. I said T Swift.
I mean,
you said what you want me to call it? T Swizzle? That's what you said, gang. That's what I heard you say.
Is it spelled like T Mariah?
I said T Swifts. I didn't say T.
And then when we questioned it, you was like, I also heard niggas say T Swizzle.
Nah, I did not say that. I did not say that.
Okay, y'all.
I heard T Swizzle in the chat.
That's nasty.
I said T Swift. I said Drake, and I said Michael Jackson.
My eyes are
burning. Out of here.
Yo, I think
fuck out of here, y'all.
T Swift like a Pokemon.
Y'all are sick. All right, man.
So y'all fuck with T Swift or not? Like,
fuck out of here, bro. I'm moving on, G. I'm moving on. Yo ass, you just blew the shit out of me.
That ain't for me.
Not the Swift bitch. I'm not doing that.
Swift bitch. Oh,
shout out GB, man. Donated $5, man. Called me Glaverno Gliovana. Did I say that right?
Shit, I don't know. I was just typing.
Glaverno Gliovana. I appreciate that.
I tried to do glove and glove for Giorno Giovanna.
Yep.
I was driving.
And shout out Son D Lollipop for the donation, man. He said, "Yo, Sensei, good to see you. Doing gloves off again." Right, man. It's been a minute. Life has been lifing, but I'm fucking back, bro. I want to continue bringing this shit to you niggas. I'm going to continue taking the gloves off pause, but yeah, we lit. All right, so outside of all of that T Swift nonsense that we just had,
but now y'all gonna start saying it. No,
the fuck we're not.
You niggas is unhinged.
Bro,
come on.
If I ever say it again, it's going to talk about you. It's going to be to talk about you saying it.
Okay.
Hey, Glove, I got a question.
Okay.
What's up?
How
Taylor.
is taking the glove off a pause moment?
Yo.
Continue taking. Yeah, I'm talking to men too. Continue taking the gloves off.
What's the? All right, bro.
Yeah, you never heard no glove, no love?
Huh?
No glove, no love.
Y'all never heard that?
No love,
no love is crazy.
Holy fuck. You niggas are disgusting, but I love y'all to death. Number 3. All right, man. Is there any anime like JoJo? If so, Which
Get the fuck out of here, Jokic. My bad.
Immediately, the first anime that came to my mind is S-Cryad.
I've never seen that.
You never seen that?
Either, yeah. No, I haven't seen that.
I've heard of it.
S-Cryad it's like JoJo except minus the bizarre stuff. So it's basically like this part.
So how's it JoJo?
I mean, bizarre is then like what he does with the like.
JoJo's
all right,
normal adventure, nigga.
basically
JoJo's normal everyday adventure.
Yeah, so it's like
everyday activities, nigga.
like they have stands in the show, and it's basically like this area.
Is this show inspired by JoJo, or is like actually
Probably it came out 2001.
Damn.
Yeah. So if you probably recognize the look of it, it was on Toonami a lot. S-Cryad.
I remember the name. I never watched it.
I think the dude that made Code Geass made that. Because I remember watching Code Geass and he had like
Didn't Lelouch make it?
I don't know how to answer that, so no.
Lelouch dying to make that shit is crazy. Go ahead.
But yeah, no, S-Cryad, like I remember back in high school when like I was really watching it, I remember looking it up and then they were talking about like, yeah, so this is just like JoJo with the stance. Keep in mind, this is like 2011. This was way before like part 1 came back out with a remake and all that. And when they were talking about the stands in JoJo's, that's what made me look into JoJo, and I was like, oh, this should look kind of dope. And I just saw the OVA for part 3, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I see the similarities. Because they have stands, they have their own like abilities, and yeah.
I'm looking at it. They got like these arm powers they got.
Yeah, the main dude, the main character, he has an arm power, and his rival has a stand, and then like the arm is his stand. If you've never seen it, it's a dope anime. 26 episodes.
Actually, you're the first person to speak on it. I heard it's actually very good, to be honest.
Okay. Do we got any other anime that I like JoJo? Anybody can speak.
Y'all said one earlier. What was it? Fist of the North Star? That's what y'all said?
Niggas did say Fist of the North Star.
But didn't that come out before JoJo?
It did. So they saying
that
it's JoJo is inspired by that.
JoJo is like that for part 1 and 2.
I don't think there's anything quite like JoJo's.
Like swole niggas running around.
Nah, Baki's a good. I think
a 6-year-old.
Yeah, that shit is wild. I ain't gonna lie.
Bam!
So
you watch
every anime does that,
right?
bro. They was like Odin was out fucking bitches at 6.
Yeah, I guess if we're going like that, I guess Tokyo Revengers is just like JoJo.
Hey man, listen.
Oh yeah, that's all I'm saying. Bam.
Middle school ass niggas, but Draken is fucking. He should be in the NBA. Like, what the fuck is
people?
Look, isn't like Jotaro like 16 low key? Like
yeah, they are. He was in part 3. He was.
Damn, you feel like Baki is like JoJo?
Do I feel like who's like JoJo?
Baki
is like JoJo.
Sure.
I mean, I can see what Chris was saying, so I can agree with that about Baki. And I'm trying to think another one that might be like JoJo, but I be feeling like nothing is like JoJo. I feel like JoJo.
But I also don't watch the shit y'all watch, so I've never seen S-Cryad. I don't.
Yeah, I never seen
watching game.
Not that.
If you watch like the first episode of S-Cryad, you'll understand like how.
But I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I think it's on Crunchyroll still or YouTube. But if you watch the first episode, you'll see like the comparisons.
I don't know.
JoJo is very unique though. I don't think a lot of
anime
are doing the same like this.
What Zatch Bell?
Right, you gonna get up in a twist.
Zatch Bell's like Pokemon.
Like I said, it's hard to compare.
Don't wake me up.
Yeah.
Don't
wake me up. He said, "My nigga finna turn me up."
This is what I'm saying. You see how there's no like definitive answer. You guys are like asking. You're not even saying like this is that. You know what I'm saying?
A battle shonen that I compare to JoJo's in the sense that it's bizarre and you learn hella information while you watching the fights would be Cells at Work. That's the only one I wrote down.
Cells at Work?
That's the only one I wrote down when I was compared to JoJo's in that exact way. That you
talk about the one that's the bodily systems and they're all like people and stuff. You talk about that?
Yes, and the only reason I'm saying Cells at Work because it's the only other anime I've watched where like mid fight they're just spewing hell of random information at each other, and it's like why is this even relevant right now? Why do you know this? And it comes full circle in the fight, and to me that's cool as hell. As far as like JoJo's bizarre nature, the art style, all that other shit, I don't really think there's like a definitive answer. I don't think anything is quite like JoJo's, in my opinion. But like you can see it's
J Wolf in
influence
the comments
everywhere.
said Ben 10.
Agree.
Yeah.
Ben 10?
Ben 10,
Get
bro.
the fuck out of here, gang. What?
Hey, bro,
Hold on. Can we ban niggas?
Yeah, J Wolf, you can hold that, bro.
No, I ain't gonna ban. I ain't gonna ban. I ain't gonna ban. I ain't gonna ban him. I ain't gonna ban him. Shout out J Wolf. Shout out J Wolf. Nah, G, don't ban him.
You gotta send
He
a
my
super
nigga.
chat to say shit like Ben
But if
10,
we're
bro.
Yeah,
gonna
you gotta send some bread in to say some goofy shit like that. But I love you,
Yeah,
gang.
to say some Ben 10 shit, bro. You need to send some
Ben
bread in
10.
for that one.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You send bread in and say that shit again, nigga. What's your Venmo? I'm sending that bitch back.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Wait, you go refund that nigga?
Send it to me, Virgo. I'm gonna send it back.
That's so
You gonna refund that
funny.
nigga on glove you have, bro?
Hey, I really been on a nigga back before for some stupid shit.
That's so funny.
Yeah, my answer is that there's
What's up,
nothing
Naya?
there's nothing quite
Yeah,
like
get
it.
back.
There's nothing like it.
There's nothing quite like
I-
JoJo's.
I think if anything that I give you, I'm trying to force connections. Like someone literally said, it's JoJo without the bizarreness. So it's not JoJo.
But it's not JoJo. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys are picking something out of the story, and you're picking something that might
One
be
aspect of it for another
well,
aspect.
that might be. It's not even like a search. It's like a might be.
Like you got
Hold on.
You say, yeah, Mason Plumlee be like him sometimes.
Yeah, no. Hold on. The question was anime like JoJo. The reason why I said minus the bizarre part is because you remember that dude y'all brought up about. Remember the dude in Part 4 y'all brought up? The little short dude with the horns and all that looks ugly. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. If he was just normal, like if he looked normal, if he just
wasn't ugly, you can say
correctly,
you can say it.
Nah, he was a weirdo. Like if he wasn't a weirdo, that's what I mean by minus that bizarre element of weirdos and
ugly
very
bizarre too.
Yeah, but if you watch Escryed, if you watch the first episode of Escryed, it's literally JoJo's but real niggas.
Do Ed be crying?
JoJo's but real niggas.
Nah, there's certain niggas in that that's real.
And I think what Chris is saying is the point, right? Because like I don't think anything out there is quite like JoJo's, but you just trying to find what's JoJo reminiscent of what
we're doing our best here, guys.
Yeah, because the question is so I could say like Fairy Tail is like One Piece, but it's not.
The answer could also be there is nothing like JoJo.
I could say that Fairy Tail is like One Piece.
No, you
but
can't.
Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't.
Really can't though.
Hey, bro, what's your address? You finna get anthrax.
Yeah.
Virgo, that's crazy, nigga.
That nigga Virgo, bro.
You finna get anthrax.
Shout out Prototype though.
Oh, no, it's
So y'all don't see the similarities between the guilds and the okay, all right, never mind.
No. The thing is, there are similarities, but I feel like for JoJo,
like I said,
I feel like for
the question is
JoJo,
like.
we have to reach a little bit because it's that unique. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, like that's what I'm saying. Like if you
It's
if
a
you
little
look at
bit.
Escryed, it's I don't think it's a reach. It's just a part of like.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't.
I'm
say
gonna
it.
get drunk.
No, you're just saying like the essence of it. You're just like if we're gonna compare.
Yep,
I get what
it's
you're trying
time.
to say.
It's like the nigga that was licking the lollipop in Part 3. It's like, yo, get that out of here.
Little.
Are you talking about Cocky Wing?
Yeah. Enjoy that?
That's what I mean by the
Cocky
weirdness. It's like, yo, I'm not saying that name.
Yo, Araki was sick with that.
Hocking your wing.
Hocking your wing.
Whoa,
Wow.
He
Virgo?
was
Yo,
sick.
do not let this nigga Virgo cook no more.
Nah, bro, I gotta let him cook. He's home. He's home. He drinking. I'm with, bro. That's the vibe, G.
Hey, we here, gang. Yeah.
Bro, it's a lot of Twitter honeys that
My tip pink, my booty hole brown.
Yeah, we know. You showed us right before the stream.
Whoa. Wait, next question. Next question. Next question.
Get out of here.
I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but how does the JoJo community stack up against any other anime?
I think the JoJo community is great.
Okay, talk about it.
Y'all cool.
I mean, I just like that. Like nobody ever really complains about the JoJo's community. I mean, we just get excited.
People outside the JoJo community.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'll go last. Actually, y'all got this.
People outside the community complain about the JoJo community.
For what?
Because I'm so for what? I guess like the only thing that they would say is like, oh, is that like whoever said it earlier? Like, oh, is that a JoJo's reference? Like, I guess like people be upset about that, but in terms of how it fares against other like fandoms, I don't think it's really all that bad. I just think they're just super excited to talk about it. It used to be a point in time where people weren't messing with JoJo's because it's these big niggas and they dressing all tight and they fighting. Like nobody was really like sold on it all the way. But then people were like, all right, I'm actually feeling this. Like this is nice because these niggas know how to fight. I feel like that's what really drew more people into it and it became a little bit more accepted. But I remember years ago when I first started trying to get into it, people were like, no, like, ooh, you're weird for that. Like that anime. But now, but the JoJo community has been consistent as well. Like I don't ever think it's just been completely terrible. It's never just been super big either. Like JoJo community stay in their lane. That's how I feel.
I think it's dope. I agree. And I think it's dope.
You feel like there's a problem with people in JoJo trying to get people to watch JoJo?
Oh yeah.
No.
100%.
Not really.
People outside the community feel that.
There's one person in here that I can actually air out right now.
Air him out.
Who?
Air his ass out.
Send Ito 99. Send Ito 99. You're not shut the fuck up about JoJo's for the longest fucking time. Steve-O, Jay, and Virgo can vouch for this because these niggas have been around with me whenever he does it. All right. That nigga does not shut up about that shit. I love him to death. I love that he loves JoJo. I love that he loves Tokyo Ghoul. But
it might just be a him thing, though.
But Sensei, he's not the only one. He's not the only one. That's the issue, right?
That might just be a him thing, though. What I'm saying, though, because he do that with a lot of different.
Also, fuck Trojan X.
No, but he only does that with 3 now. He only does that with 3 now.
Nigga, only 3? Like that's a lot of series to be gassing to everybody.
It's only JoJo, Tokyo Ghoul, and
JoJo, and what else?
And
he doing it. He doing it with Naruto on his timeline right now.
No, that's different though. That's
like, Sin, how is that different?
No, because when it comes to JoJo, he's always pushing it. When it comes to Naruto, it's only whenever it's brought up.
He's bringing it up, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he does JoJo more than Naruto. It's different. Like he's actually that nigga was in my ass about that shit. Like it was crazy.
So hold on.
Pause. Like actually.
Whoa, nigga, you mean on?
Nah.
I think the JoJo community is
What's up, Chris? Go ahead.
See what JoJo's done to you?
I think it's really cool because I just found out they're doing this. I forgot what it's called, but it's a day where they're making their own cosplay in the JoJo world, and they're all coming together to do like.
I would be very surprised if any regular.
Hold up, I know where to find that. I'm gonna look. It's like cosplayers and all that. They pick a day and they cosplay as like the JoJo characters.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking you saying the community is making a JoJo character.
I love it.
I'm about to find out right now. I'm gonna let you know.
You know what? Anything is possible, gang.
I'm gonna find out right now.
But there is one other issue in the JoJo community.
What's up,
Sensei, when you say stack up, what do you mean exactly by stack up? Or do you just want to know what we think about the community in general?
What did I say? Oh, when I say like stack up to other communities.
Oh, if we're community,
put on your tip.
So in terms of I guess positive publicity, negative publicity.
Okay, well,
personal interactions, like things like that.
If we're saying that, then I think that the one main issue that I have that I had before I even started JoJo up until now is the community consensus. When it comes to community census and other series like Naruto or One Piece,
toxic
or anything, right? I feel like if I asked all the One Piece fans in here how they felt about Water 7 and Enies Lobby, they would all say goated. It's great. I loved it.
You feel like that's a bad thing?
No. Listen. Let me finish. When I ask people about JoJo's and their favorite parts,
they say read it.
No. And I'm in a group, 5-6 people on Discord, 5-6 people in person, whatever. There's always a big ass argument because motherfuckers talk about.
Really?
Part 2 is one of my favorites. I think it's underrated. And then another guy would be like, it doesn't have stands. It's fucking trash. And then it's like a back and forth thing.
Honestly, I can count on one hand how many times that has actually happened to me.
It's happened to me a lot.
For the most part, niggas generally have.
I don't see it.
There's a consensus in some of the parts for JoJo for me generally. There's like. For me, in my experience, the niggas that I've communicated with about like questions like rank the parts and shit like that, I can name maybe 3 or 4 niggas. Naya being one of them, Sin being another, but Sin also reads the manga and I don't, so his opinion is different than mine.
Yeah.
But like 3 or 4 niggas that may have had like a drastically different ranking, like part ranking or villain ranking or
I've
something
seen,
like that.
that's the thing. I've seen drastic villain rankings. I've seen drastic part rankings. I was under the impression, and I still kind of am, that part 7 is kind of that part that everybody in the JoJo community just acknowledges. But as I'm catching up, I've seen more people say it's actually not even the best part. They think part 6 and part 8 are actually better than part 7, and I'm sitting here like how the fuck?
I can add some. I can add some content.
Without spoiling, go ahead, Naya.
I'm not going to spoil anything. It's what tends to happen with this community. So when I read part 3, right? I think somebody like on Paint on some piss colored scans just like went on like used erase and then typed it in. Like every part that comes out in the anime becomes extremely popular through the fan base because it's recent. It's what's sticks in people's craw because of recency bias. So part 5 was universally in my sphere. In my sphere, what?
Go ahead.
I do not know what Virgo's talking about, but now it's like a relevancy thing.
With me trying to play this game and talk about JoJo and you cutting me out, you're gonna ruin my train of thought. Just give me a second. Okay?
Go ahead. Naya.
Continue.
What the fuck
I
did I
want to
just
hear
say? No, seriously,
you were talking about you're basically talking about relevancy whenever they came out and they were relevant.
You said part 5. Part 5 when it dropped was
So in my circle, like that was most people's least favorite part. But when that anime came out, the piano, everyone was part 5's the GOAT, this and that, the other. And then when part 6 came out, also because women empowerment, she's a girl, people like Foo Fighters, her and Hermes, that became the next part. I'm not complaining. My point is every part that came out, in my opinion, a lot of people started to say that was their favorite part because the anime becomes so popular and it permeates through the community, and then people start thinking a certain type of way. So that's why I think that people like would say that.
So wait, all right. So let's ask ask the group now. Let's ask the group now, anime only. Rank your parts. We're gonna start with GB because you was about to talk. GB, rank your parts right now.
Damn, I don't get to say what I was gonna say.
No.
Well, I'm gonna go part 4, then part 6. Then now I just rewatched 4 and 5 to get ready for this gloves off. 5 is actually dropped for me. 5 is actually dropped for me. I got 2. Then I got 5. Then I got 3. Then I got 1.
Okay.
And I gotta go back and rewatch 1, 2, and 3. But I've been kind of dreading it because I just did not enjoy them my first time around.
Okay,
makes sense though. A lot of people.
Chris,
okay.
Rank your joints.
So I didn't want to go because I hate ranking.
All right, we can skip you, gang. If you
I just want to explain because like I hate ranking the parts because like bro, chill. Part 6 was what, Jolene?
Yes.
Like okay, so 6 and 4 like I like them for different reasons, and it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, that was better or this was better. So I can't rank them. The one I'll say is like 6 left the most like. How can I say this? It fucked me up.
You alright, bro?
Yeah.
Again, it's okay to be pussy.
It's okay to be pussy.
It's okay to be pussy.
That's
OD. If you need time to gather yourself, gang, it's a lot of niggas up here.
Right.
I couldn't find a word, but it fucked me up. 6
I got tissues. Where the Virgo?
What you saying?
That's it though.
What's up?
About the community thing, I DM'd you on Twitter the thing I was talking about, Sensei.
And DM me too.
Whoa.
Hey yo, Naya, rank your joints. I know I've seen your shit before, but rank your 6.
Oh,
you said this is the anime version.
Yep, first six.
Anime only. Yeah.
Well, 6 and 2, and any given day I interchange. Battle Tendency and Stone Ocean are my favorite parts.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna go.
2 equals 6, and then go ahead.
Then I'm gonna go with 3. I'm gonna go part. I don't know because my like every time I revisit it, sometimes I might pick up something new and change my opinion a little bit. But I'm actually gonna put Phantom Blood next.
Okay.
1. So that this is where like I tweak with him. So he got 1 after 2 and 6.
But this is what I was just saying.
Like, the discourse.
This is what we talked about.
That's what I was just saying. I was like,
wait. You see how GB and Chris gave,
then I'll go 3, 4, 5.
GB and Chris gave points. I had nothing to say.
Sensei's an aggressive fan.
No. But he's
I'm an aggressive.
He's not aggressive. He's passionate. Come on, let's go.
That's too. Yeah, let's go, bro. Skate, you my nigga, G. Let's go. I'm a passionate individual,
but here's what I wanted to say about you see this right here. Like, obviously, sometimes it depends on how it turns out. Are we arguing? Are we yelling? Is anyone listening? Sure, but my favorite part about being in this community is I could look someone in the eye and be like, yo, Joseph's that nigga. I love battle tendency. And so I'm like, that's my least favorite part. And everyone's opinion is so vastly different. I actually like that. I don't like that there's generally some like
I agree.
Universal opinion.
Oh yeah, I totally agree.
That makes
I like
conversation 100 times
that's why I wanted to continue, right? I said,
who wants to be in an echo chamber in any conversation?
This is the thing is one part of me is like, this is nice to not have a consensus because you can debate it, you can argue about it. I've argued about with Stan and other people about JoJo's, right? It's fine to have different opinions. I love the discussions. I love it. But on one end, I feel like as a writer, right? And you're obviously trying to accomplish a goal. You want your readers to feel some type of way. I feel like to have so much disparity, so much like arguments within your community about something that's, I feel like there's some things that needs to be concise. There's some things that have to be conveyed in a correct way. I'm not saying he's a bad storyteller or anything, but the fact that there's so much fluctuation, it's uneasy for me. Like, I don't like that. That's like,
hold on, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I appreciate the most about what both of y'all are saying is that there's like, we're able to actually have discourse. Like, we're able to actually have conversations about these parts and shit like that. There's shows out here, Bleach, where like niggas don't have anything to say.
Yeah, fuck
like
Bleach,
niggas don't have anything
y'all
to say.
Y'all niggas gonna make me leave.
Outside, bro, leave. Cause y'all like Bleach niggas, Demon Slayer niggas. Like, it's a lot of
what's wrong with Bleach, nigga, bro?
It's a lot of
Sensei, I'm sorry.
It's a lot of series where niggas don't have shit to talk about, like conversations to have outside of
the blade is me,
or the outfits or the fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out the
like the outfits or the Ichigo. Like, that's it. Like, niggas don't have like in-depth conversations about arcs, about characters, about none of that shit. Because
I really disagree.
Nah, come off on Radman, please.
I'm spitting right now, bro.
I like when Ichigo was more edgy.
Like love, no, you think you're spitting, but it's actually a little bit.
No, it's a lot of saliva on this mic. It's a lot of saliva on this mic.
You believe
it's a lot of saliva on this mic. Fuck out of here, gang.
Okay. I think what Sensei is trying to probably say is like, the conversations with other like fandoms and everything can get repetitive, but seeing how JoJo's everything is just different, there's just no way that you're gonna get the same convo every time. That's what I'm hearing. Like,
man, he's not even saying.
And it's a better quality. I'm saying that. Bam.
There's nothing there.
I'm saying that, Bam, and I'm saying there's nothing there, and I'm saying that there is a lack of conversation. Like, a lack of,
and what upsets me, because you know what, he's not entirely wrong. He's not entirely wrong, right? Because I'm one of few people who I noticed that shit. He's not entirely wrong.
The deuce almost came through the nose.
He's getting his entire discourse from Mike and Mike alone.
Yeah.
What?
No, that's cap.
Stop it. That's cap. Right, wait, hold on. Let GB cook. Let GB cook.
I was about to say.
What's up, GB?
So, first, I'm gonna address the Araki thing. I definitely agree, and I like the community because there is discourse in the community. I think the fact that he's made the parts so diverse and different from each other, it's allowed people to be passionate about the different parts for different reasons, and that causes good discourse. Like, the fact that Naya has part 1 so fucking high, I like. It's one of the only
crazy.
One of the only niggas. One of the only niggas that's ever had part 1 that high around me.
No, I've seen another nigga like, have it high too, G.
But that's what I'm saying. Is I see niggas.
Hold on. He definitely said around him, by the way.
Let me around me. let me get this out. So he one of the only niggas around me that's fucked with part 1. So I'm kind of like, bro, maybe I should go back and at least get that shit a second shot, because the first time I watched it, I ain't know what JoJo's is about, and maybe that's why I didn't enjoy it. So I'll probably give it a second watch, and maybe I might feel differently in part 1, just like I felt differently about part 5 now, and like my hindsight. And then to the Bleach thing, it's no substance to most of them niggas' conversations. And the only niggas that have substance to their Bleach conversations are niggas that are primarily a part of other communities. The only less than 5 niggas reached out and had real conversations with me. 3 of them niggas are One Piece niggas. One of them niggas is a Hunter x Hunter.
Oh boy.
Nigga. And the last nigga is a JoJo's nigga. And them the only niggas that had like real
because me and you have had zero discourse about it, GB.
We DM'd twice about it, and that was it. And we said we was gonna have a conversation about it later on.
That's damn near zero.
That's damn near zero. I still owe you, but you would be another person I would consider a One Piece nigga that's having a Bleach conversation with me. But when I talk to Bleach fans,
when we talk to Bleach Bay, it's like no,
they have no fucking brain cells at all, bro. I'm sorry.
Like, listen, bro, we can't. I know that it's niggas like Mike and niggas like Fiji that got niggas reeling.
It's niggas like, and I don't want to do that to Mike, but Mike's conversations be lacking.
Mike is terrible.
And I think to bring it full circle about the Araki thing, the diversity in what goes on in JoJo's helps all these different fans come together and have conversations from different points of view. Same thing with One Piece. Yeah. I did not feel there's a lot of diversity in Bleach. I felt like I read a long ass rescue arc over and over again. So I don't think it has a very diverse conversation palette around it. And them niggas never had to have
it's like a college course in damsel in distress.
Right.
It's not inspiring me to do better. It's an enjoyable, it's like a dessert. If I was at a table,
I feel like every fandom got goofballs.
It's good to watch. It's good to look at.
I feel like every fandom has goofballs, and GB, you and Sensei have unfortunately probably ran into a plethora of them. That's what it is. That's all it is.
Plethora of what?
GB, I'm glad you brought up One Piece though, because it is one of those series that I brought it up earlier. I'm sorry for bringing up One Piece multiple times though. Sorry guys, it's JoJo stream, but it is one of those series though, like that you can talk about, and the conversations don't get stale. I know a lot of people might disagree in this current point in time, but they've also been in the community for a while, so it is what it is. But as a being a fan for years,
I'm just saying, these conversations don't get stale.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Virgo. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Naya, you've been in the community for a while, so it's different. But I'm saying before, when you were live reacting through each arc and you were going through it and you were catching up, it was not that stale. Like there was theories popping out all the time, and it was very interesting. People were like, "Oh my god, did you find this? Did you see this? Did you see this SBS? Did you see this interview?" It was, "Oh, they said this. One Piece is going to be done at this time." Like it was always a conversation, right? We're getting to the end, so now it's just getting stale, obviously, right?
And I think
here's why I agree. What GB said when he's like, "Yo, we might be deeper into a fandom than he is."
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Because I'd say there's just as much to talk about in JoJo for me than in One Piece. I just need the right people to talk to with. Most people aren't caught up. That's the problem. Most people are not caught up to all the way to part 9. That's the problem. I can't just keep talking about.
Hey, Sin, I'm making a point. I'm making a point to reach out to you when I finish a part, and then we have conversations.
Bet.
Just like
we talked after part 4, 5, and 6. I'm gonna get you
exactly. I was gonna say I'll hit you as soon as I finish part 6.
We're gonna do it.
Can I say my list in order?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Just to kind of pivot back to the original point. I will say I haven't seen somebody put Phantom Blood that high. I do think that's interesting too. So I like the fact that can cause discourse right there, just to go back to that point. But for me,
your list, so you have a reason why.
No, it's fine. You have to explain. It's fine. I get it. What's gonna say?
I want to explain it. That's
I want to explain.
I got to your exposition.
Why you shut me down, bro? Okay, go ahead.
I got to get this off my chest.
Right. Okay. So for me, it would be first is Diamond is Unbreakable. I love that. I love that one. Then I would say Stardust Crusaders.
Or 3.
That's my 2. Yeah. Okay. So part 3. Sorry, I'm just saying by the name. My bad. Then I'll say part 5, Golden Wind.
Part 3, 5.
Then part 6, Stone Ocean. then Battle Tendency, then Phantom Blood.
Wow. Okay.
That's my list.
Can I go next?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was about to say this list kind of different, but yeah, Sen. Sen is anime only, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's fine. My list is very simple: 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
And going from best to worst. Going from best to worst.
That's fair, and that's fair.
Wow, okay.
Take God.
My list was actually similar, but I've only seen 4, so I was going to go 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Hey, 4 top 1. Let's go.
Take God might not be right.
People always want to contest me about.
You don't have to include 6 because I know you haven't finished 6.
I ain't finished 6.
5 and 1.
I will always say any part with stands is automatically better than any part without stands, which is why I wanted to do at the bottom.
By that. He does stand by that.
4, huge gap.
Right, Jay?
3, 5, 2, 1.
4, 3, 5, 2, 1.
Wow.
Okay. JD. Lord Legend.
Johnny.
Stebo.
Good talk.
Saint Garcia?
Stebo, rank your parts 6 to 1.
Is Denver playing the Lakers right now? I think he's watching.
Yes.
Stebo, a.k.a. Mr. Booty Hole Brown. Go ahead and say something.
Don't say that to that nigga like his background not brown right now, G. Don't do that.
Oh my god.
That's nasty.
Background is.
You got something.
Give me your ranking, gang.
Fucked up.
Hey man, it must be legit coming from me. But my ranking is damn. I don't like top to bottom, so I'm gonna go bottom to top. I'm gonna say my least favorite out of 1 through 6. It'll probably be part 2.
Your voice made me quiver.
Oh, thank you. After that, my least favorite would probably have to be and this is tough, and I don't dislike part 2, by the way, so this should let you know how I feel about JoJo.
Gotcha.
Okay. After that, I feel compelled to say part 6.
Whoa.
2, 6? Okay.
I just thought about something kind of crazy.
After that,
I won't say it though. Hope I remember.
I think I'll say part 1, and then I'll go part. See, I haven't given this much thought.
1 over 6.
Hey, let this nigga shake the table, bro.
Let him cook.
You were just gassing up Shigechi. Go ahead.
I was gassing.
Yeah, I love Shigechi. Yeah, and part 4 might be my favorite, man. You gonna see.
That's fine. I like it.
Go ahead.
Period.
And,
I agree.
Exclamation point, straight up.
part 3 next, and then it's 5, and then it's 4.
Okay.
You got 2, 6, 1, 3, 5, 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an interesting list.
So
let him cook.
Best to worst, you got 4, 5, 3, 1, 6, 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see how I started with 2, 6 and hit. Those are his least favorite parts. Like I like that.
I think that's fine.
It's always we're having a conversation, but just to before I forget, someone said earlier, I think I don't remember who said it earlier, and I understood.
I was talking about it earlier.
No, someone was saying like they think it's a bad thing that there's no general consensus on certain things in the community.
No. I didn't say it was a bad thing. I said it was something that made me feel uneasy when I was trying to start it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because it was like they're like telling me to start it, and they're like, "Oh, it gets good here," and I was like, "It's good here." It's like it's kind of annoying, It's kind of turned me away a little bit whenever I was first starting.
That's actually a kind of perfect segue into why I like part 1, Phantom Blood, so much, right? Because I find this to be common with any long running series that has like
with any series,
multiple movies or whatever the case is, or multiple games sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
where people will be like, "Yo, Nair, you have to read Kingdom. Why? Yo, just get to the Coalition arc." That's far, bro.
That's far.
I have to read a lot of chapters to get to that. No, I've heard people say.
Oh yeah, everybody who's told me to read Kingdom.
Like you have to get to the Coalition arc, and I'm like, but the first
that's
arc
like
is
One
really
Piece
good.
levels of ridiculous.
It's like 400, 500 chapters in.
Yeah. When I think it's like return to Kin or whatever. When they take the kingdom back, I'm like, this is a very strong start. I like the first arc. I love One Piece. Oh, you have to get past East Blue. You got to get to like Alabasta or Enies Lobby or whatever. And I'm like, I like East Blue. Like,
I like all
to
that
me,
shit.
like to me, I find that a lot of communities tend to disrespect the beginning of a series, and I'm like, to me, that's the foundational piece for what everything will be built upon. I find that Dio is.
Can I ask you this?
Hold on. I find that Dio is the catalyst for pretty much everything that happens in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, as much as part 1. And I find that very intriguing. Where no matter what part you can some way tie it back to Dio. I won't talk about 7, 8, 9 for the time. Well, I don't know shit about 9 yet. We're 3 chapters in, but I'll leave that for now. Where I'm like, sometimes I cannot appreciate what comes later without what came before, and sometimes I have to give it the respect, even though, now we have this new ability that was never in the first 100 chapters. But I'm like, but we had to do this to get there.
Hemmings. First of all, I want to apologize. You've known me for so fucking long.
No, he hasn't.
You're one of my closest homies. And it's so sad that you always get so scared that I'm gonna cut him off because we've known each other for so long. But you know my tendencies. This time I was actually just saying kudos to what you were saying. Oh no, Hems can't check me. Hems think he's swole, nigga, but it's all good.
Hems will knock your ass.
What I'm hearing though, Naya, is that you do appreciate exposition, and I appreciate you for appreciating that because I like exposition and attention to detail.
He's right. The beginning of mangas or any medium of entertainment are the building blocks for said entertainment. So like, why are you telling someone to hurry up and just wait from the beginning stages? No, you'll be enthralled from the beginning if you really enjoy your series. Talk it up.
But that goes back to my initial thing about JoJo fans being kind of annoying when they did that shit. Yeah, when they're telling you to start. Yeah,
you the last one.
I think there isn't any community that I find that I'm a huge part of, so like I can't speak on that because like I'm not a person who like is like read this, watch this. I'm like, bro, do whatever the fuck you want.
I say read and watch a lot of things. Like I feel like anything,
Kubera, nigga, don't do that.
I feel like anything I tell a nigga to get into, I guess I'll fall into a community category if that's how that works. If that's how it works, then I'm a part of a lot of communities. Like
I don't know if is that.
I don't know the criteria for niggas on Twitter.
I don't either. I don't know
but like
the stipulation.
If you a nigga that tell niggas to watch things religiously, I guess religiously with
like Sen.
Yes. Like me.
then you a part of a community. I tell niggas they need to get into Vinland Saga. I tell niggas they need to watch JoJo.
You're definitely that. You in that community.
One Piece. Yeah, bro. Like it's a lot of shit. That
you might have to be a paperboy read all about it ass nigga for you to be the part of the community. You might have to.
Oh, Jesus.
If
I don't like drop panels and do shit like that. But like if the conversation coming up, I'm gassing. This
really
shit.
shouldn't.
Like,
same thing.
Or if it's ever,
you really shouldn't.
Or if it's ever a bait ass tweet like, "What should I watch? I need recommendations." Like if it's something like that, I'm always talking.
Because I got a list. You know what I'm saying?
That should be bait, gang. Like it be bait.
People talk about, I need a sports series. Like, all right, bro. Like, have you seen Diamond No Waist yet? Like, I'm gonna get like, what do you need to see?
Have you seen Boku no Pico, nigga? That's a sport. Never mind.
Virgo.
I think what I also want to say is I think JoJo niggas also grasp the concept that the difference in Araki's parts, like the average person may not fuck with JoJo's until part 3. I think that's why so many people say it. Like in my mind, I know someone can look at I know that someone can look at part 1 and be like, "Yo, this shit is gas from the start." I've seen people do that now. I've seen people look at part 2 and be like, "Yo, I don't understand why y'all don't like part 2. This shit was great to me." But on average, most people don't grasp and understand JoJo's until like part 3. And I think the bizarreness of it comes off as just Dio being a villain a lot in part 1. Like you don't recognize maybe how bizarre it is because you just see Dio being this unhinged ass nigga. But the whole anime doesn't feel bizarre, so like that hasn't clicked in for people yet.
But I think that's because of Araki, though. I'm not saying he's a bad writer or anything, but I think he gets better as a writer as he writes, right? But he gets to the point in part 3 where he understands what he wants to accomplish as a writer. Like he's really in his bag, creating stands and creating the antagonist. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
I actually agree with how noticeable his like growth is because I would argue that part 3 is a prototype for stands. He had not solidified the idea yet.
That's a fact.
I agree with that because in part 4, I didn't even give my list yet. Part 4 is one of my favorite parts because it made me a JoJo fan. Like that shit. When I got to that part,
get your list real quick.
Yeah.
Virgo was the last one.
Hold on, can I finish my point off?
All right, finish off
Go
point
ahead,
and then escape. Get your list.
Go ahead.
I think regardless of that, all I'm speaking to is that I think JoJo fans understand that like there is a difference that's going on. We do understand that Rocky's writing is evolved. Outside of Oda, he's the only writer I think that's actually evolving as he writes. And I believe that fans understand that when they're trying to bring new fans into community. So I think that's why a lot of people say like get to part 3. Because if you don't like that shit by part 3, it's not going to be no other parts that you like. Like if you didn't like part 1, 2, or 3, those are the foundation and the crux of JoJo's. I don't think it's nothing else to really get you into it. If it was nothing you liked about part 1, 2, and 3, I don't think you find shit in the later parts. Like you got to find at least one thing.
You have to be a contrarian, GB. I didn't really get into it till after 4.
Yeah, I was about to say part 4. I think is the.
I'm sorry, I got to keep it a buck.
Changing one.
This
is what I'm talking about when I talk about consensus. This is what I'm talking about. 1, 2, and
3. I didn't like nothing about 1, 2, and 3.
No.
I did enjoy it. But when I was like, okay, JoJo, something I could fuck with was 4.
Yeah, 4 turned me into a JoJo fan. Is what I'm saying. Like
there we go.
It's not that I didn't enjoy 1, 2, and 3 because I enjoy those parts. And even looking back after watching 4, 5, and 6, I can appreciate them even more. But after watching part 4, when I saw him do the bizarre shit, like when he was making stands. Them shits was all random, spontaneous. I'm like, what's next? Who's fighting who? What's what? I was just talking about the Just Day moment when he one shot his mom and took the stand under a second. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what JoJo is to me. Is that whole part? That's what it was.
Y'all making my whole point because that's all I'm saying. Like you're saying you liked 1, 2, and 3. So like
I'm saying that was cool. I would look at it in passing.
Yeah.
But you didn't hate it. 4 is the culmination. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying 1, 2, and 3 are the foundation, but 4 is the time when Araki's putting everything together. We finally have complexity and layered nuance to stands. They're not 2-dimensional like they are in the last part, strength, speed. Like 4 is where he puts it together. But like if you went through 1, 2, and 3, and you absolutely hate them shits, you didn't rock with it. It was nothing you liked. I don't think there's nothing you're gonna like about JoJo's.
So you're saying unknowingly he had me before that, but I started standing at 4.
Basically.
Yeah,
I didn't have a choice. I had to watch JoJo.
I think this is one of those things where like everything you're saying makes sense to me, and I agree. But like just personally, I'm not like that. I truly believe if you don't like the first chapter episode, you can move on. You don't got
and you know what?
Also, wait, Naya, your limit is 1 episode. Like you give a series 1 episode.
My point is like for me, I generally so.
Y'all gotta understand, man.
Let's say it's 1,000 chapters. I want to probably give you about 10% to see if you can hook me and entice me.
Okay.
So
So it depends on how long the series is.
Exactly. That's me personally. But I truly believe if you read the first chapter of My Hero, not the art, the characters, not a possible plot thread that you may have thought up, not a single thing entices you to want to go to chapter 2. You're justified in dropping. I hate when people go.
I agree with you.
This part. I don't like that. Don't tell me that.
I think that's fair. 10%.
I agree with you.
I think niggas should give like 10%, maybe 5%, 5 to 10%.
Be the new better.
So
with that too.
5 to 10% for stuff.
That's a good question to ask. How many episodes is enough to give an anime a try?
10%.
He said 5 to 10%.
He did about percentage.
No. I think that's bullshit. 5 to 10% is subjective. I'm talking about a
how? Nigga, no, it's not. That's a number.
No. So I'll put it this way. If I tell somebody how many episodes should I give them to watch One Piece, I'm not gonna say 5 to 10% because that's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit.
How?
5 to 10% of 1,000 episodes is a lot of episodes. That's bullshit.
That is not bullshit.
10%.
Nigga,
10% that's like, of 1,000 is 100 episodes.
That's like up to 100 episodes.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick. I'll let you cook. All I'm gonna say is this. Personally, for me, I don't operate like that. Like that's just me. Like I get what you're saying. I'm not mad at that. But with me, it's like, bro, I didn't like the first episode. I'm like, move on with your life. You don't have to keep going. Like, move on.
We can do that about anything. But like, is it fair?
My thing because
I think the first chapter of One Piece is great.
Not about being fair.
The first chapter of Kingdom is great. JoJo was great. All of that. I think they're all good chapters. So for me, it's not like when does it get good? I look at you and go chapter 1.
But like I think it's a lot of not so analytical niggas that'll read that chapter and be like, okay, now what?
I don't have the time. I don't have the time to constantly placate the people whose brain cells don't work anymore. I don't have the time.
So here's the thing, right?
Okay, now you took it a little step further.
So here's my concern, right?
You took it a step further.
We live in a world where we believe that whatever we think is right will be right. I apologize, but we as humans, we live in a community. And as a community, there is a general consensus. So we have to understand and establish the general consensus because that's how society works. That's how communities work. That's why Gloves Off is here. That's why we have the same type of niggas here today. So hold on, I'm not done. You interrupt me, I'm gonna cuss you out. So let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
We got drunk JD activated. I love that.
Absolutely. I'm turning. I had
that nigga came off mute.
So my point is, GB, shut up, nigga.
That's an interruption. Just no.
So what I'm basically saying here is there should be a general consensus for the amount of episodes or the amount of chapters you read of a manga before you make a concrete, educated opinion. And
up until this conversation, JD,
yes,
a lot of niggas said 3 episodes. The consensus was 3 episodes.
3 episodes is fair. I would say 5 episodes.
Yeah, 5 episodes.
That's making this up.
I feel like 5 episodes is more than enough.
5 episodes of a series that has 5,000 is not enough.
I think
to answer your question, JD, when it comes to anime, I do 3 episodes. I normally know by 3 episodes if it's something I want to watch, put on the back burner, and come to it later on some casual shit, or I want to drop altogether. When it comes to manga, if those first 3 chapters are like the super 60 plus page blowouts, I will know by the end of those first 3 chapters normally. If they're not like large chapters, I normally give it like 10 chapters, 10 to 15.
And the difference is we can go through manga chapters much faster than we can go through anime episodes.
Exactly, yeah.
And I agree, but here's what I'll also say. As a mangaka, as an artist, as a writer, it is your job to engage the audience early.
Immediately.
I don't want to hear this. You got to read 30 chapters to get into it. That's bullshit. Right. You would not have been signed as a manga if you were an editor and you're reading somebody giving you new work. If the first 3 chapters are shit, you might nigga get this shit out my face. So why do we act like we need to wait 10 chapters for something to be good? Why?
Jay, can I answer it?
Yes.
I'm so confused because didn't I just say first chapter? What is it?
He did say
first chapter. To be fair, for me, first chapter is a little too knee-jerk. But
Sen, before you say what you have to say, Jay is spitting when he's talking about a hook. That is a thing in literature that authors have to have, is a hook, and they have to hook the reader. So for you guys to say that you don't need a hook is blasphemous. So whoever
to me that's bullshit.
Only nigga that said that was Lil Wayne.
I'm just saying, I'm about to say.
Sam, what were you about to say?
You funny as shit.
Everything you said is correct. Everything you said is correct. I'd say when people say, when does this get good? I don't think they're talking about just in general, like, is the first chapter good? I think they're talking about, when am I going to get hooked on this? When am I going to love this series? I think that's
so to me, it's like...
How the fuck would I know that?
Exactly, Virgo.
I don't know you.
No, that's why they asked the question, when is this going to be a series? Oh, when am I going to get hooked on this? When does this get good? That's why people say, oh, Marineford. That's why people say Sabori. That's why people say Arlong Park. That's why some people say
Coalition. Half the story in
Coalition, right? They say a bunch of big arcs, right? They don't say... the first chapter or whatever.
Niggas say
what do niggas say for series that's less than 300 chapters?
Well, even
what do niggas say for that?
I don't
give an example.
You guys are talking.
What do niggas that finish reading Demon Slayer say? When does Demon Slayer get good?
But Sensei, you know what they say? They don't say by episode or by manga chapter though. They literally go by arc. They'll say at this arc you'll enjoy it. That's the realistic.
That's what niggas do for One Piece too.
I understand that. I'm just clarifying because you guys are saying it very broadly. You know what I'm saying?
There are niggas that watch Jujutsu Kaisen that are anime only, and they be like, wait to the second core.
Yeah, that's a lot of them say that.
Yeah, a lot of them do that.
I'll give niggas.
They'll say, wait till you go to Shibuya. It is true. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, like, Jay, you're right, but I'm saying what they're asking is not like what you're trying to like show though.
So here, like, I understand
it's good. It's good at chapter 1. Like, if you read it, it's gonna be a fine chapter. It'll be a fine chapter. It'll make you want to read the second one, maybe.
But here's where I want to concede to Naya. right?
I'll raise my
Because
hand
there
on
has
this
to be. It doesn't have to hook you
Don't,
and make you want to
nigga.
binge.
You wait until I
But
call
there
him.
has to be something.
Funny as hell.
There has to be something that will catch your interest. Right?
Agreed.
You may
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
may
You're
not be
completely right.
hooked, but you have to write something that compels me enough to be like, I kind of want to know where this goes. That doesn't mean I'm hooked, and that's the difference. If you're too brain dead to understand something that should catch your interest, and be like, oh, I just want to see niggas throw hands. Read Dragon Ball Z, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
Over and over
Agreed, Jay.
again.
But that thing that catches your interest, you wouldn't say, oh, that's when it gets good.
But
you wouldn't say that.
Here's the thing, right? My thing is, all I can tell you when it gets good for me.
Hold on, Virgo.
It's just a semantic thing at the end of the day.
So to me, anyone that says anyone.
Hold on, JD. Hold on, JD. Go ahead, GB.
My fault.
Go ahead, GB. What you was saying?
I give niggas a cutoff. So if I'm telling you like at least go to the end of part 3, I'm literally saying like if you don't like this shit by the end, like if there's nothing you like about this shit by the end of part 3, drop this shit. If I'm encourage you to go to a certain point, but like also if you don't like that shit at the end of the first chapter, you want to drop it, then drop it. But at most, I'll give you a cutoff. Like if you don't like One Piece by this point, I don't think you're gonna fuck with it. Like I think you hate watching after that point. And don't fuck with it. Like you don't have to appease me by keeping to go through these series. So like, I normally give niggas a cutoff. I don't normally tell them like it gets good at this point because I can't define that. Like that's subjective as fuck. I can't define.
I literally fucking hate that question.
GB, can I piggyback off that?
Like literally, I just be like, read. If you don't like it, you don't like it.
Keep it a bean. All I'm saying is whenever I'm saying anything like that, like wait till this point, these are my own things that are my own cutoffs. Things that hooked me, things that got me into the series. You do not have to feel the same way as my black ass. I guarantee some things that I might relate to or resonate with, or maybe I have better reading comprehension than you. I don't fucking know. Either way, those are the things that grasp me, not you. And I can't really give you a barometer to where you're going to be able to enjoy the series.
Skate. Give me your ranking.
Oh yeah. I gotta finish that. What did I say? What was that? Did I start? I didn't even get a start yet. Damn.
No, nigga, do it.
The only thing I got all that conversation is me and Nia, the only niggas that like exposition. But I will say my.
What you mean? Whoa.
Yo, hold on. Hold on.
He's starting a fight.
Nah, hold on. I'm kidding. Hold on. Let me get my.
Oh, now you kidding when you hear niggas get loud.
Yes, I was definitely kidding. You guys all just said like 1 to 10 chapters, so we're good. Part 6 and part 4 were kind of interchangeable for me. I recently kind of just finished part 6, so it was recency bias for me. But I think I have to put part 4 and then part 6 just because part 4 made me a JoJo fan. Yeah, 4 is first, then it's 6. I will say this right now. I do like Golden Wind.
Part 5.
A lot of people say, a lot of shit about Golden Wind. I did enjoy it. The second half of Golden Wind moved me a lot. Abashio moved me. I was moved by Trish. I was moved by the whole gang. Like they were really a squad for real. All right. So I would put 5, and then after that, I would probably put 2. I think from part 1, 2, and 3, 2 is just clear those 2. Honestly,
so you have 4, 6, 5, 2.
Yes. No, it's 4, 6, 5, and then it's 2, and then we have 1 and 3. Well, I mean, many people in the community know that 3 is my least favorite fucking part.
So
1 is
1
very,
3.
1 is my we can get into that later. 1 is very good exposition. I actually like it. Naya was spitting about that shit earlier. I can't move it up too much. I like all of these parts, by the way. I like all of them. I say part 3 is my least favorite part, but I like every single one of them. I enjoyed every single one of them. But it's just those top 3, 6, 5, and 4. Those they all moved me at least a lot. So that's my list. 3 is always going to be at the bottom, sadly though. It's never moving up, no matter how many times I rewatch. Sorry, GB. It's not. It's you could rewatch it. It's not moving up for me though.
Wait, what's at the bottom for you?
I said 3 is always going to be at the bottom for me, no matter
what. Why
are
you apologizing to me?
Because you said you were going to rewatch, and I was going to say I'm going to rewatch some of my stuff, but I don't think it's ever going to move for me.
Well, Take God said that it's so much better on the rewatch. My list, like you niggas never gave a fuck about, is similar to yours.
We don't care, bro.
I know, but fuck you. My list, my ranking right now is 4, 6, 5 equals 3, 2, 1.
That's different.
Okay.
No, it's not, honestly. 4 is still the best part. 4 is still the best part. 6 is definitely better than 5, but 5 is equal to 3.
Can we talk about why 5 fell off for me and maybe you niggas disagree?
No, I want to hear it. Go ahead.
We can in a minute because I want to ask y'all the next question, which kind of gets into that.
No, you the host. You got it.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a while. What's JoJo's best part, villain or character? And character, not war. And character. So now that we know you niggas' favorite parts out of 6, what's the best part, villain, character? I'm gonna go down a line on this one, and I love for you niggas to interrupt each other and call cap. So, Sin, you go first. You king, JoJo.
Favorite part?
Best part out of 6. Out of 6.
Okay, out of 6 is 6.
Okay, villain.
No, you said best main JoJo, right? Is that what it was?
Villain and character. It doesn't have to be the main JoJo.
Oh, okay. Villain. So it was Poochie, but recently I changed it back to Dio.
Get the fuck
because Dio goated.
You niggas kill me with this Dio take.
I think Dio is the second best villain in the entire series for me.
How?
They love Dio, bro. He the free.
I think he has everything a villain needs and more.
No, he
fuck
don't.
with it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Go ahead, take guy. What you guys say, G? Because I'm with you. G.
So here. I'll get. Look, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why it's not. I think it's easier to tell you why it's not the other characters. So like, people
okay. Please.
That's not a defense of your character. Just to say that before you start.
People
you're
want to say
on other people to try to lift him up. That's not lifting him up. Just letting you know before you go.
No, I'm giving you a reason because it pretty much tells you why I like Dio.
Okay.
So
you're saying you like him by default.
So you like Dio?
No. Let me explain.
I want to know why you like Dio.
It takes everything that I want in a villain.
Why can't you explain
what is everything you want in a villain?
I'm explaining.
Go ahead.
He has the charisma. He has the presence. He has the he has the presence, and he has like the I don't know what you want to call it. He's competent. Like the competency of he took out characters, right? Also, he's competent throughout all the parts, considering he's like involved in all the parts.
Okay.
He has the Heaven Plan, which I think adds a lot to his character in terms of his personality and his overall character. He has character relationships with a lot of the characters, which I hold very highly in terms of villains specifically, which is why I don't like Kira as much as others, because Kira has no actual character relationships with the actual main characters, while Dio does, Poochie does, who else was there? Well, Cars doesn't. That's why I don't like Cars either. And then obviously Dio was in 1 and 3. Oh, and Diablo has a little bit of that, but not really. Which is why he's lower too. I think he has one of the coolest stands in the entire series. Obviously, the world go to stand.
Zalralda.
Yeah, it's a copy.
Yeah, it is a copy.
Who?
So is that it? Do you have more to add? I'm asking if you have more.
You gotta also say that he's a certified hater. He's been hating the JoJo.
Yeah,
does that make him goated?
That makes him a good villain.
Me, that makes him the favorite. He's not my favorite in the entire series.
He's a hater.
Yeah, because that's some villain shit.
I actually think Sen and I's 1 and 2 are probably the same. Because like based on these parts, I would go Dio as well.
Yeah.
I don't.
All right, please tell me why Dio is better than Kira right now.
No,
I explained my
as a villain.
Okay,
outside of
he just gave his reasons why
he
did.
My main reason is the character relationships between the villain and the protagonist, which Kira doesn't have with Kira has more of a thematic thing in terms of their abilities, but he doesn't have the actual character relationship that Dio does. That's my main thing.
I think Kira doesn't have direct. Oh, my fault. Go ahead, you got it, bro.
No, here's what I'll say. Right, what I actually like about all the parts of the villains in this series that they're all different. I think Kira's a different type of villain that Dio is. So while I have no problem getting into the comparison of which you think is better objectively or whatever, I don't particularly care because I think they're so vastly different. I enjoy Kira for completely different reasons than I enjoy Dio. The reason that I like Dio is very simple. You guys know that I like to analyze things, but there's times where I don't overcomplicate it. He is fucking fun to follow. He's enjoyable to follow. He is screaming, he's yelling, he's petty. He's got all these iconic demonic scenes, and I like that about him. And it kind of, I know, like Speedwagon. Some people will argue like, hey, Dio's this way because of his upbringing, yada yada, blah blah. But I like when Speedwagon is like, nah, I know I'm a piece of shit. I know a piece of shit when I see one. He would have. Thank you. I don't need to. Oh, my dad dropped me in the forest when I was 6, and that's why I gotta kill all moms or something. No, I don't care about that.
I need his backstory.
Sometimes I like, yeah. So I'm gonna destroy the tri-state area for no reason. I like that sometimes. I don't. There's certain times where I'm like, oh, here we go. I have to have this sympathetic thing for this fucking bad guy that I don't fucking care about. It doesn't move me a lot of the time, especially in Eastern storytelling. They overdo it, where I'm like, oh my god, here we fucking go. But
so how do you feel about I hate to bring it back to this, but I have to. How do you feel about Frieza?
I love Frieza until like someone brought it up earlier. They're doing too much now. Nigga gold, nigga black.
Yeah.
That was super. It's trash. But before,
at what point
before it was
I don't like you monkeys. Fuck you. Blow up your planet. I'm like, I like that shit. It's evil.
So you don't feel like Dio has been overused?
No, hell no.
Feel like Frieza?
No, he's been used perfectly. That's my that was with the Frieza thing.
No, Sensei. I'm gonna give you the difference. I'm gonna give you the
absolutely me.
I actually agree with you, but I can't speak about the part where I agree with you because you're not there yet. But in the from part one, from
the fact that I feel this way and I'm only 6 parts in, man.
From part 1 to 6, I actually think his implementation is pretty masterclass because again, he's somewhat of a catalyst for everything. So like part 1, obviously part 1 it's him. You're fighting him, right? Then he's still Jonathan Body, right? Then you could say like the Stone Mask being re-uncovered and everything, it somewhat permeates into what happens with part 2, but also the fact that one of his minions killed Joseph's dad, which caused Lisa to become a Hamon trainer, and it all comes full circle. Still part Dio. Then Dio comes back in part 3, right? Part 4 is the arrows that Eniaba had for him, everything, and how he distributed them, plus the fact that Okiyasu's father was had a flesh blood on his head and turned to a zombie. Part 5, right? And then part 6 obviously he's in it. But my point is, he's a catalyst in some way, shape, or form. His presence is always there, and I actually like that because he's supposed. Wait. He's supposed to be the enemy of the Joestar bloodline.
Yeah,
that's like an ongoing thing. Like that's kind of part of the point. Now, what I will say about the Kira thing that someone said earlier. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to who's like lighting up because I'm playing the game.
It was probably me.
I like that Kira has no relationships with any of the main characters because that one makes me a more of an interesting contrast to Josuke. Destruction, healing, things of that nature. But it's the fact that he's got pretty much no one but his weird ass dead dad in the fucking photo frame. But other than that, he's like, I'm a solo dolo nigga.
And bitches that he blow up and keep their hands. He is him, gang. Yeah, he's like the epitome. He's the epitome of a serial killer, which is like the most realistic villain you could ever fucking find.
And Sensei, this brings me to what you initially asked, is when you're asking about villainy or antagonism. And the thing with me is, I like to be technical and do the attention to detail and defer both of them, right? Mm-hmm. I think Kira is a better villain. Dio is a better antagonist. And I just want to say that. Naya brought up the whole point of his influence over the Joestar bloodline. The storytelling with that is phenomenal. He's just a menace the whole time. His influence and his hatred go so far because of how much he hates them. It's always prevalent, and it's cool. I like that. But when it comes to Kira, he's just a sinister, weird ass fucking serial killer. He is a villain. That is evil. And when it comes to all these things, you don't necessarily have to be complex to be a good villain. You guys are over here saying like backstories and all this shit. Like a nigga could just hate niggas. Like that's fine.
But really, I just hate niggas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you could just straight up just hate niggas. You could be a phenomenal villain.
Backstory. Fuck that nigga backstory. Let that nigga be evil. Let him commit crime.
Okay, but having a backstory doesn't mean it's a necessarily bad Virgo. I'm just saying, like, you could just straight up just
No. Wait. Are you talking about One Piece? Escape?
No, I'm talking about JoJo's.
I'm talking about
the thing in One Piece. In One Piece, you can have the same thing.
You can be an equal nigga, you can be an equal nigga, and I can fuck with it.
The One Piece storytelling is different than JoJo's.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like my main. That was my main thing with Kyle. Right? Where Oda tried to make him a deeper character when he didn't need to be. All he needs to do was be a villain.
That's fine. I mean,
he would have been fair. But because Oda tried to make him a lot deeper,
that wasn't Oda's fault. That was the community's fault. But
no, it's not. It is completely Oda's fault.
It's Oda's fault. It's
Oda tried to make him a lot deeper than what he actually was.
Hey, it's not a One Piece stream though, so I'm not going to talk about it.
I'm not going to talk about it.
Hold on.
That's all I'm saying about that.
Okay. Thank God.
Oh shit! That's Stone Talus. Fuck.
Oh wait! I didn't even give my favorite character. My favorite character.
I knew better. Since
my favorite character is
I knew better.
My favorite character is Jolene.
Out of the parts. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
like out of all parts.
Oh, we were giving favorite
characters. No, just 1 through 6.
Just 1 through 6.
Yeah.
Like any other side character, you feel like Jolene is trumping them. That might be fair. She up there for me. She up there.
Better than Iggy, nigga. I'm kidding.
What? I'd say number 2.
I'm kidding,
like
nigga.
Bruno.
Iggy's also up there for me.
What? Yeah,
I fucking love Iggy.
Bruno's up there for me.
I sound like Araki.
I'd say Bruno. Bruno might be my number 2.
We sound like Araki. You say?
Yeah, that nigga love Iggy.
I love
As he should.
I love Iggy. Iggy, that nigga.
Iggy's great.
Hey, guy, you good? You still here?
Yeah, man. What you asking?
Yeah, I was asking you the question.
Why is Dio
best
trash?
part villain? No, best part villain and character. You can get into the Dio trash shit if you want to.
Nah, I'm just lying. Best part 4. Best villain Kira. Best character Rohan.
Yes, sir.
Why is Kira your best villain?
Boom skis.
Sometimes it's really that simple, bro. You like that he blows niggas up. Move on. Waiting for more.
I want to ask him though. I gotta ask him, Naya. Relax. Finish your dungeon.
Like, please give me more. Give me more.
Finish your dungeon, nigga.
Sometimes you don't need to affect the space-time continuum to be a good villain too. Kind of goated if you ask me. I'm just gonna.
I mean, bites to dust is there, but I got.
Yeah. I know.
I did that because he asked me that knowing the answer already because we done like spilled over Kira hell of times, but
y'all are Kira fanboys.
That's a fact.
I guess it goes back into the like what one guy was saying, I don't know who it was, about the idea of a villain versus an antagonist. Like Kira's a true villain, and what I love most about him is that like I really love villains whose story don't revolve around the main character. Like they are people who live their own lives. And like they just happen to run into the main character. That's why I love people like the Phantom Troop and Hunter x Hunter. Like they do their own shit when they're not around, like gone. Like
the main character
actually wants everything but to be involved.
They're not NPCs that only interact when the fucking you talk to them. Yeah, I got
exactly. Like he actually is going out of his way to not be around you niggas. Like he's just trying to go around, live his own life, smoke these bitches, and grab them.
Smoke these bitches, get sandwiches with their hands.
It's just like, it's just really dope how he's living his own life and it just happens to get intertwined with his shit.
My only pushback is I do think Dio's still a villain. Like I do the antagonist like villain separation, but I still think Dio's a villain. That's my
100%.
He's definitely a villain.
He's definitely a villain.
100%. I said it. He's a straight up hater. That's him. But I just think that Kira has that dog in him when it comes to that hater shit.
That hater shit.
Go ahead, say guy. Wrap up.
I don't know, that's pretty much it. I love Kira and I don't particularly love any of the other ones. So it's like what I like and the rest are like I like Dio on some turn your brain off shit. But like all the shit that y'all just praised Dio for are reasons why I don't think he's very like there are things I would count against him as opposed to for him. But all the other villains, I like Diablo, but I'm more like him for his interactions with the other characters than
I like that he was
like
catching
him
bodies
for who he
every time he was on screen he caught a body. I like that.
Diablo?
I like the way he plays with other people than
I heard about this
Dio's
nigga.
a well-written character.
I ain't peeped this nigga yet.
He's in
I like how you talk down the door, Theo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Giving him borderline.
That Doppio shit was lit. I did like that.
It was crazy. I did not expect Rocky to do that shit. Yeah, I like
Doppio shit was lit.
They made him bipolar.
You said
That name
Rohan.
Dope, yo. That's a cool ass name.
Rohan was your best character?
For sure.
Why you got Rohan as your best?
I don't know. I just like that nigga more than everybody else. I don't have a profound.
Heaven's Door is raw.
It is.
Cold. Heaven's Door is cold.
Rohan only has one scene that I don't like. That's when he licked the spider. Don't do that. That's weird.
Oh, yeah.
Everything else he did is raw.
Bro, that's why he a GOAT mangaka. You tweet. You got experience.
Right. He's trying to immerse himself.
You ain't read that
Damn.
right from Rocky?
Damn.
Oh, damn.
I'm gone.
No, I'm here. I'm just also multitasking. I'm editing too. So we're on best villain, best character, and best part, right?
Correct. Run your shit.
Okay, well, y'all really like Kira, of course. Like, hello, duh. Like, so obvious. It's obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, let's. I ain't even got to talk about it no more. I want to say best part. Well, I mean, my favorite part is, of course, Diamond's Unbreakable. So I'm gonna have to. I'm biased. So that's the best part.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there
it is.
There it is. You already knew. And then I guess best character though. I was really thinking about this one because I had well, yeah, but no. I mean, he was funny. I liked him, but I think that I would have to say, dude, I love all of them.
I'm
gonna say Bucciarati. Is how you say his name? Bucciarati.
Yeah, Bruno Bucciarati. Yeah, that's him.
Bruno.
Yeah,
that nigga is him.
Yep. I'm gonna have to say him. I think that he was definitely one of like the most interesting characters that I got to meet, and he's forever goated to me in my eyes. But I think that's the best character, contrary to I may have thought I was gonna say. But
Bruno up there, G. I don't know who the fuck.
He's a very good side character.
Absolute.
When I had discussions when I finished part 5, people were like, he took away from Giorno, and I can't really deny that.
I wouldn't say he took away from Giorno because Giorno was like a super genius, but like he was right next to him.
People said they felt he was the main character than
he was right next to him.
He definitely like when I think of you can't think of Giorno without Bucciarati. That's how I feel. I feel like they amplified each other's characters.
I'm just telling you. That's what people were trying to tell me.
I kind of agree with that.
Like, they amplify each other's characters to me. I feel like they feed off of each other. I feel like they're good. Like, I don't want to say that's not the word, but they're really. I just feel like I like seeing them on screen. They're really good. I like it.
Yeah, for sure. JD, why you talking? Go ahead.
What?
Best villain arc character.
Best villain arc character. You're saying?
Villain.
Best villain, best arc, best character.
/ character.
Best villain / arc / character. Best villain, I would say.
You know you wanna.
I'm gonna say Dio.
Oh
God.
And it's not just because of his role in one part. I think it's just overall influence in the entire story just makes him the best villain no matter what.
Yep.
Good answer.
In terms of best character.
Killing me with this Dio take. Go ahead.
Bro, okay, so let me.
Nigga. I mean, he my number 2 right now, but like, come on now.
So let me ask you a question.
He hating for number 2 is crazy.
Who do you have over Dio?
Kira, easily.
Yoshikage Kira, bro.
So let me explain something. We got all of part 6. And Poochie is a great villain.
Oh, Poochie
is fantastic.
I noticed none of you niggas said Poochie.
No,
Poochie is only Poochie because of Dio.
No, I literally said Poochie was my number 1, but I switched it back to Dio recently.
Either way, but here's the thing.
Okay, I missed that part. I missed that part, Pinky.
I would say
he's my number 2 right now.
I
haven't gone yet. So
Kira is a great villain. I love Kira. What I need to say is that because Poochie was raw. Poochie was raw. Counting the prime numbers always had. He was so self-reliant.
That nigga sucked. That nigga sucked. When it was almost his turn.
You drawing.
What? When it was almost his turn to be the main character, bro, his ass was almost done. Immediately.
Poochie was literally the most human character I think we had
That's cap.
The most human.
He was a simp, gang. He was a fucking simp for a fucking gay vampire.
But is that
out of here?
So my question is, you can see that as a detriment to Poochie, or you can see that as gas for Dio, and I see that as gas to Dio.
I see it as neither, because the problem I have is that Araki feels Dio has to be the catalyst for this villain, and he don't.
But think about this. But here's the thing that you're missing. This is what charisma is all about. Dio is the ultimate charismatic. Charisma.
I agree with that. I agree with that. He is definitely more charismatic than Kira.
So I got
charismatic. I like that.
I'm gonna throw it back in your face. Pause. I'm gonna throw
more
it back in your face,
charismatic.
Right?
Yo,
I had to throw the pause in there. How do you feel about Luffy? Like, love, you think Luffy a GOAT?
Yes.
How can you think Luffy's a GOAT and not think Dio's a GOAT?
Protagonist, G.
No. That's what makes
gang. We are, gang.
Because think about it. That's what makes
protagonist versus antagonist. I mean, like villain, G. Like, no. What I'm looking for in the protagonist is completely different from what I'm looking for.
So, sir, think about it this way. An antagonist having the same type of charisma that affects everyone around him is not fire. But Luffy, who does bullshits his way through the entire story, and everyone just loves him because of his bullshit. That's okay. I don't like that.
I can say the same shit about fucking Dio.
Okay, so my question is, if you gonna slander Dio, I want you to slander.
I'm not slandering him. I'm saying, he's number 2, gang.
Okay, so then I want Luffy to be number 2. I want Goku to be number 2. I want all them shonen protagonists.
Goku's nowhere near my protagonist.
Okay, I understand. So that's what I'm saying. Keep the same energy.
Keep Goku away from my shit.
Please keep Goku away from my protagonist. But go ahead.
I'm saying any nigga that
I got Thorfinn, Guts, and Luffy as my top 3 protagonists.
Okay, so Luffy can't be in your top 3. He can be.
He can. He's a protagonist.
He's just a non-evil Dio. That's all he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Okay, wait.
Luffy is Dio. Even Sen Ito 99 didn't go that far.
Luffy is literally just a non-evil Dio, because anytime someone comes in contact with Luffy, it was like, oh my God, my life has changed. My life has changed for the better because of Monkey D. Luffy. Niggas have the same effect with Dio. So why is Dio not a GOAT, but Luffy is?
One has one brain cell, one is a super genius.
Exactly.
One has a physics degree.
Come on, bro.
Physics degree.
All I'm saying,
y'all really don't say anything.
All I'm saying is Dio and his ability to affect
niggas and make them love them. Yes, I get it, bro.
It is fantastic.
No,
it's
G, no, that don't make you a dope villain.
Yes, it does, because it's about your effect on the story, and it's about the effect on the world around you. Kira had effect only in one series.
For all intents and purposes, all that shit is retcon.
That's why that shit.
When did that nigga have time to fuck bitches, birth Giorno, and fuck niggas and love Poochie?
Wait, did you not see part
Sensei,
1? He was Sensei, part 1.
He's an eternal vampire. Of course he got all the time in the world.
Bro.
I don't know who needs to do this, but any author can put any villain in several parts of the story if they want to. Like, it's not a compliment to say that Dio is overused.
We just talked about how Frieza was overused, so I feel like that notion of Frieza being overused is something that Sensei.
I think it's a false comparison, because Frieza is actually present while Dio is only present in 2 of the parts, and then the other parts, it's just his influence.
I know, I agree with you. I'm just saying that's what he might.
I think the influence shit make it worse, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's like the entire point of the series.
Think about it. He's already gone, so he doesn't necessarily even have to use his influence. And
parts 1 through 6.
That's my point.
Between the Joe
that's my point. The nigga's dead. We don't have to do anything Dio related for the continuation of the series. Like Diavolo was not Dio related.
Yeah, he was pretty raw. He bit us.
He wasn't.
That's what I'm saying. Diavolo himself was not. I'm talking just villains. I'm not saying his effect on the world. Like, he can have an effect on the world. He can be the reason why vampires exist. He can be the reason why arrows exist. Like, that's cool. But the villain's main drive and I'm drunk. But the reason why the villain wants to do what the fuck the villain wants to do is because of another villain. Is bullshit to me. It don't make that villain.
I don't agree. That's what it was, though.
I don't agree.
It was, gang.
It wasn't, though.
I don't want to spoil it for my nigga.
They say for Poochie. Poochie has his own storyline, but I won't say.
He definitely has his own backstory.
So since
his drive is based off of
No, but since I agree with you, he's definitely influenced by him. Niggas are tripping.
So since we're on the topic of like my best villain, best character, and then
I do got to get the GB though.
Best arc, right? Yeah. So let me just finish what I'm saying. My criteria for best villain is how much impact do you have on the story, and how much do we influence events around you. And Dio influenced the most events, and he had the most impact in the story. So that's why Dio's my number one.
Is that consistent through other series, though, Jay? I just want to know.
Yes, it is. That's why.
Okay.
As well. All right.
Okay. Okay. No. I was genuinely interested because I don't know if that's what he.
I keep that. Yes. So in terms of my favorite character in JoJo, I'm not gonna lie, and this is crazy. It's actually not crazy. Josuke. I fucking love Josuke. That's my name.
Oh, okay.
Josuke's my favorite
character kind of guy. Okay.
Character? Okay.
Yes.
Why you like him so much?
Because he's a rat, bro. He's just a rat.
Oh my god, he's just a fucking JD legend ass nigga, bro.
He's a rat, bro. Like my man.
He's a rat that beat the rat.
Like a snitch.
He's a hero. He's a hero, but also a rat. Bro. I don't like my heroes all the way good. No, not our snitch. As a rat, I mean like you just do trolly stupid shit.
Yeah. Like sometimes he'll just do petty shit.
Yeah, just petty shit, bro.
Yeah, I fuck with that.
My favorite arc is probably still part 4. To be honest with you, I think I loved every episode of part 4 from episode 1 to the very end. People that say part 4 is boring. I think there's something wrong with
speaking on that.
Exactly, speak on it.
I think you're literally.
This is what I'm saying before. This is what I'm saying before.
By you saying part 4 is boring, I think you actually malfunctioning as a human.
Niggas tried to tell me after I finished part 3, they said, "Yo, you could skip part 4. Don't worry about that shit. That shit's not good. The stands in there are not good. The fights in there are not good. The feeling's not good. The main JoJo's not good. Just go to part 5, bro. That's when you get brutal. Nigga, shut up!
Not to mention all the best openings in the entire JoJo.
All the best opening in the entire
all of them.
JoJo is in part.
It's all in part.
There's not a single. Whoa.
There's not a single part that has a better.
Hold on. I need GB to go. I need GB to go because GB been scratching his neck. GB been scratching his neck. Give me your best villain, best arc, best part.
Nigga, Virgo just nutted.
Wait, what?
GB?
Sick.
I did not cream.
That's good. Go ahead.
Whoa.
DB.
How you gonna say what when you said I nutted?
Well, his ass ain't came back in. Nigga, what anime opening is better than Grey Days?
GB, you still here?
Yeah. A lot of them.
My favorite is Bloody Stream by Coda.
It's not better than Grey Days.
I don't care that much more. I'm just telling
you. Nigga, that is your own opinion.
Music is subjective. I don't care.
Yeah.
That is your own opinion, nigga.
I was about to say the second opening in part 5 is pretty good.
For me, Great Days was the best one easily until Heaven's Falling Down came out, and then I was like, yeah, this got it.
Sensei is so biased, I don't even know it.
What is Heaven's Falling Down?
It's not better than Grey Days.
Yo, Glove, what's the criteria? Like as a song or like the visuals?
All of it. All of it.
God, that's
all of it.
Heaven's Falling Down
brought back detail.
Heaven's
Falling Down. In
what? Part 3
and what opening?
Song slaps. It got the best villain.
Part 4's opening have better visuals than all of Part 5's openings. What are we talking about?
Yes, it do. They do.
GB, and the amount of hidden details, like
we can hear you, GB.
Bro. Great Days and Crazy Bizarre Town have better visuals than any Part 5 opening. Both of them.
All 3, actually.
So what am I doing? What did I miss?
You're doing your favorites.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best part, best villain, best character.
My favorite part is part 4. My favorite villain is going to be Kira. I am not on the Dio bandwagon.
To be fair, nigga, fuck your favorites. I said best.
Yeah. Okay. Best part out of the 6 I've seen is part 4. Best villain is Kira. I'm not on the Dio bandwagon.
We're now playing well.
And my best character is tied between Josuke and Koichi, but since JD already said Josuke,
let's go.
I'm gonna go with Koichi.
Let's go. That's a short king right there.
Why Koichi, gang?
That's short king.
So, and Koichi has some reasons. The same reason why I think Kira is the best villain.
Because he called
Koichi
a bitch.
Because he called a bitch a bitch. One, he has iconic moments throughout 4.
That shit was funny as fuck.
Two, the evolution of his stand, Echoes, and like the growth of his stand, I think really put Araki on another level when it comes to like how stands was made up, and that's really what got me into like the JoJo battles, because like I said earlier, I didn't like when it was just like Jotaro overwhelming everybody with pure strength. Like finally we had some strategy, we had different things going on. Koichi was figuring out how to do the damn thing, and then like this Pokemon type evolution comes out of nowhere, and he has a new ability. And I think it also really set this. It also really set the stage for Kira, who came in, which I think was perfect because although I think I heard somebody say earlier, like Kira didn't have any connection to the characters, but I would disagree. I would say he had indirect connection to all the characters. Like that's the whole point of part 4 is like small town, everybody talk, everybody listen, and they all connected in this motherfucker. Like his little actions that Kira's doing on his side affects everyone, and you can see what's happening with everyone else happened with Kira. Like the evolution of Bites the Dust, how his stand grew up and became different things. Like we just wasn't getting that before. So definitely Koichi is going to get best character out of me since Josuke. And I think I like Josuke for the same reasons JD do. So I'm going to go with Koichi to put that nigga's gospel on the fucking mainframe. And also Koichi is probably the most connected thing in part 5, even though that nigga was in there for an episode or two and was gone. But I'm struggling to even connect part 5 to the rest of JoJo's now on my rewatch. I'm just like, this shit sits in space for me.
Yeah, that's my Steve-O, did you go? Did you get your shit off before I move on?
I ain't go either.
Which one is it?
Oh, Naya, you ain't go? I thought Naya went first. I thought Naya went first. Sam went first.
I just piggyback up the deal point. That's all.
I got you. All right, Steve-O, then Naya.
Which one is it?
Best part, best villain.
Have you been here, Steve-O?
He been here.
I fell asleep, man.
Damn.
Oh, word.
You trying to vouch for your black ass?
Yo, Sensei, let me get mine in real quick because I'm just gonna say my shit real quick.
All right, go ahead.
How you skip? Oh, you got it.
Hold on. Yeah. So part 4, I said it earlier, is the part that made me a JoJo fan. So that's my favorite part. Easy.
Right.
Araki, he flexes creativity. He accomplished everything he did as a storyteller, or he wanted to do as a storyteller. It's peak. All right, I'm just gonna say that.
So
favorite villain. None of you niggas were talking about Poochie, but he was
really
well. He was done really well as a villain. He's not the best. He's not the best, but he was done really well. I'm gonna have
Poochie my number 2.
That's a good pick.
Poochie my number 2.
You guys
he can't be number 2 if Dio exists, gang.
Dio number
3. That's the crazy part.
Dio is 2. Poochie is 3.
Dio is 3. Poochie is 2 in my book.
Okay. How? Poochie is Poochie.
How you gonna tell them who to like, gang?
Because it's Cap.
Because I think he might be the story with the brother and the girl and the KKK that might have moved him. I don't know. That might have been that.
Like the rank stories.
There's some depth in there. I'm just gonna say that.
He liked the Lynch stories.
Whoa.
Y'all gotta relax, bro.
But I will say that Kira, I think, is my personal favorite villain. As an antagonist, Dio is written very well. Boy, Kira is, like I said, he's very sinister. He's very weird, and he's a fucking serial killer, nigga. Like he's like actually like a villain. He's a problem. He's an issue.
You guys know that Dio's also a serial killer by definition, right?
Yeah. He's a vampire. He needs it to fucking sustain life.
He's a vampire, bro.
It doesn't matter. All right, y'all need to stop bringing that shit up, bro. That nigga, all he does is care about fucking dudes and girls and drinking wine. All right,
fucking bitches and niggas.
All right,
and
he was supposed to hate the JoJo fucking bloodline, but he got soft. All right,
bro, that nigga went off. I'm trying to figure out how to get.
If he was fucking bitches, he never.
You guys talk about all the good.
He didn't get soft if he was fucking bitches
too. Talk about the other shit too. All right, we're not gonna make this shit black. We're not. Come on, we gotta actually show the other shit.
This nigga escaped spitting.
I'm just letting you know. You guys got to talk about the shit that it's not so.
He wasn't soft if he was fucking bitches. That's all I'm saying.
What the fuck, nigga?
Naya, go ahead.
You said it, not me.
Yeah,
You want specifically part villain, Joestar, or whatever?
1 through 6. 1 through 6.
2 or 6. I'll go 6 today.
6 is your best part. Okay.
My favorite character is not. You haven't seen them yet, so I'll go with
1 through 6.
from 1 through 6, yeah, my favorite character is in the next other parts.
I know, but I'm
You
saying
said that
like, you
earlier.
ain't got no best characters in 1 through 6.
No, I'm thinking. I'll
Okay,
probably
okay,
go with honestly Rohan. I'm a Rohan stan. Rohan is my guy.
Rohan!
Ooh,
That's a fact.
ooh, that's a
I'll
good
go
choice.
Kishibe Rohan.
It's because Naya's a writer.
Dio is my favorite out of the 6 parts there. I actually got a deeper appreciation for Pucci as I kept reading it and kind of revisiting JoJo. So I do like him a lot more. I do like him a lot more. And sometimes for me, like I want to make something clear. I don't always think that he sticks to landing with some characters, but I appreciate the attempt a lot of times because I find that mediums and things will stagnate if you don't take chances. This is why, I always say, like Hollywood is creatively bankrupt. They just remake, reboot, and they stand on the shoulders of giants and already established IPs. So I don't respect them, even if they make something halfway decent. So I think Araki tries a lot of times when he doesn't always hit the shot, but I appreciate trying something different. That's why like Diavolo is kind of the one where like I want to like him more. But I feel like when Diavolo has the chance to like he actually is here, his body gets taken, then that weird shit with the orb happens. And I'm like, right. So I almost like I like Doppio more than I like Diavolo in a sense. But
that is facts. That's facts.
That's facts. If you ain't felon, you ain't trying. So I appreciate Rocky for that too. I do want to know. I do want to know. Did you fuck with the Rohan side series? Has told by Rohan?
Thus spoke Kishibe Rohan. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
volumes here on my shelf right now currently.
I love that shit. That shit is hilariously fire.
Yeah, they've been really good. And like I guess you get an idea of like his travels and how he gets certain ideas for his manga and stuff like that. I think Araki said as a self insert. Don't quote me. I could.
No. I was gonna say it's 100% a self insert. It's 100%.
I don't remember if he said it outright. I might be because like there's so many.
No, you know what he did say?
I think he actually denied it.
He said no. Remember what he said that he dislikes Rohan. Remember?
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because it is a self-insert. Because people are afraid of themselves and their truths. All right, that's a self-insert, and a nigga needs to understand that's him. All right, he's seeing it. All right, he could be annoyed by it, he could dislike it. All right, but that's him. All right,
he says it's not, but we know.
It is.
Yeah. All right.
And that goes to a lot of
favorite Joe star. Like it's between Joseph and Jolene. I go back and forth.
Goat.
Okay. But I didn't ask you that one, but that works.
Oh, my bad.
Did anybody pick Jonathan yet?
Nope.
No.
No.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for Jonathan. I think he's a product of his environment and his like social economic status. He's not.
He's a product of his environment.
Yeah,
like that nigga's a shonen MC.
From the standpoint,
do we say that about white people that are rich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Maybe we don't say, but it doesn't change the fact that it's true. He's a rich English like nobleman from that time period. So the way that he acts is not.
So everybody's a product of their environment.
Yes.
Yeah, that's science.
I make man mistakes too.
I definitely disagree with that, but go ahead.
You nature and nurture to some extent. Like you might have variables that outlie from the spectrum, but like maybe you picked up things from elsewhere. But like your environment is not just where you are like physically. Your environment is also what you surround yourself with and what you are allowing into your brain, your body, your system. So
yes,
So you could be just like you could be from the south side of Chicago, like most niggas be, but still be a Renaissance ass nigga, like you really into arts and everything else.
Right.
That's part of your
that doesn't make me a product of my environment. Is my point.
Here's
not a product of the south side of Chicago.
Here's what
I'm
I'm
a Renaissance nigga.
Neither am I.
Here's what I'm saying. I feel like you took it deep and personal because like I get you're saying like.
Yeah, now I'm upset, nigga.
There's things around me that like are very very popular that I'm like I don't subscribe to that. I don't care, even though it's a part of my
stereotype in the south side. That's crazy.
I understand what you're saying, but my point is with Jonathan specifically, because I think he's a lot of flack for how boring he is, and I'm like, it's fair. I can't argue with how much you enjoyed him. My point is that if you were probably a rich white Englishman in that time period,
you'd also be boring.
You'd probably act that way. You're very chivalrous.
You said what? He be evil?
I have to protect, my ladies on fisticuffs with you. Like on guard. I don't know. I'm not English, but like like
on guard.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I'm gonna slap you. We have a duel.
That's why it's really interesting that you said that because when I asked the initial question, like, do we feel like every white rich motherfucker is a product of their environment? I'm like, I don't know. Like the ones that I think aren't doing what Jonathan
exactly. Them niggas is evil.
But Jonathan is naive though.
But that's kind of going to our point. Our white rich niggas. Our white rich niggas.
I think that's part of his story. Is like his naiveness.
I feel like they gotta
part of his story is one thing. I'm with you there.
But that's what I was saying. I was saying earlier, like when you say somebody's a product of the environment, it's nature and nurture.
If he was a product of the environment, he'd be a slave owner.
Yeah, it's not just.
Jonathan does have moments that I really do appreciate and like though. I love when he pulls up on Dio's castle and he said he returned from hell. Because after Pelly's death, he was actually pretty upset. He has some moments, man.
So it's not just what's around you; it's what's in you too. Nature and nurture make a person. He's a naive person by nature and a trusting person by nature. Like that's in him. So like I think that causes the conflict between other things that we would say, but like we get insights into like his dad wasn't the best person.
His environment doesn't make him that though. That's why I feel like it's contradicting to say it's nature and nurture.
Environment is not that's what I keep saying. Environment is not the only input. Like nurture is one input, nature is another input. Like those are two different inputs.
Right, but those two inputs cannot go into the statement.
I'm also speaking about how you were socialized and everything like that also comes into play, right? So.
Right. Those two interests or whatever you said. My bad. I'm drunk. Can't go into the statement.
conflict of interest.
Can't go into the statement. I'm a product. Yeah, I'm a product of my environment. Like that statement, I guess to me, right? Like Tay got saying, like I guess I disagree on what that is. Don't equal that. You know what I'm saying? My environment are things that I cannot control.
My environment is the stereotypes of the South Side, not who I am.
Funny as hell. My environment. Jesus Christ! I told you I was gonna start slurring shit later. Those are things around me that I cannot control. The things around me that I can control are not my environment.
All right, control the controllables, gang.
That's a physac. So, next fucking question. Best supporting cast. If anybody say anything other than part 5, all of y'all drunk as fuck.
What if I ain't seen it though?
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Jesus. No, but bam.
Dang.
That supporting cast right now.
I feel like I can't tell because I guess it's a toss up for me. Because yes, Jorno and them, but Josuke and them, like I feel like they and I don't know. Because I was gonna say Josuke and them. But I mean I guess I will say Jorno and them niggas. I guess I
why you saying Josuke? I'll humor you. Why you saying Josuke?
No, don't do that.
Nigga, because it's not delivery.
Do it, because Koishi's right there. That's my guy. Go ahead, do it.
It's not delivery, nigga.
I feel like it's also it can be a toss-up low-key too. I feel like it can be a toss-up low-key too. I mean, they gave me different things. Like I feel like Jorno, it was a little bit more. I feel it was a little bit more darker with Jorno, to be honest. Like I feel like I was way more emotionally invested, I will say, in his
supporting cast is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, because they make the story. I mean, I feel like they all help make the story, and it was very sad how all them niggas, how it was for them. Like it was low key, like damn, like this one too. Oh damn, this okay. Like I was very attached to them. But like with Josuke, I feel like I was laughing a lot more. Like they were very well rounded. I also like what was that girl's name? She was a plot twist too. What was the girl?
The ghost bitch.
You were talking about earlier.
The ghost girl.
Oh, the restaurant bitch.
No,
Remy.
The one that
Kira's wife,
the girlfriend,
fake wife.
What is her name?
Kira's fake wife.
Kira's hands.
No, not Kira. It was what's his name's girlfriend, the little short dude's girlfriend.
Koishi's girlfriend.
The restaurant bitch.
Yukaku.
That was a plot twist right there.
Was she a hair bitch? She was the hairdresser bitch.
Yeah, the hair.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever it was.
He's in the restaurant bitch.
Yeah,
about the restaurant bitch. Who is that?
I just, like it was just very, very like rounded. They were all very well rounded. I guess like each part just gave me something different. Like I said, I was just it kind of reminded me. I'm trying to think. What would that group remind me of?
Which one? Part 4 group?
Yeah, I'm trying to think like another group that I compare it to.
It was like a neighborly thing that they all came together and like came into a group.
It was
like
a neighborhood
because in part 4 it's like you're having a community kind of come together and work together, and it's kind of satisfying because a lot of these niggas just hate each other in the beginning. They really do. Like, bro, I don't want to be with none of these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Dragon Ball Z-ish in a sense, where everybody low key hates each other at first, but then it's like, oh, we're a family now. We got kids and shit. I feel like it gave me really kind of like nostalgic vibes. That's what Diamond is.
Right. Yeah.
But with Jorno and them, I just feel like I went from it still kind of being childish and laughing to now, ooh, I gotta grow up because niggas is really out here like getting murked. Like, damn, you know what I mean? It was just different.
Life.
Yeah.
Very different attachment styles, but yeah, it's a toss up for me. So between 4 and 5. So
I guess it comes down to what you prefer, like loyalty or like just like community coming together, because that's really what it is.
I think so too. For you, this community.
Well, let's go kind of go hand in hand.
GB.
Oh.
This nigga muted after I called him.
Wait.
Go ahead, Knight.
Hold on.
What's
You
up,
hear me now?
Yeah, nigga.
My shit be going in and out, bro. I'll be talking. You
don't be talking, gang. Pause.
Hey,
going in and out,
Whoever paused that is
infinite apologies.
All right, go ahead.
They be going in and out.
What are we discussing?
Supporting cast. Best supporting cast.
Definitely part 5 for me.
Yes, sir.
Definitely part 5 for me. They the most entertaining cast in my opinion. I think they got good diversity. I feel like them niggas got smoked, and I wanted all them niggas to be a part of part 5 the whole way through. Like they should have been more of a. But the niggas,
except for the goat. Except for the goat.
Mista and Bucciarati staying on, I think, was an excellent choice because they definitely kept moving for me. But I wish all the niggas could have been a team, the Gangstars, all the way to the end. Definitely best cast out of JoJo's.
Bro, Mista being Jorno's shooter at the end is so crazy.
Bro.
Like, that shit is so crazy. Bro. The Araki really smart as hell for making the shooter the nigga that's last to stay with the boss. Like he's cooking. He was cooking, gang. He was really cooking. The shooter.
He was in his real mafia bag, bro.
You know what's crazy? I don't like Mista. I really don't.
No, he's him. He's really him.
Wait, hold on. I want to know why.
I personally don't enjoy him. I don't like. First of all, I don't like his hat and his weird like. Are you hot? Are you cold? Why you have a midriff sweater? I'm confused.
Both of them, nigga. Both of them. And my blinky is on the dresser.
It's a petty reason because like I feel like he's
the
one. He's the one character. I'm like, you live. And my son had to die. I just petty.
Yeah, but he's not. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy. What pisses me off is that niggas try to compare him. Niggas try to compare him to fucking Polnareff. Like he's a Polnareff ass nigga. That's how I felt about Polnareff. Polnareff should have been dead before they even made it to Egypt.
But he's not.
And the irony is that nigga pops out in that part.
No.
He's not a Polnareff ass nigga.
Polnareff who is raw.
Polnareff is terrible. Polnareff sucks.
Horrible. I could not stand that nigga.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. That nigga got way too much screen time for my liking. Fuck that.
Polnareff was the main character of part 3.
Yeah, which is why he sucked.
You don't like fencing?
I don't like Polnareff at all.
Bro, when him and Yaku pack up.
I liked him in part 5.
I
part 3,
I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm a Polnareff stan unapologetically. I love that nigga.
Same. I love Polnareff, man.
It should have been him. It should have been him and not Iggy on game.
Every time it should have.
That should have been him and not Iggy on game.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't even like animals, so I didn't care.
Even in part 5,
Look. If he had that, if his story of him coming back actually made sense to niggas, I feel like everybody would be here agreeing. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it should have been him in part 5 too, bro.
Should have been him in part 3.
I mean, he's a turtle. Like that's kind of worse than that.
No, I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him surviving Giavallo.
Bro, that nigga came back. That nigga came back with a super stand.
No.
I'm talking about when he originally came back, like when he died on that rock and he didn't die.
Came back with a super stand, like a stand that changes space and time. Fuck out of here.
Yes. You said Iggy should have had a super stand?
Yes, before him.
Yeah, bro. Because this nigga went
phone them
from
graves.
super quick fits a nigga to space time continuum ass nigga. Like it just don't make sense. And why? Like when they brought him back, I just knew finally I'm get to see this nigga die. Finally, I've been waiting all my life, and now he a fucking turtle.
I'm not gonna lie to you. In part 3, I got annoyed by him, but when I saw him again, I got hyped. So I was like, "This nigga's actually back."
I got hyped off the connection. I got hyped off the connection, but not off of him exactly. Like GB said, I expected that nigga to die.
Yeah, I would have liked for Araki to use Koichi better in part 5, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, facts. He's goated. Facts.
I would have liked Araki to use Koichi better in part 5. Like if you was gonna circle somebody back, like at that point, I think Koichi should have circled back, especially with the connection like from the start of part 5. Like I don't know why.
What was about to? I saw one episode. I thought that nigga was going to be a part of it. I've only seen one episode of part 5.
I'm sorry, Virgo. My fault, bro.
It's okay. I was hoping he was.
I agree with you though, GB. Koichi was kind of wasted potential. But you even came back and just.
Hey, listen, I came to this team full blown knowing what I was into, so don't worry about it.
Who else was on?
Chocolata should have killed that nigga photograph.
I'll do mine real quick.
Go ahead,
so it's basically just between part 4 and 5. I really did enjoy part 3s, but part 4 and 5, I think have the better.
I think part 3 has specific relationships that are good, but I don't know if you can like the entire.
Yeah, no, part
3.
Yeah.
Damn, LeBron.
Like,
I'm just talking about enjoyment wise.
I got you.
Yeah.
Pick one for me though, gang. Don't be pussy.
If we're including Fugo,
we are including Fugo. We are including
part 4.
Wow, you think Fugo brings part 5 down?
Yeah, no, not the part. The group. We're talking about the group.
Right, the group. You feel like Fugo brings that group down?
Hold on. If we're talking about supporting cast, you have to include Fugo. If you're including Fugo,
yes, I include him.
I'm not putting it above the part 4 group.
Why?
If we exclude him,
but that's my question.
Because I like the knit community coming together, getting rid of this nigga, and then everybody goes onto the lives. You know, like
over
I
these gangsters?
like.
Do you think?
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing. I like the loyalty mafia trope, right? And I enjoyed it, right? But with Fugo being there, it made me like a little bit less, just a little bit less.
Why?
Because that nigga's a bitch. What the fuck you talking about? Why? Nigga, you saw him.
He's not a bitch. He's not a bitch.
Gangster, man.
He's really not a bitch. He's really a gangster, G.
Okay, but they're all talking about we'll follow you, Bucciarati. We'll make you a capo. We'll do this, and then they get bowed out.
Honestly,
he pussy for leaving?
Yes.
If I'm being for real, I
think
it
was with him the entire. This nigga was with him the entire time. He put his life in his fucking hands, and then he just fucking left. I guess that's a valid reason of not like that nigga. I know what you're talking about.
I agree with you for that. So
I think Araki just have to write that.
That's a fully subjective opinion.
He had to write that nigga out because his power was too open.
And that's fine. You can say it's a writing thing. I don't give a fuck. I don't like that nigga. Like I don't care.
It wasn't because he was too strong. He would have gotten folded by half the guys.
Wait, what? I
was about to say Koichi. I love
it's actually not because he was too strong. I'm saying that's not why he was written out.
Bucciarati.
Sen, are you there?
Mista combined.
Yeah.
Wasn't it because he wanted him to be the traitor, but he couldn't bring himself to do it? Wasn't that? I remember reading that.
And then Araki was going through depression, so he didn't.
Wait, that was real?
Yeah, that's real.
That was like real.
So what happened? What happened?
Araki originally intended to have Fugo like be a traitor, and he was actually working for the boss the entire time. But Araki was like going through like depression and stuff during that part, so he didn't want to do that, and so he just wrote him out of the story instead. Or not wrote him out of the story. He just ended up not doing anything with him instead.
Word. What the fuck?
That's
how rich niggas be depressed, man.
Terribly interesting. I think Bucciarati and Mista alone not only make up for him being a bitch, they supplant the niggas that's in part 4, in my opinion.
That's GG.
I don't know. Koichi's I love Koichi, man.
Rohan is the only top. Rohan is the only
and Koichi. Don't stop. Don't
stop it.
Don't disrespect him, bro.
Hey, Bucciarati versus Koichi. Go right now. Stop it.
You're not gonna like my answer. You're not gonna like my answer.
Are we talking fighting or are we talking character we like better?
I'm just talking about character I like better. I like Koichi.
Fuck who we like better, nigga.
I like Koichi more than
better written characters.
Koichi didn't have to fucking get some ass pull.
He's
You're
not a
actually
better
alive.
written character.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't give me that. All right. Koichi, look, Koichi evolved as a character, right? And his stand evolved with him. That nigga's raw. Stop playing with him, bro. Like, don't do him like that, bro.
2-2, Bukarati and Mista are not better than Rohan and Koichi to me, but I think the entire group with Abakio and Narancia and all them combined are better than Part 4. But 2-2, I'm not folding.
And that's why I said if the Fugo is excluded, then they're clear. Like it's
2-2 is OV. It's fucking OV. Y'all ass drunk. I love that for y'all though.
You the only drunk nigga here, bro.
That might be facts.
You the only drunk nigga here.
Who we got next? Sin? No, Sin, you went, right?
No, I didn't go. It's part 5.
I bet right. Yes, sir. Cause Sin knows, and he's the fucking JoJo's. The JoJo.
No,
nigga.
he's just a Bruno.
Let's go. No, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
No.
He knows.
You don't like the Part 4 cast. You like Bruno.
Bro, check it out. Bruno and fucking Mista against Bucciarati and what's his face?
Bucciarati and who?
No, I said Bucciarati.
Yeah,
yeah, you did.
Koichi.
I said
I don't know none of them niggas.
Oh,
he's a Bruno guy. He's a Bruno guy.
Bruno because he knows.
Mars?
Thank you. That's all I have to say. No. All I have to say. That's all I needed to hear, gang. Take God.
Oh, I was first one to answer part 5, not close.
Oh, you did? Okay, you did answer first. My bad.
For sure.
JD Legend.
You mean just the
just the supporting cast?
Right. So not like all the characters in the series, just the ones that travel with the main
ones that are not the Joe stars.
No, I mean like you mean the niggas who are part of the main group, like
yes,
the background.
So he's basically talking about Rohan, Okuyasu, Koichi, and then Bucciarati, Trish, Narancia. You know what I'm saying?
I mean Rohan,
Abdal, Cock, Ewing.
Yeah,
man, niggas were like close.
I'm not gonna lie. I fuck with Trish's development too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you're talking about just the people who travel with them, then definitely part 5. If you're talking about all the characters in the series,
I'm talking about just the niggas that travel with them.
For sure. Part
5. JD Legend.
Perk 10. I just popped the Perk 10.
Nigga.
I mean, I didn't actually.
Might be watching the show. I bet everybody go. Everybody went there. Besides JD.
You're not watching shit.
Wait, no,
shout out to Narancia though.
Steve-O.
Lego game is over, so you're not watching shit.
I think a conversation could be had between part 4 and part 5, but I do lean to part 5.
Yeah,
I know, because you're him, and you understand greatness, right? I appreciate that. Steve-O.
Timothy Hemmings.
My favorite cast was supporting cast.
He's
it's got to be part 5 because I like the mafia thing.
Because them niggas is them.
I would be betraying my reputation if I didn't go part 5. So,
what's your reputation?
All I know is that
Sopranos.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
That nigga Okuyasu is non-binary because that nigga is him.
Wow.
That nigga Steve-O DeVito.
Yeah.
Steve-O DeVito.
Or as the Hitman Reborn was named.
My bad. I fucked up my own statement. It was non-binary because he's not one of them. There we go.
Next question, man. Parts 1 through 6 only. Sin, we're gonna kick this off to you. What's the absolute best stand and why?
Ooh. Shoot.
He better not say what I think.
1 through 6. No, I got it because it's in my top 3 stands of all time. So I'd say my favorite stand 1 through 6 is probably Metallica.
Hey, let's go!
You spitting.
Let's go!
Risotto was robbed, bro.
Thank you. Somebody finally
was robbed. He was robbed.
Metallica is so fucking raw.
Thank you.
Metallica is my top 3 in all the parts.
Thank you. There we go.
And he raw in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle. Fuck with him.
I love y'all, but I gotta get out here.
I haven't tried him in that game yet. Well, he's DLC, right?
Love Genghis.
Yeah.
Good night, Virgo. I'm gonna see you in Austin for real.
You dipping, Virgo?
Don't say it like that, gang.
You wanna experience me?
I thought you was drinking, Virgo.
Bro, what's wrong with you?
Nothing.
Take God.
I don't want to experience you. Y'all have a good one.
Virgo.
Hey, come back to me. That's hard.
All right, fair enough. Skate.
Yeah,
1
no.
through 6.
If we're talking, straight stands, right?
Yep.
It's between Koichi's and Risotto's. I'm not gonna lie, Metallica and X.
Koichi's.
Yeah, I like his.
It's not a comparison.
I like Echoes.
It's not comparison to fucking Metallica.
No. But I'm just thinking, like in part 5, my favorite was his, and then in part 4, my favorite was that. So I was just kind of going through.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, it's probably Metallica because I don't know if you. I mean, right after I saw the fight, I literally said like that's the best fight I've ever seen in JoJo's. That's like I love that shit. As soon as I seen that shit,
that's a fucking fact.
That shit was so good.
That shit was fucking fire. Steve-O.
Oh, I read it twice. My favorite stand. I might say, I've always loved King Crimson.
Fire
I
stand.
think King Crimson might be my favorite.
Okay, why?
Because I've always been partial to hands, and King Crimson is like a power type or whatever. You know how they like had a little arbitrary typing of the stands,
right?
So
he got hands too, by the way.
Yeah, he got tremendous power, along with the fact that he's broken. He can stop and erase time. So I always thought that was crazy. And the way that it's
like,
showcased.
who could beat you the first time they fucking fight you? Why are you so afraid of it? Like it's so fascinating how like sorry, I still go ahead. Sorry, I didn't cut you off.
You got it. No, I'm saying I'm with you. I'm with you. Go ahead. Because you going next, bro. So you can get into your bag.
But yeah, that was pretty much all I had to say.
Lord Hymns.
Yeah, Heaven's Door for me. Heaven's Door is my favorite.
Heaven's Door.
It's because it's one of those abilities that I'm like, I would put this to good use. So I definitely think it resonates with my personality. So like I
That's
think
a fact.
So I love it. My favorite stand in general is in part 8.
Okay. Fair enough. Bam.
Man, it's a hard one.
1 through 6.
It's a hard one. Oh my gosh. Golly. Damn, y'all. I'm trying to think. I had to go and like review a whole bunch of these too because I was like, it's been so long since I've seen some of these parts. I want to say, I was thinking Koichi too. That's like the first one that low key came to mind was Koichi.
Echoes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think I just liked like also how it evolved too. Kind of reminded me like a little Pokemon. But
just raw. Let's go.
I think I'm gonna have to say like debating on it. I think I want to say it's Echoes for sure.
Okay, that's 3. Hey, God. You ready?
Yeah, I thought about it. I'm gonna just go my first mind. I'm thinking the hand is my favorite.
The handle.
I respect that. Oh, it's a good ability. Okuyasu just retarded.
I like.
Yeah, I was about to say. It just might be the user that people don't like.
Fire ability.
I love the idea that it's just OP as fuck and he can't use it, but I had hella ideas just watching part 4, like of the potential of that shit, and I would love to see that explored. But yeah, definitely my favorite. That shit OP.
And GB. General Beckford. I bet.
Nice talk.
He unmuted himself, but maybe he.
Yeah, man, you know he got to unmute 4 or 5 times before we can hear him.
That's a fact.
Come on, baby. We're waiting to answer. Yeah.
He literally just did that shit, folks. He literally just damn it, and he dipped. Funny as hell. All right, man. I'm gonna do this quick one, and then we're gonna get to hot takes and get up out of here. Does JoJo have the most cultural influence on anime itself?
Oh, that's a bold statement. Shit.
As in, does it influence culture, or does culture influence it?
Does it have the most? Does it influence culture in anime culture itself?
I don't know about the most because obviously I haven't seen everything. It's definitely done a lot. It's definitely up there.
In your experience, so I'm saying in your experience, in what you have seen, you feel like most of what you've seen, or out of the shit that you've seen, it has more JoJo influence than it has any other thing you've seen influence.
Maybe.
It's up there, like top.
Yeah.
What else is up there with it?
I'd say in the reverse though, it's number one.
I see a lot of One Piece and Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Kaneko Man, Gintama. What else do I see a lot of?
Shout out Pokemon.
I don't
see Pokemon references.
I don't like Pokemon, but that's fair for the monster tamer genre. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, like Temtem creature collection games. Like it's kind of the one that pioneered everything. So
right.
I'd say the reverse is true though.
Pal World, something like that.
Where it's probably takes the most from culture in general.
Hey, JD, GB, and Freud. Go ahead, Adam back. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening, y'all.
Yeah, say that again.
Oh, I was saying the reverse is probably true though, where it probably takes the most from culture.
I think so too. I think JoJo takes more from pop culture than actually like influencing culture.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair.
And I feel like a lot of people.
I think it's most
have been put on because of it.
The other one is like debatable.
I actually have to explain to a lot of people who don't know the original stand names, like Lil Bomber.
Lil Bomber is not it's Aerosmith, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like what the? I don't know what What do you call Zipper Man? I don't know what that is. I know what
Is it Sticky Fingers?
Sticky Fingers, yeah.
Bro, even when this man said Anastasia, bro, I was like, oh hell no, get that out of here.
Anastasia. I don't know the reference to Anasia, so
I actually don't even know why they changed it.
I don't know that reference.
But yeah, just like the musical references and all the pop culture fashion references with all the poses
Sex Pistols.
Just being from different magazines, fashion brands, all these things, like it's all in there.
They got a Gucci collab, right? I remember, don't forget that.
Just so you know, I don't have a real hot take. I'm just gonna say that Emperor is better than Sex Pistols.
Ooh.
Oh.
As in like a stronger stand?
Like I gotta feed these bitches and they fight. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have the time.
What did you say was better than
He's an Emperor?
Emperor's whole horses on stand. He has a gun. The gun. This is the gun.
I thought you were saying King Crimson. Like I'm like, yeah, duh. But okay, fair.
Okay.
Anybody else? Any takes on whether or not JoJo takes from culture or adds to it?
And the Pillar Men aren't that bad.
I think it's a give and take kind of thing, honestly. Like it definitely takes from culture, but it also puts it out because it's popular as fuck and everybody likes it. Maybe a lot of people listen to Foo Fighters because of Araki. I don't know. There goes my
bro. There's a lot of stuff that I got introduced to from JoJo that I didn't know before. Like, bro, I remember I was in the car with like my mom, and then the part 3 ending came on, Walk Like an Egyptian.
I've
never heard that song. My mom was
really?
I was like, yeah, I've never heard of it, but my mom was like, she loves that song.
That's so funny because when my dad heard it, he's like, "What? What do you know about this?" I'm like, I don't know. I heard it.
Yeah, and then I was like, "Yo, I know this song." She's like,
I didn't know that.
It's literally a classic song.
I didn't know that the To Be Continued song was a real song until GB told me.
Roundabout, bro.
Yes. I didn't know that Roundabout was a real song until GB told me it was a real song. I'm like, oh, this is a real thing.
That one and Walk Like an Egyptian. Obviously, you guys know Jodeci. Obviously, we know that one.
Yeah.
I was already hooked on JoJo by then, so the Jodeci shit it surprised me, but I'm like, yeah, this makes sense for JoJo.
It makes sense for JoJo's. But
I can't believe
caught me off guard.
Sen and I didn't know about Walk Like an Egyptian. That's a classic song.
No, I'm not. Like, I openly admit I don't know a lot about music. I really don't. I'm not a cultured.
Yeah,
GB, you are able to get your joint, and then we're gonna move to hot takes.
Like I don't know, like Beatles songs. Like if a Beatles songs come on, I don't know that. I wouldn't know.
That's a fact.
That's fine. They kind of made it anyway.
I
think they are, but
go ahead, GB.
I say that I get claimed.
Did anybody say Echoes for stands?
Yes.
Escape
Did
did.
anybody say that?
I said it and Bam said it.
I think yeah.
Did anybody say the
I said
hand?
Heaven's Door.
Is that hand?
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Someone said the hand.
All right, what about Bohemian Rhapsody? Because that's my number 3.
No,
you got it.
Nobody said Stone Free. That's crazy.
It was crazy.
I actually hate that stat. I hate that stat.
That shit was
I love
nuts.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
No one said Six
Bohemian-
Fiddles?
I do. Bohemian Rhapsody is one of my favorite stands. I think it's goofy and I think it's a fun ass stand. Like,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's one of your reasoning. I'm not mad at it. But why?
Just so I'm not tweaking. Bohemian Rhapsody is the flying fish stand, right? Not the.
No. It's the one where you bring all the characters to life.
Yeah, where you can bring all the fictional characters to life, like Pinocchio and all. Like,
Wait, that's your third favorite?
Yeah, I love that stand, bro. I think that shit is so goofy. I think it's so bizarre. Like,
when I saw that shit was affecting the whole world, I was like, "Fuck that shit."
Yeah,
I literally was like, "Fuck that shit." It was cool for a second, but then I was like, "Nah, that's really not it for me."
Yeah, that shit not it. But fair enough. Go ahead. You can continue your explanation if you got more. Other than that, I'm ready for these takes.
No, that's all I had, bro.
At it the fuck up. So, wait, let me finish this drink. All right.
I cannot hang with you, bro. I cannot drink.
Come on, Naya. Come on, Hims. DreamCon is a couple months away, gang. Get your liver right. Get your liver right. And we're going to be Gucci. We're going to be Gucci, gang. Bro, you been working out. You drink hella water. Like, you'll be fine, bro. So, gloves off. I need you niggas' hottest takes. They do not have to be related to the topic. If they are, that works. But they do not have to be related to the topic. They can be related to anything in anime, in gaming, or just nerd shit in general.
Oh, so it doesn't have to be JoJo's. Oh shit!
It does not have to be JoJo related, but it does have to be a very hot take that you've been sitting on. If it is JoJo related, that works. I'm not saying that you can't get your JoJo takes off. That's great. But I'll start from the top. Bamalam, give me your hottest take, ma'am.
Come back to me.
Oh, man.
Damn. GB.
Let's see. I got 2. After my rewatch, I think part 5 is set up for irrelevancy. And I don't really think it's a special arc. I think it's good, but I don't think it's special. Like, I don't think it's a standout, in my opinion. And what else? Because we touched on some shit in this fucking episode that I think is pointless to say. Oh, I think Poochie is a better villain than Dio. Fuck that nigga Dio.
I guess that is a hot take because most niggas wouldn't agree, but I'm not even gonna get. I'm not gonna go.
I like
I ain't that mad about it.
I like Dio, but I think Poochie is a better written villain than Dio.
I don't even disagree with that, honestly.
Oh damn! I thought I was gonna have niggas fighting me. I was ready for the hate, but I guess not.
I'm the only nigga that will fight you, but I've already fought you, so we can fight.
Dio chose
Poochie. I mean, I disagree. I just don't care.
He wanted that too.
No, I just feel like Poochie's
That's
not
fair.
Poochie.
That's
Like
fair.
Poochie isn't a character without Dio literally fucking him and talking him through it.
Yeah, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Because
any of his interactions with our main character or the cast are nowhere near as prominent of any of the other villains' interactions with their characters.
I disagree with that heavily.
Yeah, I super disagree with that. And I don't like conversations to sit around like this wouldn't be this without this, because like that's
how Araki wrote that shit.
But that's in the same vein of like when people say like JJK can't be better than Bleach because JJK is inspired by Bleach. Like,
it's not in the same vein. It's not in the same vein. It's not because the show itself tells you that. So it's not like JJK is going around saying, "Hey, this arc is inspired by Bleach starts arc. This arc is Bleach starts arc." That's not a thing.
But it doesn't matter.
KK, GG, whatever the fuck bro name is, he's never gonna say that in person. But
it doesn't matter.
Poochie's gonna have flashbacks of fucking Dio and saying, "Damn, Dio, you opened my mind. I wouldn't have thought about none of this shit if it wasn't for you." He says that in the show. It's canon. It's not even a joke. canon.
So that doesn't make Dio a better person than Poochie. It doesn't make him a better written character.
No, it means it drops Poochie because it's like, Poochie, you're only here as a nigga for Dio. And I'm adding this part. Your personal interactions as that person that is inserted because of Dio, your personal interactions with the characters of Part 6 are not better than Dio's personal interactions or Kira's personal interactions.
Kira has no personal interactions.
Yes, he does.
What is
actual personal interactions? Like
yes,
what?
What is Dio's personal interactions outside for like a couple characters, Poochie included?
Well, we know Dio's personal interactions because of Poochie. Sadly enough, some of them.
But that's cool. Like we get to know Poochie's like motivations. We get to know what's driving him, whether it be to bring Dio back to life or whatever he's trying to do for Dio. That's cool, but we get to see like the source of his tenaciousness, why he acts the way he acts. Like I think Poochie is better written than Dio, bro.
The answer to all of those questions is just Dio, and he's not more compelling than that. Is my point. He's not.
But we don't get any of that about Dio. Like we don't even really get.
Dio is an extremely compelling character without anybody. That was the whole point that them niggas was making. No, he's charismatic. That was the point that all of them niggas was making. And again, I'm not trying to say that Dio's the best nigga ever. I'm not, because he's not to me.
I think Dio has a lot of moments where I respect him, like from a character standpoint, a lot more. Like one of my favorite moments is when Wang Chen has his head, and he's talking shit about Jonathan, and he's like,
"Yeah,
this is the man who was able to reduce me to a head. I respect him. I'm taking the body, but I respect him." Like he has those little moments here and there, and unfortunately, the anime skips some of it because if you read like the manga, there's actually a portion. There's a portion where Dio is speaking with George Joestar about his relationship with Danny and things like that, and I'm like, there's a little couple of extra tidbits you get from him from the manga that the anime does skip, but like I don't think Dio's poorly written. I understand it's not the thing that like stands out to me or most people, but I don't think he's poorly written. Because I think you can do a lot.
I'm not saying he's poorly written either.
No, I guess you. You're saying Poochie's better. I hear you.
I wasn't saying that either. I'm saying GB is saying Poochie is better.
But I'm also not saying that Dio is poorly written. I just think that Poochie is better written.
I don't agree, but
that's fair. Who we got? Skate. Hottest take.
I'm just gonna do my JoJo one.
Let's get it.
On the JoJo's episode, on the JoJo's chat.
It's a JoJo part.
I love that. I got a JoJo hot take.
I'm gonna just keep it. I know niggas are gonna argue it. I've said this a billion times. If you guys want to argue it, that's fine. I'll do it. I'm just gonna say it now. We can get this out of the way. All right. But I think part 3 is most definitely and easily, and it is most certainly the worst and weakest part of JoJo's. And you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm sorry if you disagree, but that's what it is. And the reason I have
the first fight, I
have to give my reasoning first. You gotta let me explain.
I do have to let you do that.
You have to.
I really don't. It's my show, but go ahead.
Because I have to preface this. I actually like part 3 and I enjoyed part 3. All right. I don't dislike it. But it is definitely the weakest to me because after I watched part 3, and I enjoyed it, and I did it.
It's your least favorite.
Yes, it's comparatively. And I'll tell you why. So when I, finished it, I was like, this is fine and dandy. I went into part 4. You guys have learned today that part 4 made me a JoJo fan, right? Mm-hmm. Part 4 is the reason why I started disliking part 3. Part 5 and part 6 added on to that. The reason why is because, okay, and I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. You guys just bear with me real quick, all right?
This boy's taking us around the world for this.
No, I'm going to tell you right now, because in part 4, part 5, and part 6, right? He sets up stands really well. And I have to ask you guys this. When you're watching and you were reading JoJo's and you were seeing stands, were you not enticed with what Araki could come up with next? Who was going to be the next stand user? What was going to be the next stand ability? How are they going to defeat it? Wasn't that one of the main things that made you enjoy JoJo? Sorry, excuse me.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah. You in your monologue bag.
You rallying the troops.
I think that is one of the most important and most enjoyable things Araki does as a storyteller, and I think that's one of the main things that has JoJo fans coming together talking about how much they love JoJo's is the The enemy stand user. Who's that? That whole notion. That's one of the most important things. And I think he got in his storytelling bag when he was doing part 4 specifically. I noticed that like there was so much diversity. You got this nigga in the cell phone tower. You got this nigga doing the rock paper scissors. You got Zahana. You got Echoes. Act 2, Act 3. This nigga's evolving. I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. You know what I'm thinking? Like, this nigga's really in his creative bag. This is what stands are, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay. And I felt it in the back of my mind. I didn't really go back to it, right? I just kind of went into part 5, and I noticed, there was still that uniqueness in stands. You got this nigga fucking missed his stand is a bunch of little stands that are eating food and deflecting bullets and doing. I'm like, his is interesting. You got sticky fingers. He's doing the zipper. I'm like, okay, I'm enticed. And then this is where the issue comes up. Is I look back onto part 3. And I realize, right? Because in part 4, part 5, and part 6, he doesn't reuse abilities. He doesn't reuse stands. Mm-hmm. Stands are diverse. They're spontaneous. They're random. They're unique. And they pertain to each individual. They're all different. And then I look back in part 3 and I realize that in part 3, that this nigga copies and pastes stands. And I really, really don't like that. I am not saying I dislike the Dio fight. I'm not saying I dislike Zworld. I'm not saying I dislike Star Platinum. I like them, but when I think about it in the back of my head, because the world is Star Platinum is copy and paste. Yeah, and I feel like them having the same exact fucking ability is fucking complete.
I think that goes more into your part 4 point than it does.
Yeah, no, that is my reason why, is because I saw how he did stands and I saw how he portrayed stands, and I feel like that is more of his vision for the power system, for his creativity, right, for his story. I feel like that's what he truly wants out of it. And going back onto it, I don't feel like he was fully in his bag.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we definitely touched on like the one layered dimension of stands in part 3 earlier. But like, if you feel this way about the stands in part 3, how did you feel about Hammond in 1 and 2?
I didn't care too much about the system because he retconned it anyway. But I already told Sen, like, retconning your system in the middle of the story is kind of
Hammond. I definitely just
it's like it's like if Oda was like, I'm gonna just take out Devil Fruits just cause, like, that's just, it's ass, it's bad anyway. But people, yeah, I'm just saying, if Oda just did that out of the blue, you know what I'm saying? If he just took that shit out. Yeah, if he just took that shit out and it was like, I'm only gonna do hockey, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
If you gonna judge,
the thing is with JoJo fans and all you motherfuckers, y'all just like stands more, so you don't give a fuck that he retcons Hamon. And I don't care. That's fine. I'm just saying that. I
celebrated when he retconned it. But if you judge part 3 that harshly based on like him just conceptualizing stands and not really having no depth to him yet, why don't you judge parts 1 and 2?
But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
the thing is, they're still the bottom 3. That's the thing.
He was developing what he knew he was going to expound upon in part 4. So,
and I agree, and and that's my whole thing is he wasn't fully there yet, and I see that.
I think he was in part 2 of part 3. He saw the vision and it started clicking.
Because
but part 3 is where it switches. That's where it switches.
I'm saying. The second part of part 3, like when they got to Egypt, and then they met Darby, the Darby brothers, and
but they also had the same stands, by the way.
At shop and all of that, they did not have the same stands.
No, they didn't. Like,
they didn't.
That's when he first started getting into, like, we getting some variety out of the stands, like the Darby brothers. That shit was big for me in part 3. I didn't care for most of part.
Bro.
No, I'm not saying I dislike their stands though. This is the thing. It's just I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that in the power system, in the lore, that 2 people can have the same stand. You get me?
So back to my question. If
because
you feel that way about hold on. Okay, if you feel that way about the stand power system for part 3, and that makes part 3 the weakest for you, even though it's the start of Araki getting on a fire ass run of stands.
Yeah, but you're not hearing me, GB. I'm saying only in comparison to part 4, 5, and 6 that I feel.
I get that.
That's
like, why don't 1 and 2 get that set? Like, he had to actually retcon a power system.
I don't like that though.
But why aren't they the weakest? I'm trying to understand the difference between 1, 2, and 3 for you.
they're the weakest, but the reason why one isn't the weakest is because it has a lot of good exposition. I think what it does for Dio and the rest of the remaining story is fine. It's the exposition, so I don't slander it. And part 2 actually I think has a lot of enjoyable connections, and it's by itself, right? Like it's just Hamon in that part, right? So it's different. But in part 3 specifically is where the retconning happens, plus the double uses of stance. Like it specifically has all of those things in that one part. That's why it's the weakest one for me. That makes sense.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. But the thing is, like I said, I enjoy all of them. I just feel like that notion breaks my immersion.
Part 5. I don't hate it. It's my least favorite part. I will say this though, like I actually don't have. I had a like similar, not similar, but like part 3
This
was
your
one
take,
of my
then
least
hold
favorite
off.
parts.
You finna get your take, then hold off.
What do you mean?
Like you
We
finna get
gonna
your hot
debate.
take
We
right
gonna
now?
debate mine, or y'all got that?
Probably
Y'all
just
got
debate.
No, I was just gonna add a little.
Okay, go ahead.
Because when I read part 3, I kind of was like, you know, I like Jotaro more in part 4 and blah blah yada yada. What actually changed my mind was reading manga Practice in Theory by Araki, and then reading his statements for the first 3 parts. He has these releases called Jojonium, and he kind of speaks about like, you know, some of the things in hindsight, like 20 years plus after, or 30 years plus after the fact that he made these parts. And when he was kind of explaining to me what he thought about like Jotaro as like a protagonist and hero and stuff, when I went back to reread it, I kept all of that new information in mind, and then I'm like, I kind of amended my opinion on it. I don't necessarily, like, end of the day, like it is what it is. You like what parts you like. I can't speak on your enjoyment, but I ended up appreciating part 3 a lot more after kind of reading Jojonium and some of the interview stuff.
So after part 8, I'm not there yet. I'm not there.
No. Jojolion is part 8. Jojonium is like
that's what I'm saying. So you appreciated it after part 8, right?
No, this was probably during part 8. I think it's probably when those were coming out.
Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm like I'm on part 7. So when I get to part 9, I'm hoping my opinion.
I'm hoping I'm gonna give a fuck about part 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope my shit changes. But see, literally as I keep going, like literally as I keep going, because the reason I've debated Sensei, I've debated people are like, it's okay because they're related. It's okay because no, it's not. Like I literally see Okuyasu and his brother, 2 different stands. Trish and her dad, 2 different stands. Jolene and her fucking dad, 2 different stands. It doesn't matter if they're fucking related. That doesn't give it a reason to have 2 of the same stands. There's no reasoning for it. I feel so weird when people try to defend it instead of just saying, I disagree, I like it. All right. I don't need to hear any of you guys try to defend that shit ever to me. Okay. Do not. Because I'm not going to have it. Because as I get more into JoJo's, I still don't see it. I'm hoping, maybe in part 7, maybe part 8, maybe in part 9, I see something that moves me. I haven't been moved yet. All right.
You'll see it again in those parts too. Don't worry.
Steve.
Okay, cool.
I think Araki just hadn't been inspired to write different yet. Like I think about like how Oda was writing hockey into One Piece before like it was hockey. I feel like he was doing the same thing with just trying to figure out what that shit was gonna be. And now it's just you getting replicas and copies, but he got it.
No, I'm just saying, like, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, I can still acknowledge that. Okay, this is new, but it's also the worst of his writing, and that's fine because he gets better as a writer. So
he definitely got the quick pill.
Steve-O, hottest take.
My hottest take, man.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is gonna be a hot take or not. It might be.
You remember the ones you've given in the past? I don't want you repeating shit.
Yeah, he says that spell's better than One Piece.
No, I've never said that. I've never said it. I said certain aspects of Zatch Bell's better than.
Go ahead.
You didn't say that.
But this is Zatch Bell related though.
Oh my god.
Damn.
What'd you say?
I said this is Zatch Bell related though. This hot take that I'm about to give.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I think that very melon. I think that Zatch Bell's supporting cast is the best in Battle Shonen.
Period. Like Period. That's it.
Period.
Wow. Anybody have anything to say against that?
These hot takes don't have to be related.
I
They
disagree.
do not have to be JoJo related.
Yeah, they don't have to be JoJo. Was
I
mine
disagree.
the,
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at
Live
that
your
though.
life, man. I know. Yeah, live your life.
was mine the hottest so far? Hold on, y'all gotta cook me.
It has gotten the most pushback. Yeah,
I think I might have a.
I was about to say
I haven't seen Zatch Bell in a while, so I can't really contest that take.
I'm only saying that because I know niggas are being tame. I know they got hot takes.
I ain't seen it in a minute, but Fire Force has been one of my strongest supporting casts that I think I've read in recent memory.
But Fire Force don't have a Bravo.
I have JoJo Part 5's cast as the best cast I've ever seen in my life. But
really?
That's because
I think JoJo has the best cast in general.
I agree.
JoJo as a whole?
Period.
JoJo
JoJo as a whole has better cast than any show I've ever seen in my fucking life.
For
that
me,
includes One Piece. That includes Naruto.
Hold on,
Super
Law,
Naruto. That includes any show that I have like as like a GOAT show for me. JoJo has the best cast. Period.
I'm not even mad at that.
You just got so much to work with.
I haven't seen Zatch Bell in a long time for me to really like contest that. So I would just be saying cap off what I just said. So I'm not gonna do that with you. Anybody else?
I think it's hard for me to say between JoJo and Fire Force, but Fire Force is definitely one of the strongest casts I read because they do men and women. Like you get a lot of battle shonens where like men get complexity and the women just kind of like falter by the wayside.
Like Tamaki.
But I mean, have you read the manga?
not
Have you read the manga? That sounds so fucking.
I just know niggas cook her all the time. I just know that.
But I guarantee you, none of those people have actually like read and finished the manga. Like you'll understand her character when you get to the manga. And I was one of those people that was cooking her at first because it's annoying, like how she's used. But once you get to the end, like the shit start to make sense. So, back to my point. Fire Force does men and women characters well. Like they have complexity, they have depth to them. They not just living through the men that's on the cast with them. So like that's really been one of the strongest cast of characters that I think I've read in recent history that I can think of.
Okay. So I'm assuming you like the whole squad. Like you love the captain, you love Arthur, you love.
Yeah, I love all. I love characters that I don't even think because I don't know what the anime is at.
Oh, he's up there. Sorry.
This nigga.
Nah, relax, gang.
Right. Hey, that game is peak though. Give me your easy.
He playing Zelda. I haven't seen anything from Fire Force to this point that would make me even remotely think what you're saying is real.
Yeah.
But if you saying that it's some manga shit, all right, cool. The last thing I saw in the anime was it was storming someplace, some underground tunnel or some shit like that. Niggas died. Niggas came out.
I'm trying to. Is it are you saying the main cast or are you saying the entire cast?
I was saying. Go ahead.
I'm saying the main cast, but if you want to expand, like even to slightly beyond the main cast, because I consider Princess Hibana a part of the main cast. I consider Maki. I consider Arthur. I consider Shinra. Benimaru.
Open. You like all of them, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Being a part of the main
so
cast.
if we talking main cast only, the take that I got stands what I said, but yeah, I seen what he's seen, so that's why I'm not really trying to go there with him. But based off what I've seen, that's cap. But he's seen the manga, so maybe these characters do a complete 180 change in the next.
I think I read up to like chapter 250 of Fire Force. I think. And I don't think that's a bad take, man. I think is it Okubo? Is that the name of the manga?
Yeah. Okubo.
The nigga. Yeah, I
I
think he does a really good job of fleshing out these characters and giving them their time to shine and everything. So I don't think
the
it's a
two
bad
biggest
thing.
props that I've always given Fire Force is obviously he's a really good visual storyteller. He has been since Soul Leader. I love how he captures like insanity and emotions and stuff like that. He's really good at that. But it's the different heat related abilities that everyone had that relate to fire and smoke and things of that nature. That's how he got.
He's insanely creative.
That's why I like that series because he's limiting himself to literally fire and he's doing it so like diversely. That's what I love it.
Well, And then I think another cast that I love, but they ain't been around long enough for me to say it's a favorite or the best, is the cast of Spy Family. That's a goated ass story for me. But I
like my family.
Been on the scene for me long enough because I don't even think we had 100 chapters yet. They ain't been around long enough for me to say it's like the best cast ever.
I haven't read that yet.
Fair enough. Him's hottest take.
I'm not in a hot take mode.
Anything, gang.
Mode, but
video games, anime.
Hey, say a Zelda hot take.
Yeah, give me a
Yo.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I know you have plenty of those.
Go ahead, stand in for me.
Nah, you give me a Zelda hot take. That's what I'm saying.
I don't got nothing, man. I'm tired.
All right, I'll give one for him. Play Tears of the Kingdom, goated game.
That's not a hot take. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Hey, it doesn't.
Wait, what happened, Naya?
I don't know, man.
He didn't say
I
it.
usually have something, but I haven't. I don't know. I be leaving people.
Say something about One Piece. I know you got like 10 hot
my own
takes.
thing. Hockey's ass. I don't know.
Say Kubera is better than One Piece. Say it. I know you want to say it.
Kuwabara?
It's
Kubera.
better written for sure. That's not debatable.
See, there it is.
I don't know what that is. So
Kubara, it's a webtoon.
Kubera One Last God is the best webtoon online webtoon.
Yeah, all right. Kubera D's, man. All right.
What's that about? What's that?
I don't want to do that. About? That's a good question. That's very hard.
Come on, Naya. I'm gonna come back to you.
I'm trying to play Zelda. This is not the time.
I know, nigga. I'm gonna come back to you. Come up with it. You could have said Zelda's the best game you've ever played in 20 years.
It's
you could have
not the
said
best game
anything
I've ever
like
played
that.
in my whole life. I like Zelda.
All right, well, nigga, come up with a fucking take. I'm gonna come back to you, brother. Go ahead, finish your fucking dungeon. Bam, are you ready now?
Okay, so I don't have a hot take, but I just want to say that it was really fun talking to y'all. Y'all are really funny.
Bam. You're not getting up out of here without a hot take, nigga.
I ain't got no hot take.
You can say anything.
Say anything.
Anything. Any take that you feel is original to you, whether it's hot or not.
I feel like my hot take is Chicago has the worst skyline. That's my hot take.
Fair enough. Yeah, you can go ahead and get up out of here, guys.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We appreciate you.
That's my hot take.
All right. This was great having you. You know what I'm saying? You definitely got some shit off. I appreciate you for pulling up and shit. Definitely didn't expect you to want to pull up, so that was even crazy.
Oh no, Ella, when you say JoJo's, like I'm coming running. Like I don't know. I just like it.
I didn't even know you was that big of a stan. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I got a few tricks up my sleevaroo. So.
She a stand user. Hold on, what the fuck?
She might be.
I do have my own stand, but y'all niggas, if I told you, I would have to like kill y'all for real. So I can't expose myself like that.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you, G. If you got to get up out of here, you can go ahead.
No, I just really didn't have a hot take. I'm enjoying y'all's little discourse. Y'all just be talking over
nigga, you a part of our little discourse.
Oh, I'm
nigga.
sorry.
Not without
what?
Not without no hot takes.
Wait, Nia just DM me his hot take.
Awful with hot takes. Like I just feel like I'm awful with them.
You said that the big three.
Her hot take was.
Nah, you just said the big three. None of them go past a 4 out of 10. Thoughts, guys?
Oh, that's kind of. Well, I'm actually on
minimum
my
8 out of 10. You know,
so I will have the answer to this by the time DreamCon comes around because I am like binging One Piece like to the T because I have.
You gotta answer. You don't have to answer that.
My condolences.
Don't say my condolences. That's just good.
Naya, that's a real take you gave, or you trolling?
No, he's trolling. I'm playing Zelda. I'm not
he did not DM me nothing, bro.
Okay, I was about to say, wow.
Could you imagine, bro? If he actually said that,
that's crazy. I would
even
really
disagree, but I didn't say that.
Damn, what the hell? Nah, you just said I even disagree.
You disagree, nigga. You disagree.
I don't really.
Minimum 7.
You disagree, dog. You
especially Naruto and One Piece.
Huh? Yo.
But Bleach is gay. Like, yeah, no, he drunk. He drunk.
Bleach out of 12 out of 10. Bro,
what if any of the big three?
The full bring arc is comedic genius. You guys just understand.
What?
Hey,
there you go. There you go. Best arc in Bleach is the full bring arc.
Take God.
No, now he's actually trolling. Just now he's actually trolling.
I think
no, for real. I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass.
Yo, check it out. Sometimes you got to take a break from the game because your brain might be fucking up.
Yeah, I'm with Sensei.
I just solved like 6 puzzles. Shut up.
Yeah,
my brain's working fine.
Your brain not working that well, gang. Like you thinking that way and not the other way. I love
left or right or up or down. Diagonal. Which way was we thinking?
Yep. It's all of that. You fucking yourself up. No, but I'm sorry. What's that, GB?
I said Bleach closest to 4 on that list.
I was about to say if anything is close to 4, it's that. But hey, God,
I really don't care about any of them manga.
Let me get your hottest
shitting on that bum ass Zelda game that just dropped.
Woo! That's the hot take.
I don't actually have a take. I just want to say some shit.
That's your hot take.
But I do believe that though. Without playing it, I do believe that.
So the hot take is Elden Ring is shitting on the new Zelda game that just dropped.
How is that even?
I never played Elden Ring, so
is that can that even be a hot take? Have you played all of the Zelda?
You said that Zelda game that just dropped.
The new one just came.
Yeah, I'm about to say, but you haven't even beat it yet.
You have to beat it to say that?
No, well, I guess. I mean, if you beat Elden Ring,
if you want to be fair, yeah.
Nah, I saw the cover. I just knew.
Elden Ring ain't really the type of game that you gotta beat to be able to say some shit like that.
I do not think Zelda's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I just been playing Zelda since I was a kid. I fuck with this shit. That's all.
Yeah, if you grew up on Zelda, this game is definitely for you.
That wasn't a take directed at you specifically. It was just a take at all you Zelda niggas.
I am a Zelda nigga. That's why. That's why I felt the need to say something.
That new Sonic.
I'm not even mad at the take. I just want to know how far you got to do Zelda.
Now you tweaking. Now you saying anything? Now you saying anything? Is that your?
It hasn't given me the hours yet, but I've played at least 16 hours a day since Friday. So.
Hey man, that's real. That's a good. It's a game of the year. It's honestly a game of the year. Like there's no way it's being beat.
If it went.
And honestly, the first game I played this year was really good. Chained Echoes was amazing.
Who?
Chained Echoes.
Who?
That's not getting game of the year though.
It's an indie game. I don't have time to explain all that.
If look, if Zelda doesn't get game of the year, I'll give everybody in here head. All right, there we go.
Whoa! All right. Bam might be the only one interested. JD Legend.
Wait a minute, hold on. What?
JD Legend. What's up? Give me your hottest take, brother. It can be sports related, whatever you need. Guess I'm gonna knock your ass out, bro. Relax.
Liverpool's the worst fucking football club of all time. Yeah, I agree.
That's a lie. You know it.
Mo Salah not that raw. That's crazy.
Wait, where were these hot takes when it was your turn, bro? Go ahead and drop them.
You know what? I have a hot take.
I'm a chill nigga now.
I got a hot take. Webtoons has been an overall failure compared to manga.
Damn!
I agree.
That's not even wrong.
I agree.
That's just
they're so fucking.
Especially any webtoon with the word God in it. Facts.
Whoa.
Webtoons has been an overall failure of a medium, and they really pushed it, and it was almost there. But every webtoon that I've read has failed when it mattered most.
Can I just ask yet again? Is that a hot take? It's like actually.
Yes, to some people, yes.
A lot of niggas feel like webtoons is the new wave.
No, but saying that it's not. I mean, it's whatever.
I have never seen a good webtoon adaptation as well. They all suck. All anime adaptation, they're all bad. Every single one I've seen.
No, but the thing is, like, if y'all all agree on that, like, how hard does that take?
It's not a hot take.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Simi, and Vince say that shit all the time. Like, this shit, like, there's good ones, but as a whole, from top to bottom, line webtoons is ass.
Okay, but you're a Kubera guy, so I guess that.
Oh, I have another hot take. I got a great hot take. It's a sports hot take too. Kevin Durant will never be top 15 all time ever.
Damn,
wow,
15?
that is pretty high. Okay,
that's not a hot take.
No, it's a hot take. Oh, it's a hot take. Niggas will get upset about that.
Not for me.
Yeah,
not for you, but you have a brain.
Niggas
see top 15 all time is not that hot, but it is hot.
Here's the problem with niggas that rate these top 15 things. Niggas will see someone who is extremely talented and think, oh yeah, he definitely top 15. He definitely better than Larry Bird. It's not
until they realize they got 30 top 15 niggas.
Yeah, it's not just been about talent. Otherwise, James Harden would be top 15. Kevin Durant, without Steph Curry, is a failure. With the talent he has, he is a failure. Without Steph Curry and that Golden State Warriors culture, he went to the Brooklyn Nets, he went to the Suns, he has failed twice. That Oklahoma, he failed. Niggas shit on LeBron until he won a ring, and he won a ring with 3 different franchises. And they used to compare this nigga KD to LeBron. He is a failure. It's over.
My hot take is that KD is not the number one option. He shouldn't be the number one option on a team. You should not build a team around him. And I say that also with the top 15 conversation is whenever niggas talk about who the GOAT is, we bring all this hardware and everything into the conversation. You got to have these rings. You got to have these titles. And then whenever we talk like top 10 and top 15, niggas don't talk hardware no more. They just talk about if the nigga can make buckets or not. And that's just so dumb.
It's bullshit.
That's just so dumb to me. Like, keep the hardware conversation going, bro. And if a nigga never made it to the chip and won that bitch, they can't be top 15.
But we only talk so top 15 should be only niggas with rings.
Honestly, it should either be only niggas with rings or should be no. You know what?
It's somebody that rode a bitch for years and got 4 rings.
It should be.
Are they top 15?
It should only be niggas with rings. I'm not gonna lie to you. Top 15 should only be niggas with rings.
Making conversations about if you won when it mattered, which is fair. But if you're going to make the conversation about if you win when it matters, that shit needs to be consistent across all the top players. You can't just be saying Charles Barkley is a top 10 player. Like, it don't work that way.
He's not. He should be the number one option on the. If you are number one option when you won a ring, then you have qualifications. That is the bare minimum qualification for a debate about being top 15. Just for a debate.
So be a bare minimum boy, get yourself a ring.
And KD was not the number one option on that Golden State Warriors team. He was
but
not.
They liked us because he won Finals MVP, but he was not. He just had a good stretch of games.
Some bullshit.
Young Sin.
I'm not a KD nigga, so you know, KD like
neither am I. I don't like snakes.
I don't like snakes. It's crazy. Young Sin, bring us home, man. Give us your hottest take.
Y'all lucky stuff.
I'll keep it on brand with JoJo. Okay. This one.
Could you say that? I'm kidding.
All right. Art style wise, specifically art wise, right? Not content wise. Specifically art wise, I think Diamond is Unbreakable is a disgrace to Araki's art.
Wow.
In the anime.
Wow.
Oh, I got you with that.
Don't like the palettes?
Not just the palettes, just the way the characters look, the soft, all blended look. If you look at the Part 4 manga, it is nothing like that. And Part 4 arguably has some of the best art in the entire series. And what the anime did art-wise was just not it.
Wow.
I don't know nothing about art, so I don't know what you mean.
Long ass stick.
If you look at the manga art,
I think just look at something like I think just look at the manga art and then compare that to the anime, and it's night and day.
Because you said that the way it's blended, like
the way the anime blended the colors, like they did like the very soft blended, like smooth cell shading, rather than like the hard edge tone that you get in like Part 3, Part 2, Part 1, Part 6, even Part 5. Part 4's animation style was very different, and it was unappealing to me.
You keep losing me, Sam. Keep losing me.
Naya, you got one for real now?
Mean things outside of art for me, but
I think maybe as an anime only, like I brought the manga for Part 4, and I haven't read it cover to cover yet. I have like flipped through it and skimmed through it and stuff and looked at it, and I do see the difference, but I don't know, maybe because I watched the anime first and it captured me for its art style. Maybe that's why I don't feel the way you feel. Like maybe if I had read the manga first, I would feel differently.
Yeah, I also think like the manga is better in like almost every way, except for Part 5. You can argue some of the stuff they added. No, I genuinely think that the manga is better in almost every single way. Just because of like
every
content.
Part or just Part 4?
No, every part. I think the manga is better in every part. You can argue maybe Part 5. Yeah, I think you can argue maybe Part 5. And it's not because of adaptation. It's just because of the things that they added. rather.
I think it's because it's impossible to understand what the fuck is happening in manga with King.
I mean, I think it's Araki's art is some of the clearest there, but that's just me.
Yeah. Lord Hims, Mr. Zelda, you got a take for real, or you good?
Tapped out. He building shit.
Yes.
I am building.
He's trying to create a boat with 17 wheels.
He finna make a Megazord and go beat the shit out of Ganon. Fuck you mean?
Megazord. Bro, a nigga really beat this game in 36 minutes or 48 minutes? One of them.
I'm not surprised. Speedrunners are fucking crackheads.
That shit is crazy. So it's really like you don't have to do shit in that game but go fight Ganon.
Well, yeah, I mean, the game gives you freedom, right? So you can go to the final boss as soon as you finish the tutorial if you want to.
But like, how prepared are you to do that?
Well, you're probably unprepared, but if you're really good at the game, you can do it, right?
Do it.
Wow.
So basically, bro,
that sucks.
Bro's walking in his boxers with a fucking regular ass stick or a sword.
Right, a wooden shield and a fucking and a stick.
I've seen people beat the game with a wooden stick and a pot lid.
That's
Bro,
sick work.
I saw
it's crazy, bro.
He knocked down like 12 bangs and a protein bar and went to work, bro. Knocked out breath for the whole time.
You go crazy.
But all right, if that's all the hot takes. You niggas have been absolutely amazing, and I appreciate every single one of y'all for pulling up. This has been a great JoJo conversation, man. I think JoJo is one of the greatest animes of all time. It's definitely in my top 5. Greatest series, fuck anime, greatest series of all time. It's definitely in my top 5. Fuck Bleach.
Thank
you. And I appreciate you guys for feeling the same way. I wouldn't have you niggas here if you didn't feel the same way. Shout out JD for producing the stream. Shout out everybody.
Niggas here, bro.
Yes, there are. So I appreciate everybody that's in the chat. I appreciate everybody that pulled the fuck up, man, to the return of Gloves Off, Volume 15. If all my niggas that are here can shoot me they socials or whatever else they want to pub, and I'll drop that in the description of this stream so that when niggas go back to it, they can know who you niggas is and check you niggas out. If you don't want to be known, you can just say, no, don't have none of these niggas follow me because fuck them niggas. That's fair. I will quote that and put that in my description as well. So other than that, man, all you niggas is great. Shout out all my subscribers, man. If you're still here and you're not subscribed, subscribe to the kid because I exist. I'm that nigga. I'm Hemsworth like Glove. So fuck with me. Other than that, man, this stream is over and Sensei like Love is
Appreciate you, Glove.
Appreciate you, Glove.
I had a lot of fun.